Welcome to South Harmon.
I don't know if that's Morgan Freeman's voice or Adam's voice. I always get confused on that intro.
You know what's crazy is the jury's still out. You know, which one is it? And
Who knows?
ready or not, here we come. Morgan Freeman, mine, Mike, we're back. Remember we talked about this yesterday. We're down to 3. There's the 3 best friends that anybody could ever have.
We had one more person die.
But he's in the chat. Hold up. I woke up today earlier than I have in a long time after a night of drinking and talking shit. Today is a good day. Well,
He woke up. That's good.
I knew you would. I believed in you, you know, and
Proud of you.
I knew the free fall for Fizz would stop at some point early this morning, you know?
Oh, I love it, man. Day 3 is always the fun one. It's the marathon one. I'm going to need a big nap after this one.
Dude,
this is like one of the few Saturday nights you're going to catch me like falling asleep at 8 o'clock. You know what I mean? Like,
it's actually kind of funny because the build up, right? Like day 1 feels long, but you're excited, you know, and day 2 is like gets longer. And then you kind of always forget until you go through day 3 how long it is. And the exhaustion hits you at the end, you know? I normally get a bite to eat and just fall asleep wherever I am. Adam Freeman. Damn it, Jay. It's too original. Hey, AI, how's it going? What's up, Tom? We got a question from Chip Diamonds. I think I want to, as we're getting ready to start fourth round, you know, in day 3 in general, there's so much time to talk, you know, a little more of the totality of what we think in our Superflex and stuff. But let's get a question here to pop off the day. Chip Diamonds says, it's a start 10, 12 team Superflex of 1.5 tight end premium. I got offered Rome plus an early 26 second for 102. Targeting Hampton. How much more should I look for on top?
Dude, I was a big Rome defender. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't think this absolutely nuked him, but it sure as fuck don't help. Like,
I mean, it probably took a little bit of the. I think it took a little bit of the true, you know, ceiling play that he had to capture for, you know, target upside, because he's going to be fighting it from the tight end, you know, as much, whether you like it or not, he's going to get some he's going to be a target guy. And I'm kind of actually really interested. I'm going to talk about Luther Burden a little bit on this. I was watching some stuff from Steve Smith, and I want to get into that. But for Rome here, do you actually move him any? Like for me, I'm actually still pretty bullish. I do admit, though, to your point, it takes a little bit of the maybe crazy ceiling away slightly.
Where's he at right now? Is probably the big one.
Wide receiver 16 on keep trade cut.
Too high. So,
really?
Yes, I got to move him. Too high.
Really? Where? Okay, I'm curious now. What would you put him? Let me go to our good friends here. You know, way too high. Wow. Did not expect you to say that. All right, let's take a peek. So we are looking at he's down to wide receiver 18 now. No, I'm sorry, 17. He's ahead of Tet. Him or Tet?
No, Tet. No.
What? Wow.
Tet.
Okay. I would definitely take Rome still, but I get you. Okay.
Target competition. Yeah. Target
Smitty?
competition. Smitty.
Really?
Yep.
Worthy?
Addison, Zay Flowers, DK.
You're taking
DJ
all those.
Moore.
You're taking all those guys ahead of Rome.
DJ Moore.
Hold on.
Terry McLaurin.
Why are you taking DJ Moore ahead of Rome? Help me with that one too.
Number 1 option right now. Rome hasn't been the number 1 option, right?
Wow.
Okay. We don't know what option he's going to be. You hope it's number 2. You think it's number 2. We want it to be number 2. We don't know.
I mean, I think it is number 2 pretty easily. I mean, he was not number 2 last year, but like Keenan Allen, for everyone just reminiscing, like he was literally the number 1 target earner the year prior, and they brought him in to earn a bunch of targets. He earned 6 a game last year, which was solid but not great. All right, so you're actually quite a bit down on Rome actually from the point earlier. So you would rather have 102 than the early second in 26 in Rome?
Yeah.
How about you, E? Where are you at?
Yeah, I'd probably just, if you like Hampton, you're targeting him, and somebody offers you Rome in an early 26 second, I just do that deal and take Hampton. Like I'd probably take Hampton before Rome in a startup right now. So,
well, I was going to say, because you're going to say Hampton. I'm Mike. I'm assuming you're looking for Cam Ward here, right?
Definitely. Cam Ward.
Yeah, I would take Cam Ward too, but I'm saying if this guy is targeting Hampton, then yeah. But it's a super flex. I would take Cam Ward at 102 as well.
And Chip could already be good at quarterback too. You know what
Sure.
I mean?
No, well, I'm just spitballing the the scenarios here.
Hampton's a fair one too. I personally am in the Cam Ward, but Hampton makes sense. So does Hunter. Hunter makes sense there too. But yeah, I guess now really looking at it, like I'm gonna have to drop Rome lower than I guess what consensus is, Adam. Like that is a shit ton of target competition that just doesn't make you feel rosy. He did some stuff last year; it wasn't abysmal, but you looked at it going into this year. Oh, it's just Cole Kmet and it's DJ Moore, and he's the number 2 guy on a Ben Johnson offense, like solid number 2 guy, and there's really nobody else to really worry about. And now they just added 2 guys to worry about on top of can he actually take that step forward. Right, there's a lot of projection built into Rome Odunze right now with not a lot of certainty, and that's the problem. Like you're paying for certainty. He's ranked right behind T. Higgins. We know what he's doing in that offense as the number 2. That's way too high to be ranked. Really is.
Man,
you're making a lot of sense, Mike. Honestly, and the more I think about it, the more I think you're a little bit right. So I'm going to drop him down a little bit. So I like that.
I dropped the money moves the day of the draft, and I'll be honest. I hope that the community actually feels the same way. Because what's crazy is to me, you make good points. I mean, I'm not going to act like the target competition isn't something to be considering of. Rome though was taken at 9, which is still like just of last year. That's crazy early. And he did. I think relative to the situation, DJ Moore didn't get 1,000 yards last year. Keenan Allen with way more targets had the same yardage output that Rome did. I feel like Rome was in the same situation nobody was thriving in. So I get the point though of uncertainty, and I think the market will react exactly like you're talking about. I don't deny that. So I don't know. I'm not overthinking it with Igbuka as a 2nd round guy. I think he'll still be having to prove Igbuka. Luther Burden, sorry, long streaming here. Igbuka's not there. Sorry. Burden definitely is going to make it where his upside might be limited as far as targets, but I still think he's going to be number 2 in the pecking order. And Loveland, I think, is only going to help open the offense up. But I would be at this point here. What kind of value do you give the early 26 second right now in this rookie fever? Because I think that's where I think there's a little bit of value there, but right now everybody wants the 102, so it's like that early 26 second doesn't feel like it's giving me enough to want to move off 102.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even know who's going to even be there. Like what players? Like no,
100%.
Tell you.
Yeah, it's just it's liquidity, but it's not a first.
Yeah,
I think the 102 probably is the play. I can definitely understand if you wanted to stay, but I think 102 is probably the play still. So I would ask for more. What would you ask for instead of the 2nd?
Change it to a first.
I mean, yeah, if it's his first and it's going to be early, then obviously that won't work. But yeah, I'm with you. I think I would be asking for a 1st round pick of some sort as opposed to the early 2nd. I agree.
We'll do the Eric. Ask for the 27 first. Push it out another.
That's actually a nice little play there. And I think one thing to keep in mind too, right? Everybody that's trying to trade for picks at the moment, 102 types, this is the time you can at least try to gouge. You don't want to necessarily kill a deal over it, but this is the time that you can ask for more. Rome 109 and Tet 108. Rome better QB and a better offense. Yeah, Patty. I mean, I think there's case still to be made for Rome in a positive light, but you can't. No one can deny that they didn't bring in with decent draft capital a tight end and a wide receiver. So the target competition is just as serious. I mean, I get it for sure. Kind of curious to see how this looks with Ben Johnson, man. It's gonna be wild.
It's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough for the Rome. Like I love him, man. You know where I was at him. I haven't left, but you can't spend your first 2 draft picks on pass catching weapons with the new head coach. Rome Odunze's last year's head coach.
Sure, but I guess why is that an indictment on Rome though?
Because they added competition to him, right? Like it's any other wide receiver. If they did this to Devontae Smith, the Eagles added a pass catcher in round 1, tight end or wide receiver, and they did the same thing in round 2. as much as I love Smitty's role, it's saying, hey, we needed more help, right? Smitty's not the number one option, or he's like the pseudo number one option. Either way, you go to a passing offense, there's only so many fucking targets to go around. You know, they're not throwing the ball 50 times every single game, right? So Rome's going to have games where he gets 2 targets, tops.
What?
Right? And his ceiling of targets just got capped.
I mean, listen, I get it. I would say that feels strong, though. You think there's going to be games he only gets 2 targets?
There's going to be game scripts where he's just not targeted at all. He's not involved in the offense.
I would take the other way on that. I think Rome still has the very much realistic upside to be the number one in this offense soon. I do agree that the target comp is there, but like to say that this makes him not still on the trajectory to be the number one, I think is being a little bit, you know, in the moment. At least that's the way I view it. I'm not going to say that you can't have the same opinion or a different opinion. I mean, yeah, I did all this. What's DB saying? Is he thinking millies again? All this for a quarterback that didn't throw 3,600 yards and made Skeletor shit his pants in a bed over it. You know what? We didn't talk about.
Somebody say he had a much better offense and a much better quarterback situation. I don't know if that's facts at all. Like, we think Ben Johnson's offense is really good, right? We haven't seen how it works with Caleb.
First pick of the day, and it's Mike's boy.
Mike's boy? I thought he went to the Steelers. Who's he got now?
Mike talked about him yesterday. He was literally excited about him going today.
He was one of the few ones. Let's just say, because there was like Tesla, there was Deontay Thornton, there was this kid, there was one other one who went out and killed it at the combine and were Raz freaks, but they're like 5th year guys, you know, 5th year seniors, played in college forever. DK was one of the only ones that actually has a realistic, decent looking production profile. Like, he did shit when he was at Wisconsin. The rest of the guys are dudes who had, like, you know, 100 yards their sophomore year tops, you know, 200 yards their junior year, and then maybe hit 400 or 500 or 600 yards their 5th year senior year. So DK is the only one that actually you could possibly talk yourself into that was like, hey, analytically he doesn't look the worst. It's not the worst profile we've ever seen. Everybody else was like a real late breakout at 24.
Interesting. So, Mike, tell me, what do you think of this right here?
Same thing I said last night. Doesn't really matter. I mean, he's still a 4th round wide receiver. You take him in the 4th, 5th round of your rookie drafts at best. Okay. Don't get over your skis on him. Like, oh, this is my guy. Look, they spent early 4th round draft capital. Don't try to talk yourself into the early 4th round draft capital for wide receivers fucking matters, because it really doesn't.
We were talking about the Bears, and I think we talked enough about Rome, at least for the moment. We can definitely get back to it. But what I want to talk about, I think that is kind of crazy that nobody's talking about it at the moment, because everyone wants to talk about who's getting drafted. I'm going to tell you what I think, at least for the first 2 days right now with what we know. Arguably the biggest winner relative to the situation, DeAndre Swift. Ben Johnson's coming over. You're like, it doesn't work with Ben Johnson. He wanted someone else. Like, all these picks, you know what he did? Tight end, wide receiver. He's addressing offense, the offensive line, everything to make the offense better. DeAndre Swift has no one brought in. And at this point, even if they do bring in one, let's say early round 4, like, that's a compliment, right? At best.
Yeah, they're bringing in a 1A, 1B type situation at best.
I mean, nobody wants to talk positively about Swift anymore. This is huge for Swift. Point.
They had the opportunity to completely nuke him, right, with a 3-down skill set back, like a dude that they wanted to carry the load and spend capital on him, right? Other teams did. Other teams went out and spent and got their running back. You know, even the Steelers signaled that they wanted a running back in Caleb Johnson, and the Bears said, "Nah, we're just going to keep passing." And I think now it's becoming apparent, if they do something, which we don't know that they will, but if they do something at the running back position, Adam, it's like this is the 1st and 2nd down guy, and DeAndre Swift's in this 3rd down role that we want, right? So he could have had a complete nuking of his value, and instead we're sitting here going like, yeah, you know, maybe in the 10th, 11th round of a fucking startup, why not DeAndre Swift now?
Well, I mean, think about this, right? Mike, they had pick 10, pick 39, pick 56, and 62, which they traded back to get the extra 2nd there, right? They ended up with 56 and 62.
Let's fucking go.
What do you got?
Rootin'.
Tootin'. All right. Where are you at? This is a pick from Cleveland. Believe it or not, they got this in the part of the Hunter trade. So that's also a little insult to injury somehow.
Yeah.
What do you think? Tootin' here to Jacksonville. Is this is Trevor hasn't been drafted? Is Travis also in trouble?
Travis is
I mean, they didn't pick up his 5th-year option, so he was already in trouble.
Well, yeah. I just mean this is like early round 4, second pick off the board. It's not round 3, but Mike, what is the difference really? Right?
Good enough.
Yeah.
Good enough. Yeah.
I mean, it's great spot.
Great fucking spot, man.
Where does he go now?
Mid-second.
Mid-second? Yeah.
Probably, yeah. I agree.
Mid-second. That's a nice fucking pick for him.
I feel like, wow, Jacksonville's offense, for all that they spend on Travis Hunter to still get Tootin' here, kind of it's interesting for fantasy, obviously a lot more than probably the NFL, but I like the pick. Feels like I'm getting higher and higher on this player. I was getting ready to finally let my guard down, and he's right away, man. Let's go. I know Barry's going crazy. I got him a handful of times. I think it was in the 3rd round, so a little bump. Nothing crazy, though, right?
His skill set really fits that Liam Cohen
offense. For sure. Dude, his skill set, if he hits the high-end range of outcomes, Mike, he's got high potential. He's athletic as shit.
You want to talk about another big winner? Trevor Lawrence's dynasty stock just keeps going up along with Caleb Williams. They're investing a shit ton on the front side of this offense right here. It's going to be fun.
Someone put new Savage tier member, old Savage tier member, new Savage tier member, Michael Fox, Harvey or Tootin'. I think the draft capital still would say to me Harvey pretty easy. Yeah,
I'd still go Harvey.
That's not a knock on Tootin', but the draft capital in the 2nd rounds, you gotta give
round 2 versus round 4 difference there. Pretty big difference there.
For sure, 100%.
To the tune of if you're looking at hit rates, round 2 running backs, 20% within their first 3 years. Hit a top 12 season, an RB1 season. Round 4 running backs, 3%. If you just want to look at floor play, it's 37% for a top 24 season, an RB2 season versus 7%.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of curious with context. I'm going to do a little more digging on running back classes where – something like depth like this, if that plays into the early part. But, Mike, I don't know. It's still round 4. Even though that we might see a wave of them here, it's still round 4. So you might like the talent, but it doesn't mean that we're,
don't get crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't get crazy. Don't push them up over day 2 running backs.
Yeah. Well, definitely don't do that. All right. Whoa, Cam Scatterbo. Let's go.
Good for Tyrone Tracy.
What time is it in Morocco? Where's T-Rock?
How's this affect Cedric Tillman?
Well, what do you think this does to Devin Singletary, Mike?
Who?
Can he go back to Florida Atlantic?
He might. He's probably going to go back to Buffalo to replace James Cook, who wants too much money.
So, Mike, you're not a scam. I like to call him scam at this point. Scam believer.
Cam Scatterbo? Well,
yeah.
I mean, he's going to be in that mid-second to late second of your rookie draft. That's where he's going to end up going.
Yeah.
Did you take Tootin' or Scatterbo?
I'm taking Tootin' personally. I like Tootin' better. I like the offensive fit better for him too. I get the Cam thing, but Tyrone Tracy's good enough in that offense and is already comfortable in it. So, and that's your 3rd down guy for sure. Like Cam can't really secure that role. So at the very least, Tracy's going to be the 3rd down, change of pace back, even if Cam is the grinder, which is fine if Cam's a grinder, but Tootin's got a 3-down skill set to him, the whole thing, and in an offense that would feature that. So I like that one a lot better. I like that landing spot for him.
I was going to ask here because I feel like I felt like we were going to get a potential of a run at the end of round 3. We're getting to the start of round 4. Mike, if the Bears take one here at 109, I still feel like what I said about Swift still remains. But is there a guy that you feel like makes sense there? Because we have Jacksonville obviously just took Tootin, right? New England Martinez, okay, for the Bears.
Yep. There's your
that pairing would be solid too.
There's your David Montgomery.
That's your Thunder and Lightning. I like that.
There's your Thunder and Lightning. Yeah, that'd be a nice pairing for those two. It's a good fit.
Yeah, and was also with Swift. We were assuming. How many mocks did you see Genty or Hampton or they're going to get one of these really high draft capital guys? Swift is going to have a role, and he's not ever going to be. We saw that 1 year in Detroit. He's not someone that you want to have crazy touches to. So probably better for him as well.
Yeah, he needs to be in that change of pace role.
Yep.
That third down guy.
Scatterbro. All right, Mike. So you said Martinez. Can we get a serious run of the running backs here?
Yeah, if you wanted some surprises, right? Like some that would make sense is that Ollie Gordon would be nice in that role. Rocket Sanders would be nice in that role. You're looking at the bigger type guys is what you want. I would think would complement Swift the best and fit that Bears Ben Johnson system. You're looking at those Monty types is what you want.
Sure.
There's some other guys that could do it, right? Like possibly could do Giddens or Devin Neal. They're kind of the hybrid roles.
It's a good one.
You want somebody like that. Neal's got the feet like Monty does, like those quick feet, and his combine was also a little bit disappointing, but
for sure.
I'd love to see him take that compliment right here and fill that role in their offense. I don't want to see Roschon Johnson trying to do that role.
Please no. We unfortunately we've seen it enough times, and
right. Well, we saw it enough last year with Swift being the one who get him all the way down into the red zone, and then Roschon come in and get stuffed 3 times in a row. Like, please get somebody else to do that.
It's because obviously at this point trading is the cost is a lot less. Are there some teams that you think trade into this part to get a running back potentially? Because what starts to happen if they start coming off the board, right? Teams might move in if they have a guy they're looking for. What other teams do you think need running backs?
Well, we know the Raiders took Genty really high, but at some point in this draft, I also see him coming back and trying to get a spell back for him, right? Because I don't think that shit's on the roster. I think they learned that last year. They're all fucking junk. Every one of them. So,
dude, midget,
they still need
this is such a great pool. I texted this to Fizz. I knew he was working early. First thing I woke up, you ain't bigger than the program. That was hilarious.
I would think Minnesota and the Bengals could use a running back.
Yeah,
right.
49ers still could possibly
Niners.
use one too.
Yeah. I think the Saints could definitely take another one to kind of replace Kendre because Kendre is fucking dog shit.
You replace the idea of Kendre for sure. Yep.
What else we got here? Packers could probably use a number 2 running back for sure. A change of pace spell guy for Jacobs, unless they really believe in Marshawn Lloyd, but you have no reason to. They didn't get to see him at all.
Sure.
Emmanuel Wilson and Chris Brooks, who they used a lot last year too.
Exactly.
I mean,
that's why
decent,
they need to replace him.
Yeah.
Well, actually, though, I think that's what you just talked about there, Mike. Though, is where I think right with Tootin and with Scatterbo, those aren't like landing spots where we're like, oh shit, that wasn't good. There's also a scenario where guys you like get drafted here, and it's like, oh man, we have nuked upside, not in a good way, because we're looking at a real, number 1 running back in front of them. Like this last year, it was Braylon Allen, right?
You still got the Commanders with a running back need. We'll see what they do.
That's a good pool, actually. They do. I would be intrigued by that one.
I could also see with Kenny Gainwell moving on, Howie looking for that change of pace guy that he wants. Maybe he loves Will Shipley. Maybe Will Shipley's his guy, but I don't really see that.
The A.J. Dillon disrespect on the Eagles. Come on.
Okay.
Craig Woodson.
Who's Craig Woodson?
The New England Patriots pick. I don't know, actually. I kept repeating the name, hoping help me here, guys.
Somebody would know. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is he related to Charles, or what do we know?
Just keep talking.
Jack Kaiser.
There's a name that somebody knows.
Yeah. Jacksonville, 2 back-to-back picks here, 104 and 107, Tootin and Kaiser. To your point, we got the Raiders picks in. These are flying off the board. What the fuck do I do with DK Metcalf? I don't think you can do much with him, though. I mean, it's Mason Rudolph. You see how mad RC was, Ryan Clark? That was pretty funny.
It's Aaron Rodgers, not Mason Rudolph.
Is that what Fizz is gone with the Shedeur thing? That's what you're going to do now? You're going to pump Aaron Rodgers all day? Is that what I got to hear?
No, God, no.
I'm just kidding. But I bet you're
I
not
couldn't
wrong
do
at
that
the same
to you
point.
guys.
Yes, you could and you would. Don't you?
Not to the extent of Shedeur yesterday and Monday.
Well, I was going to say, Shedeur's still not off the board. We can get to that a little later. I'm kind of curious to see.
I mean, Vegas is up here. I could definitely see Vegas taking it.
Yeah. Vegas right now. What are we thinking of Vegas's team in general, like the NFL side?
I mean, they're doing some things.
Wow.
They're doing some things to kind of surround it. They really hitched their wagon to Geno, for sure. With that contract and then what they've put around him so far. I mean, they've got a couple offensive tackles too, like depth tackles, possibly starters. So you like to see him do that. Genty, adding to that offense that was pretty fucking putrid last year outside of Brock Bowers, and then Jack Besh, a nice pull. Not super sexy, none of it other than Genty's going to be really sexy. And I thought the Darian Porter grab was just perfect for them.
Sneaky,
as soon as he fell into their fucking lap, they just said, hey, let's snatch him up. So I like what the Raiders are doing. It's not going to be the sexiest class, but he started off with a sexy pick in Genty. So
speaking of sexy, I mean, you lost Cameron's back. He lost the sexy helmet. All right, we know that. However, I was trying to reach out to you. I feel like I must have missed you, and I rightfully so. I got some compensatory winnings, if you will, if you're interested. What size shirt, long sleeve, short sleeve are you, Cameron? I'll get you.
I think he said you missed his super chat last night. He said XXL.
XXL? Okay.
Pretty sure.
Cameron, are you in our Discord? We got to get you in touch with me. If not, we'll just email me. We'll get you taken care of.
There we go. All right, I already got the giveaway set up.
By the way, and midget, listen. At that point, what all I could do was live in the moment. The fact that the Browns actually did take Dylan Gabriel still hasn't really become something I want to talk about yet. Okay, so a little bit early. Okay, it's early. Damn it. That happened. We took Dylan Gabriel on day 2, man.
The Raiders just can't help themselves. They just can't fucking help themselves.
Oh, no, Mike. Thornton Jr., Tennessee?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an Al Davis pick if I ever saw one.
Brother, what are we?
Big guy who runs fast.
I guess at least they're trying to get better. It's not round 1, It's not like...
This is definitely for the competition stuff that Pete Carroll likes to do, to watch Trey Tucker and Dante Thornton just race each other every day in practice. Who's the fastest. That's all this is.
EV, you got the Eddie George jersey close by. It's a helmet, but I know it is close by.
I have
never
Eddie
far.
George Buckeyes jersey. I don't have a Titans one.
Well, wait a minute. Why don't you bring both? Speaking of which, shout out to Certified Shit, partner of ours. It's Fanatics. Yeah. We got Marvin Harrison Jr., who you talk about a contract holdout gone wrong, Mike. He ended up, getting a deal with Fanatics a year later after his jersey, I'm sure, is not anywhere near desirable. Saquon, Kelly Green.
Could have sold a hell of a lot more jerseys before.
Dude, the hindsight bias is real. Like, yuck.
Hey, he's like the stock market, man. You win some, you lose some. He just gets in at the wrong time.
Poor guy. It feels like crypto a little more for him with the fall. Pretty rough.
He's a crypto crash.
EV, what jersey you got on, man?
I got on the 2025 NFL MVP, Joe Flacco.
Stop it. Is that really?
Yeah, it's a Joe Flacco Browns jersey.
You know what? I love that, and I respect it because you're like, listen, you won a lot for me, and I'm going to at least rep your jersey. That's a 15 Flacco. Great job.
It is number 15, Joe Flacco.
Bears trade back.
Got it right
Dude.
before the playoff game.
DeAndre Swift. Mike, can we get a little bit of the... You know how many people just have left DeAndre Swift's bandwagon, right?
He survives again.
We're going to get the closet lovers to come back out. Bills room's excited. Mike,
Shedeur going to the Bills. No,
is this right?
Shedeur going to the Bills.
Mitchell Trubisky replacement.
Well, they've been looking for that for a long time. Connor?
I just I caution people to look at the Deontay Thornton pick and really get excited, all right?
It's so
just pointing it out there.
Listen, it's a 4.340 and he's a 6'4", 6'5" guy. I mean, it's just
runs great 9 routes, you know.
And it's Tennessee receiver. Tennessee receivers don't have the greatest track record other than Cedric Tillman.
The pick analysis here by Eric, not our Eric, is pretty indicting. Well, he's a bit of a one-trick pony.
Well, he's a bit of a one-trick pony. Love it. No, he just runs fast, man. Don't get too excited.
We're going to start slow today. We're going to work our way up, okay? We're going to get there. Random, appreciate you. I know y'all aren't trying to start a Swift bandwagon. Swift.
Well, he's getting work. He's getting work. That's about all we can say.
Listen.
Oh, I like that one. Nice pick, Bills.
Deion Walker.
Yep.
The New York Football Jets are on the clock. Pick 110 here.
This dude's a fucking hoss that Buffalo just got. 6'7". Him and Ed Oliver, and then didn't they draft another D tackle too?
Mm-hmm.
Sure did.
Buffalo's loading up on the defensive side of the ball.
That interior is just going to be girthy, man.
This dude's fucking hoss.
They snatched up TJ Sanders in the second round.
That's it, yeah.
They took Raz Freak, Landon Jackson in the third. So you got 3 straight defensive line picks.
Every defense, 4 picks, 4 defense.
Is someone that's 6'7", 331, is that considered big?
That's girthy.
Dude should be in
the trophy
post
fish
for the Cavaliers.
I mean, you've met Eric Armstead in person. That's his size.
No, I know. Well, dude, yeah, it's.
And how big of a man is that?
Well, let me tell you, I would say above average for. I'm 6'4", 220, right? Mike, I'm telling you, I felt like I was being dwarfed. Very rarely does that happen, honest to God. Like, the noticeable like lean up look, and Mike, I watched him. It was at my buddy Steve's wedding. They had in every corner they had like these food stations, right? His wife's a foodie. Mike, I watched him just devour these things by himself, like the entire time, just
you think how many calories he burns on a daily basis,
brother? It just was. There's levels to this shit, and he's a mountain of a man.
I thought there was one time when the Texans were on Hard Knocks and they were following around J.J. Watt, and it was showing him how he like wakes up in the morning, eats this bunch of shit, goes and lifts weights, comes back, eats a bunch more shit, then he has like a sauna session or whatever he does, and then he has a nap, and then he wakes up and he eats a bunch more shit, then he goes to the gym again. And something like at the end of the day or whatever, he was like, I have to eat like 15 or 18,000 calories just to maintain my body. Like that's what I go through in a day. And I'm like, shit.
If you don't, Mike's on a diet right now, so he's pretty in tune with the calories. I don't care if you know the numbers or not. 15,000 is outrageous. Like I'm talking, it's actually you'd have to put in work to get to that number. Like, that is a huge amount, bro. My God.
I think each like Big Mac meal is something like 900 calories, right? So you're looking at 15 or 16 of those.
If you do it in Big Macs, you're like 17 Big Macs.
That's the large fry. That's the large soda, and that's a lot of empty calories in the soda shit still. But think about, could you eat 15 Big Mac meals in a day? No.
Mike, something. If I have a craving, I might go see if I can find Well, I might find a coupon for like a 2 for $6, and I'm like, you know what? I could do 2 Big Macs, and I feel.
Yeah.
I maybe if I got to 3, Mike, I'm in trouble though. I'm out. Like I'm done, right? Now you're telling me I'm at 2,700 calories. Like for those counting.
We good. That's fucking nuts, man. That's a big kid.
That is
big
insane. 15, like you said, 15,000 to 18,000.
I hope we see that Florida kid go too. We could really talk about a big kid then.
Yep, you're not lying. The swamp.
He's a giant, literally.
Well, you know what, Mike? Also, we have Philadelphia's on the clock here. The pick is in for the Jets. I'm not seeing it at least yet. Or the Giants, the Jets. Sorry,
the Jets. The same thing.
Well, the Jets are getting dwarfed by the other football team at the moment. Amsterdam Admirals need a quarterback. I like this blockbuster. Wait, this isn't Buster, is it? Hey guys, Buster here.
Buster.
Giants traded Scat. No. Did they? Maybe I could be off, by the way.
No.
If you go by Fizz Law, anytime a room gets excited is over an offensive player. See, Fizz, this is what love looks like, okay? This is people they got you have impacted in a great way.
Himself. All right. I do got
Speaking of fumbles, Mike.
word.
Oh, okay. Real quick, I just want to say this before you go. Mike, I just brought to my attention, did you know Trevion Henderson didn't have a fumble in college?
No fumble.
I didn't know that until literally yesterday.
Did you know Caleb Johnson didn't have a fumble in college?
I did know that though. That's the crazy part because that was like a known. I thought a known thing about him. I didn't realize Trevion didn't have one. So
that's pretty good. Nice ball security. I'd like to see that.
I knew he had good ball security. I just didn't realize that. But that's crazy. Also, how many times do we have two running back prospects that you like that literally have not fumbled the ball? That's
impressive. Last year, I had to talk people off a cliff because Marshawn Lynch fumbled all the time.
Hey,
opposite.
Maybe what kind of code word do you got? Maybe we got fumble the bag. We give Cameron a little fumble the bag, right?
Free month of WoRP worship here.
Oh,
A little WoRP love.
WoRP is life. Let's go.
And we get to use that new tool that Koopa just put on there.
I actually have a WoRP discussion here. We can get to a graphic I made up.
Definitely.
All right, here we go. She's coming up.
Who?
Dawn Aponte.
Who is she? Arian
God
Smith.
damn it! Another one of these dudes.
Mike, you're praying for a best ball wide receiver with these guys, you know?
Yeah, but another UDFA guy in our fucking drafts now that people are going to spend $8.
I had him a lot higher on my rookie ranks or my wide receiver ranks than a lot of people did. I liked him a lot.
Because of the Georgia thing. Yeah, because of the Georgia thing. Yeah.
He played really this is his first year. He was kind of healthy too, and he actually played pretty good. And it's not just deep balls; he can run in routes and shit like that.
He's an athlete too. He wasn't he sub 4.4?
Justin Fields though.
Oh yeah, he can fucking fly.
Yeah, the fit with Justin Fields doesn't wow me though.
Excited.
So it's yeah.
Listen, it may not be accurate. Fields can sling.
Out of all those pre-NFL draft UDFA wide receivers, he was one of the most interesting ones because he does have a production profile, and played at Georgia and started at Georgia for multiple years.
He's not. What is he 6'1"?
We got an Australian Eagles fan up here. Let's go, man!
All right, here comes Big Gadsden.
Stop it, Eric.
I love Gadsden. He's so good.
Stop. I hate you so much right now.
What is happening?
Oh, yes. Yes.
What?
Oh, okay. That's a great pick.
Yeah, I like that pick a lot,
it's
man.
The Eagles.
Well, it's the Eagles, guys. Come on. Act like you've been here before. Oh, wow.
There's your Milton Williams replacement right there.
And this is fucking killing Iowa.
So the last pick was Georgia, right? The Philadelphia's at this point, that's the embarrassment of riches they have. They got guys waiting in the third string wings. The hell's going on?
They went and got the only good player at Nebraska. Gotta have at least one out there, don't you?
If Nebraska's gonna have a good player, it's gonna be in the trenches, probably, right? The big Ty Robinson guy. Yeah,
the real corn eater, you know.
Well, it's been a long time since Crouch, you know. For those that know,
back in the day.
We're talking, Mike. How much has the college football changed since Crouch?
I mean, Nebraska's won about the same the Dallas Cowboys have in the same time spread. So,
dude, that's
Nebraska,
actually a pretty.
Dallas, both good in the 90s.
That's actually
another good.
That's even worse for Dallas.
Good, Nebraska guy nobody talks about anymore. Remember Amon Green for the Packers?
Yeah, there you go. Mon Green.
He
You
was
know what?
fucking.
Dude, that's actually Fizz. The last time Dallas was good, Nebraska was still considered a powerhouse in college football. That's
The
crazy.
powerhouse, too.
Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy work, Mike. That's such a fucked up way to put it. Like,
I'm surprised more Cowboys fans aren't Cornhusker fans. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same thing. We
AJ
just talk about how good they're going to be every year. They're never that good.
everything's bigger in Texas, man. They're corn fed, you know?
Eric Crouch was a dog. See, I knew Fitz was a closet Cornhusker fan.
Well, here's the thing, right? What I've noticed is, believe it or not, Fizz is always listening, man. He's at work. He's got at least one earbud in. You know, he can't wait to let us know. I hear you. All right, tighten it up. I hear you guys. No, I'm not tightening shit up. 2 days with you. You think I'm done? You think I'm done talking? Got a whole day to talk about whatever I want.
I mean, Wandale Robinson loved Nebraska so much he transferred.
Wow.
Away to Powerhouse, Kentucky. He was like, I got to go to Powerhouse.
He's like,
Kentucky.
I'd rather play at a basketball school. You know.
Get me the fuck out of here. I'm out of here, man. Fuck this.
Okay, so with I lost my. We had a little exciting run of running backs, and it's kind of, you know, we're getting normal picks.
We could get one right here to the Saints.
Yeah, we could. Saints and Niners.
Oh, this code, by the way. Jesus. Tell them Skittles.
Fumble the bag. There we go.
Yeah, we did. Code NFL Draft SH. All one word. NFL Draft SH. If you want a free month of the WoRP tool, there's 10 uses on this code. First 10 to put that in. Lock it up. But NFL Draft SH.
What does the code get you? A free month?
1 free month of the WoRP tool. Perfect.
You guys better run. Like it's when I tell my daughter always says, chase me, daddy. You better run. I'm coming.
And
10 are going to be gone in a hurry.
We're around rookie draft season. We're around startup season. So this is the perfect time, too. Coop got that new tool out there. You can see how shitty your fellow league mates are when it comes to leaving leagues like assholes.
You got shit. You can see exactly how shitty your league mates are. But, I mean, here's the other thing. WoRP is life, Mike. It's warp.life, a quick way to get there. I'll be honest with you. I use it a lot, but I literally have a tab open all the time right now. With drafting leagues in this, I'm just looking at WoRP all the time. All the damn time.
Help me make that decision on the clock right before we went live. Had to. Now,
the crazy part is, you may, if you were just an outsider, you'd be like, there's no. Because he ended up taking his guy. But the WoRP process was the running back position, okay? So at least preface with that.
Hey, man. NFL's worldwide. That's why we're having French.
Wait, what is the deal? The deal is if you use that code, so go to the website, right? Go to warp.life, go to sign up. You put that code in upon checkout, you don't have to pay for the first month. You basically get a free month of WoRP.
Yep. Perfect for your rookie drafts right now.
Yeah, rookie draft. Yeah, like Mike said, rookie drafts. Any of your startups you're going to be doing right after the draft too. Like it's going to help you see, hey, where should I go in this startup? Or hey, which rookie pick should I be focusing on in my draft? What positions are important in my league based on my scoring? So you can do it for all your leagues.
We'll be here for a while. I'm sure the free promo is going to go out soon, but we can do a little WoRP show and tell for you as well. But Flock, I'd be flying over there in a hurry because 10 I don't think will last long.
Nope.
Hey, Nebraska. 10. Hey, Nebraska, put out both Sue and Levante David. Why is it? Are you yelling at me? It's all caps.
Well, we only gave him credit for Eric Crouch and Amon Green, so he's trying to pick it up here. You know, like he's.
Are you randomly from Nebraska?
Defending the Huskers.
Are you randomly from?
Random Bob man from Nebraska. Confirmed Nebraska fan.
Why are French people announcing picks?
NFL, man, it's worldwide.
I mean, we had a chimpanzee announce a pick like 5 or 6 years ago during Mike Mayock's time when he was on NFL Network.
Yeah, the tariffs don't exist in the NFL, guys. Come on. I'll tell you. Good for Toot and good for Scatterbo, but this Dylan Sampson thing, man. I got some milk that's expired here pretty soon. I think that's what I'm getting ready to drink with this Dylan Sampson shares. Starting to feel that way.
Nah, I still like Sampson. I think he's got a shot. To
I do
go in
too.
this
I
round.
just don't like him as much as the 204 to 209 range I was getting him at.
Like I said, like everyone asks, who's your Bucky Irving of this draft, and your Kyron Williams of this draft. The guys that had shitty combines that go later, like Devin Neal fits that for me, and those guys went like 5th round. So as long as 5th round, those guys could still go and still be good.
All right, so hold on. It's Big Chuck says it can't be applied. I'll do a little background check here.
Another big D tackle for the 49ers.
I'm gonna do a I'm gonna see how many uses we got. It could be gone.
0 of 10.
Well, it sounds like a user error then. Mike, you want to run back the code just to make sure he?
Yeah. NFL Draft SH. All one word.
NFL Draft SH. Let's see here. Well, I'm wondering.
Goddamn.
What do you got?
CJ West. Another guy. I have no idea who the hell he is.
He was a pretty solid D tackle prospect. Was maybe a 3rd round pick, but goes in the 4th, so that's about right.
Never watched a whole lot of Indiana football.
No, I think the one time they played Ohio State and then the playoff game, that's probably it.
That's the only 2 times you've seen them?
Yeah.
And they got their ass handed to them both times?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't need to watch them anymore after that. We good.
I mean, shit, I give them credit, though. They Indiana's been good the last couple of years, like out of nowhere. So
yeah.
I need a Red Bull. What am I doing?
They used to be like the Rutgers of the Big Ten and just be always dead last every year.
Oh, actually, I need to go ahead and get something for our fellow friend Cameron Myers too. Nice. What I got in XXL. Yeah, let us know if yeah, okay. Yeah, that's correct. It's Big Chuck.
You can capitalize draft too, and then it'll be perfect. I don't know if that matters.
I was gonna say if you go all caps, it'll be. That would be the way I'd do it. Pick is in 9th pick. The Toronto. What's up, Crow? What's up, Crow? That's messed up, man. That's messed up, you guys. Come on.
The memes are the best part.
All right. Question for you guys, actually.
We also got to help out our guy D-Bro. He probably won't be on the show today. We hope, but he officially gave up his fandom of the New Orleans Saints after Tyler Shuck. So we got to find him a new team.
Honestly, can I tell you? I think the team to join, Mike, is the players in which he tells us on the AMA after the Senior Bowl. This guy, it might be 100%. It's insane right now.
So he's a Raiders fan, right? He's a Jack Besh guy now.
Dude, Mike, I'm telling you, Jaden Higgins he's talking about. The guy damn near goes 1st round. He literally goes insane on this thing. RJ Harvey.
He loved Jalen Noel, so maybe he'd be a Texans fan because he gets 2 of them there.
And then, he dodges the miss there by getting both of them the same team. He got RJ Harvey was the running back he's talking about, Mike. It's insane right now what's going on here.
That was the highlight of me last night on the wind down after, just scrolling through social media and seeing all the Saints fans just lose their fucking mind.
Yeah, that one you posted in Discord was great. That dude went
That was awesome. That was awesome.
There was a couple of them that they had like Saints Twitter spaces, when they're going in there doing it. I don't even want to say anything. I just went in there to listen. It's fucking chaos.
Really, still didn't work. I'm gonna try it here just to see. But so Mike, think about this. The title of the video we're talking about, like, this is the guy that called Puka Nacua. Basically, like, you say something like that, it's like cool, but you're never gonna be able to do anything close again. I mean, of course, all these guys are getting way above what consensus was draft capital. Like, listen, the Saints can be bad, but just lock in these early draft capital things. You should be plus 1,500, plus $2,000.
Yep.
We got a running back off the board.
Oh, whomst?
That would be the
Trevor
Carolina
Etienne.
Panther taking Trevor Etienne.
Well, they got rid of one ETN in the 104 and 114. They bring another one back. Carolina. So they brought in Rico, right? Rico Dowdle with Chuba Hubbard and now Trevor Etienne. What are you thinking here?
This kind of just becomes a really muddied, gross.
Yeah,
backfield
probably.
At this point. Like, this is not.
I kind of don't like
not
it for
great
anyone.
It's not good for anyone. It all sucks.
I'll tell you
all of them.
what really kind of and almost. I mean, they moved on from this whole Jonathan Brooks thing pretty quick, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they just fucking.
They found a way to go another direction in a hurry, man. Shit.
Stop! He's dead already.
I mean, it's crazy.
Poor guy.
Dude, it was this time last year, Mike. Jonathan Brooks going to the moon. Poor kid. I mean, they got ETN in there. We got to get Rico Dowdle. No.
Man, sucks for that Jonathan Brooks kid, too. Like, it really does.
Yeah, it does. It's just insane to think about how quickly things can change in a year.
This shit's over. You re-tear the same ACL a year later.
And there was with his rehab, right? It was taking longer than normal. Like it was a longer.
We thought, yeah.
And then he injures it after that. It's like, oh, dude, that's just brutal for him.
Yep.
Anyway, Trevor Etienne, Mike, his style of play, the way you see fit here with Carolina, I feel like they ran the ball. Robert Hunt is a fucking demon in the trenches.
The crazy part is his style of play is Chuba Hubbard.
I know. That's what I was gonna say. Is like
he's Chuba Hubbard.
They got I don't know, the rookie version, I guess.
And then you got Rico Dowdle, and if you said what's his style of play,
But he's the poor man's of both, you know.
he's Chuba Hubbard.
Right, he's the poor man of both of those guys.
They're solid running backs. They're solid NFL running backs. They're nothing special, but I thought ETN had a little bit more buzz than people were giving him credit for. He was going undrafted sometimes in our pre-NFL rookie drafts, and I'm like, it's a Georgia running back who's got some talent to him. He's getting drafted. This isn't who was the fucking dude last year? Kendall Mitchell or
Milton.
Kendall Milton.
Milton,
Kendall Milton and Dawan Edwards.
Yeah, like he's much better than these guys.
Sure,
much better, right? And then you put that SEC Georgia pedigree on it. Like I thought he was getting drafted in 4th round. That's kind of about right. Like thought he'd be there. I just kind of wish it wasn't
I like this tape
backfield
too.
that was already shit.
I feel like especially at I don't know, call it middle of the 4th round here, because this class is so deep. I feel like obviously it isn't truly day 2 capital, but that's saying something given all the running backs still on the board. In my opinion, you go in at this point.
It's just gonna suck now because if you do, you got to stand for them, right? Like you got to.
But you do. But here's the thing. I think at this point, right? I think you're kind of getting a little bit of a plus version of any running back on a 53, and if something breaks his way, like all of a sudden you can be looking at a gold mine, right?
There you go. Yeah.
Texans moved up here.
Oh, okay.
I think if you treat him more like kind of like
Texas might be going for running back,
like a Tyrone Tracy type at this time last year.
That's
right?
and that's the other thing about
muddled backfield of shit, but he may have an opportunity. We think they just brought in Singletary, right? Like, he's probably not gonna have like a great role or whatever it is. I think that's kind of how you treat him as.
I agree, and I think I was going to do this. I'm glad you jogged my memory on trying to do this, Mike. This exercise. So let's talk about just go down Keep Trade Cut ranks the top, like say 25, 30, and let's see where the DC actually lands and what we think about the player. Okay, so Gibbs, Bijan, Genty, obviously Barkley, crazy early. HN round 3, Hampton 1st round. Bucky Irvin, right? He's the first one that's going to be a to Eric's point, day 4 or day 3, day 4. Breece Hall, Jonathan Taylor again, Kyron Williams. So we got 2 guys in the top 10 on Keep Trade Cut that are day 3. Man, but then you get Chase Brown, right? Running back 17.
He was day 3.
Yep. What did Chuba go day 3?
Yes, he was a 4th rounder,
I thought
believe.
so as well. Yep. Tyrone Tracy. And then the next one is Cam Scatabo. So that's this one. So, I mean, you can definitely hit there, right? Like these guys hit. I don't know what they're. I think those running backs, we all know that they don't have the staying power guaranteed because of their draft capital. But basically, if things do break in your favor, you can definitely ascend pretty high. Where that's with
yeah,
the wide receivers, or any of the wide receivers that we're drafting at this point in round 4, like that's not really in the range of outcomes, I don't think, to be saying confidently, right?
This is why we tell you in the 3rd and 4th rounds, was if you have multiple picks, you're just hammer running backs.
So
like those are the guys that are going to hit.
Just historically, through the lens of WoRP, right? If you combine round 4 and 5 to get a top 24 RB WoRP season out of a running back in their first 3 years drafted in rounds 4 or 5, total is about 12%. If you lower that down to a top 36 and RB3, like they're going to have an RB3 and you probably be able to start them a few games and, put them in a flex maybe every now and then. If you lower it down there, you're about 29% for round 4 and 5 guys. Starts to fall off pretty heavily once you get to round 5. That's kind of why I talked about last night towards the end of the show. Like round 4, round 5 running backs, I'm still pretty easy in on. 6 and 7, it's just a dude. You're just trying to throw him on a roster, right? Any RB on a 53 approach. But these guys still do have some interest, right? And they're going to carry some dynasty value, and you're going to take them. The only downside to like the ETN thing is like you just hope like when a guy like him goes, it's to a situation that's not so muddied, not so gross, right? You're still going to take your shot on him. You just hope there's not somebody out there in your drafts who's like, I'm gung-ho on Trevor Etienne. I'm going to take him in the late 2nd of this rookie draft because that's my guy. Like the Kamani Vidal shit from last year. You saw that rise, and that's the downfall, right? It's not a great hit rate. It's better than any other positions that we have. That's why we tend to look at round 4 and 5 running backs with a little bit of hopium attached to them. And you just pointed out some of the ones that hit and actually become good dynasty assets for years. But as a whole, more of them are probably going to end up like the Trevor Etienne path, where it's like, yeah, he ended up in Carolina with Dottle and Hubbard and never really got a look,
Sure. Oh, yeah, certainly. I mean, it's one of those things, I think, though, where the guys I just mentioned there, that's the, 98% plus range of outcomes, right? That's hitting all. But I think the reality is you could also see windows where they're just as meaningful potentially as some of the players I mentioned there, but they don't have the dynasty value that ever ascends to that point, right? You get spot starts of the same thing, right? You get 4 or 6 weeks maybe.
Hey, another running back off the board.
I feel like we're okay. What do we got? Woody Marks, Mr. Old Woody Marks.
I like it. I like this pick.
I do too. I wasn't sure that Woody Marks was gonna get the draft capital. I kind of sneakily like his game. He's old, man. He's an old head.
He's older, but PPR, this is the guy you want in round 3, man, because this guy could catch 60, 70 balls as just a PPR specialist.
They got Joe Mixon and Woody Marks. Their age is just a number for Houston with running backs,
That's all they got. Yeah. It's not a bad pick for him. So I don't think that really signals any threat to Joe Mixon, though, for his.
I mean, Mixon's it's Mixon until the wheels fall off, I think, right? And then it might be something else.
Which could come sooner rather than later. We hope.
Always can, for sure.
Always can.
Especially because of that position and the nature of the beast, right? It's just, it could be an unfortunate injury. I mean, look at Nick Chubb. I hate to say it, but
another running back in this goddamn fucking Rams, just fucking with all of us.
Jarquez, dude, I got Jarquez, Mike. I got Jarquez in about round 5 every time, buddy. Let's go.
And he's built the fucking same way. He's got the same goddamn game as Kyrie Williams and Blake Corum already have.
Well,
McVay's just fucking trolling us at this point. This is what he's doing every fucking year. He's just going to draft another running back, troll us.
The crazy
and
part,
it's a fucking trade up too.
The crazy part too, was Corum a trade up too?
I believe so.
Yeah. I was almost. Oh my gosh, this guy's a madman. This guy's an actual madman.
All right, I'm not.
Mike's like, hold on, I gotta get some water here. It's too much going on.
I'm not falling into the trap this year. I swear to God, I'm not falling into the trap this year. This is Kyron Williams' fucking job until they tell me it's not Kyron Williams' job.
But Mike, this time it's different. I'm just playing.
It's not different.
Hey, you don't say that.
This is ridiculous. These fucking assholes. Of course they do this to us. And it's not even. At least it wasn't one I was super high on, right? Like they trade up to take, they trade up to take Damian Martinez or Rocket Sanders. I'd be fucking losing my shit. Thank God. At least hit somebody that I was like, okay, he's fine. Like that's okay. Thank God. We're not doing it again this year, Adam. I'm not falling into this trap.
Maybe we can keep you around for a little bit and see if we can change your mind by the end of the. No.
No.
All right.
I
Okay.
refuse. I'm having take lock on this one. I'm sticking to it.
What do you think this does to Ronnie Rivers' value?
I think Ronnie Rivers sneaky buy low now. You know.
To be a what? Walmart manager?
I mean, yeah. That Kurt Warner had to take that path,
this
right?
is a great pick for Atlanta. Great pick.
They're really loading up on that defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, this dude's a really good player. I like it.
Oh, I figured out the I figured out the issue with the code. It was in the way it was an accidental click of. We should be good though. Hold on, let's see. All right, go ahead, guys. Go ahead. I got.
Okay. Yep.
I took care of it.
What'd I do?
NFL draft SH.
So it was basically you had everything right, and then I don't even know if you meant to click it or what happened, but you said exclude subscription products, which basically nullified the.
Whoops.
Yeah. Good news. You didn't get beat to the punch. We still have all 10.
Skittles.
I should change it to Skittles right now. That'd be awesome.
Skittles.
So
next one. We give away that free store item. Anything on the store, I get you a code.
I'll tell you what, we'll make that Skittles.
We'll make that one Skittles.
I like that. Okay.
That?
So there you go. Everyone that was rushing over and you're I got a blue chew for you. Okay, get you right back where you were.
Yeah.
Get yourself a America's Game T-shirt. Be picking up all the ladies.
Dude,
works for me.
Listen, I might have to go up and get that thing. It's pretty sweet.
I got one upstairs. The collar's a little stretched.
I do have to admit, you made a fucking
neck.
badass logo for that, Adam. That thing is sweet. I love that.
I do too. You know what? I'm kind of in the mood. I might have to get a Fizzle video in here at some point, just because, you know.
Might. Why not?
Hey, Fizz, aren't you supposed to be working?
You're supposed to be hungover.
Fizz, I'll tell you, whether I've done my sometimes usual not sleeping or I'm very well rested, Fizz loves to tell me when he's sick of me. Go to sleep, man. Go to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of running backs going that I had ranked a lot lower than some of these other guys. Now we're starting to wonder.
Yeah.
No DJ Giddens yet is kind of disappointing me.
No Damian Martinez.
Yeah, Martinez.
Say his name.
Jordan James.
Say his
Dylan
name.
Sampson.
Thank you, Dylan Sampson. Thank you.
Ollie Gordon, Devin Neal.
Ollie Gordon, Devin Neal. Yep.
I'll tell
Sean
you,
Smith.
I've wanted Ollie Gordon to do well, and I shied
Neil
away.
Mullen.
I had a bad feeling.
Dude, my Isaiah Bond trutherism, that's dead though. He still hasn't gone.
Yeah.
So, this guy here's dead. We'll cross him off.
One of my favorite lines from that movie. That's great.
It's a classic. That, and I don't know. I got a guy on the other line about white walls. I'll have to call you back.
My favorite is I use the meme all the time is when Willie Mays Hayes makes the fucking basket catch. Hey, nice catch. Don't ever fucking do it again.
Yep.
You love that too, that like smokes 6 packs a day kind of voice too that he has. Lou Brown.
Yep.
Nice catch, Hayes. Don't ever fucking do it again. No Luke Lachey either. This is bumming me out, man.
Dude, but listen, it's okay. He just needs a dart throw late, you know? Not a Jackson dart throw. A different type of dart throw.
Hey, Shedeur Sanders hasn't gone yet, guys.
Oh, Eric,
well,
come on.
On a plus note, though, after Luke Lachey gets drafted, every fucking wide receiver or every tight end that I even bothered to rank will be gone. because there wasn't many of them. But all 7 that I was like, I can stomach ranking these guys for rookie
It's
picks
not.
will be gone.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. It's not. It wasn't like something that I really cared that much about, but definitely the amount of tight ends going in the top 50. Absolutely not on my bingo card. Not even close, Mike.
I think one thing that is surprising, not surprising, but there's, I think, at least 3 teams that I know of that have gone all defense so far.
A tight end.
Buffalo, Arizona, and the Bengals have gone all defense so far.
Dude, Buffalo has to be. They got to be miserable in that war room. All defense. No hugs over there at all.
And they're just tired of getting fucking beat by Mahomes every year, so they got to do something.
Yeah, soggy
Good
danger.
pick here by the Titans.
No.
Oh no! You like a helm, a gunner?
I mean, he's a solid player. I don't mind him.
What about Chiggy?
I don't think it affects. I don't think it affects Chig, but it affects like Josh Wiley.
Yeah, can I tell you the amount of I had to fight people, Mike. It felt like it was a physical fight at times on the Chig Love about 2 years ago. Man, it's crazy how far we've come from that point, right?
It takes tight ends 3 or 4 years, so it's about right in that range for Chig. So
you know what? Actually, Edie, to your point, he's probably in a value where it's like, okay, let me go get some Chig. What is his current?
Yeah, I moved
market?
him up. Like I moved him above K. Dotton and Cole Kmet.
He got a quarterback at 101, gunslinger, right? Let's see. All right, where would you guys say? I'm looking at the list, so I don't want to cheat you. Where would you say Chiggy currently is valued on the old KTC Keep Trade Cut rankings? Just the tight end position.
22.
25.
Well, you guys are getting warmer. He's tight end 30, gentlemen.
Okay.
So let me ask you with the names here. 30. Dude, that's perfect for me, Mike. Because you know why? Best ball, Chig, you can be a part of this room for tight end 30. Absolutely, man. Are you kidding?
Yeah, I guess he don't cost shit. David Walker, Central Arkansas. Not a place you see a lot of guys drafted out of.
The Bears.
Oh, they got that purple and white scheme.
Yeah,
too.
yeah, it's nice.
That's fresh.
What you know about the Bears? I used to play with them in the college basketball game back in the day.
Really?
I picked those small schools, random schools.
Right. Well, you remember in those games you had to start. Like, there's the 1 year you had to start
with
a 1 star.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Central Arkansas, whoever. Man.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Mine was always Lipscomb. I don't know.
Lipscomb? Really?
Yeah.
They're in Tennessee, Nashville. Actually,
mine was Morehead State.
Yeah.
I could have went to Morehead State. I just didn't get any head, so I didn't get to go.
He had less head.
They're in Kentucky.
It was either Lipscomb or Campbell.
Campbell's also Campbell's. Yeah. Wow. Lipscomb, the coach I had at Wheeling Jesuit, he was ridiculously good at Lipscomb. Actually. What
about Oral Roberts?
Well,
it's very fun.
We're always looking for some Oral.
It's a fun time,
Roberts.
Not a great graduation rate, I don't think, but you have a lot of fun over there. Is Helm better than Chig? I think for fantasy purposes, I'm still Chig over Helm. What do you guys think? E?
Oh no, Derek, don't do this to me.
I'm still Chig over Helm. Yeah.
What did Derek do?
Don't be surprised.
Oh no.
Don't be surprised. ... If Jarquez Hunter goes full Bucky Irving and Kyron Williams is 2025 Rashad White.
Bro. You know what? Sometimes, Mike, you can tell when a tweet. Sometimes you know what you can tell, Mike? That's a heat check. That's a guy that's so hot he doesn't even know. He's just shooting the ball from 3/4 court, man. Come on, bro. Mike, because it's one of those things though. If you know what happens if he hits it? It's like the Catalina wine mixer. Fuck it, let's give it to him. Do you imagine if you put that tweet out there and that actually happens?
That's crazy.
You can't tell. No one could tell you shit.
I'm gonna continue to heat check myself. We're good. All right, this quarterback thing's working out all right for me. I was ludicrous for having Cam Ward in a clear tier 1 over Shedeur Sanders. How dare I? Mike, look how accurate Shedeur is.
Well, here, okay. So let me ask you right now. For you, Cam Ward, do you have him as the 101 for you in rankings?
Yes.
Okay. talk about it to the people. Maybe at this point we're middle fourth round. We can talk dynasty while the drafts are going. So give us your Cam Ward 101 take.
So there's a close tier, right? There's a close tier, and I see the argument for Genty, and you see the argument for Hampton, and you see the argument for Travis Hunter. In my opinion, those four guys all have a potential case to be taken at 101. Cam Ward, though, quarterback, super flex leagues. You know how I am. I stick with my quarterbacks. He was clearly the best quarterback in this class. The Titans said so when they took him 101. The rest of the NFL said so when they didn't touch a quarterback until pick 25. And another guy that had potential first round, they haven't taken him off the fucking board yet. Now, that's for some other reasons, too, that are built into it. But obviously, they didn't think the talent was good enough to deal with those reasons. Cam Ward has all the traits that you want from a quarterback. Fantastic under pressure. He's accurate enough. He does have some mechanical issues that he does have to correct, but that's more just his style of play and being like there's more Patrick Mahomes to his game than people want to give him credit for. Like, he likes to be that kind of player.
I feel like more recently in the draft process, we started to get the comps there, though.
Yeah, and at times it becomes Caleb Williams bad. Like when Caleb Williams is bad, like that's his style that he wants to do. But the thing that always amazed me about him was just how cool and calm he is and never rushed. He never gets too high. He never gets too low. He is very level-headed the whole entire time. Makes a horrible, bad play, says, all right, next one, and then comes and makes a wow play and has the same reaction to both. But he's got the arm strength. He's got the mobility. One of the craziest things, if you look at his rushing, you're like, oh, it's not that great. Like, he's not a super highly mobile guy. But then you go put on the film, and it's like when he takes off and he decides he wants to move with the football, the fucking guy can move with a really nice frame, like a really nice frame. So you can see a scenario. I don't know if it'll happen. But we've been surprised these last couple of years with, Bo Nix's rushing upside. We've been surprised with actually how much Drake May ran last year. You can see kind of the same scenario with Cam Ward at the NFL level. He gets a little bit more coaching and gets told, hey, here's your first read, here's your second read, your third read, use your athleticism, go get the first down for us. And when he did that at Miami, he looked good doing it. He wasn't slow. He looks athletic enough, and that frame can support it. So he's got a lot of tools already to his game. He's got a few things to clean up. But when you look at upside potential, he's not going to be Jaden Daniels or Jalen Hurts or Josh Allen, like Lamar Jackson. He's not going to be there. But could he be knocking on that door of being Joe Burrow? Yeah, definitely. You can see that kind of upside to his game. Could he be knocking on that door of what Drake May's at, like right now? Yeah, like that's in the realm of possibility. And this offseason, we were having real conversations with Drake May or Patrick Mahomes. That's how high Drake May has gone. So Cam Ward's next in line to be in that conversation.
I guess, one thing I'm curious about, what your opinion is on this, Mike, because you kind of hinted at it with the rushing, where it's like you could see, like for example, I think it was the pro day, right? Yeah, pro day he has 4.72. Like, honestly, I feel like the same scenario with like Penix, where you said and I think I've seen him look athletic at times. My only worry is, like, does he actually ever really want to run, even if it's there? It's like the guy, because he has that rocket, it feels like he wants to extend the play to pass, if that makes sense. Do you feel the same way about the Penix scenario too, where they both might be able to run, but will they actually do it right?
Here's the Penix thing is interesting, though, because Penix never wants to run, ever. Like, when we watched his tape last year, he never wants to run. And even last year when he got in the NFL games, like, I didn't believe the 40 time. Like, maybe he is that athletic. The only time Penix wanted to run when he was a freshman at Indiana way back when. Cam Ward has ran throughout his career. And, like, you put on the film, you'll see times where he would prefer to fire that piss missile down the field. But he also smart enough and savvy enough to know there's 20 yards of open grass here. I'm going to go get 10, get the first down, and then you'll actually see him, like, walk out of bounds. Like, that's how, like, laissez-faire he is about it. I got the first down. I'm just going to walk out. We'll go to the next one. So you actually see him being willing to take off. Like, that becomes a quicker option in his head. Penix is almost scared to run. Like, when he tries to step up, he's not doing anything but just trying to evade the pressure. and then he will just eat a sack even though there's 10 yards of green grass in front. Like, he refuses to fucking run. So a little bit different in that aspect. You do see Cam Ward take off and try to run sometimes.
Gotcha. I was just looking. So let me ask you this, and Eric, I'm curious your take too here. Reel you into this.
Yep.
Where do you let's talk, I guess, range of outcomes for Cam Ward, right? He went 1-1 to Tennessee here. I think obviously we know they have some cleaning up to do on the overall team, but I mean, listen, it's first overall freaking pick, right? What is the range of outcomes for, I think, both? Mike kind of talked about Drake May, right? Like production and dynasty value. Where can his dynasty value kind of get to high end? And then production wise too. What do you guys think for that? Mike, you kind of alluded to Drake May, like I think that'd be the dynasty value because Drake May is a lot of baked the dynasty value. Do you think that's like similar, like 10? And then what about production for him?
I think the production can be top 5-ish in a few years if he hits his 90 to 100% ceiling at him. Like, that's where he could be. Do I know if he's going to get there? Fuck, nobody knows. Nobody knows if he'll actually get there or not. But he can do it. This is also like this isn't a scouting thing too, but the one thing that really stood out for me, and I put it in the draft guide when we talked about it, this kid, every fucking level he's gone to, he's gotten better. And every year he's gotten better. And that shit means something to me. In the day and age, too, where we have a lot of prospects who regress, like who break out as sophomores, and Travion Henderson as a freshman, Ollie Gordon his sophomore year, like these kind of guys who just have these phenomenal years. And then their last year in college is always just well, they were really good 2 years ago. Like, go check that film out. They always have like this little bit of step back and regression. You don't ever have that from Cam Ward. You follow it, unheralded recruit, comes out of nowhere, goes to a small school, nobody knows where the fuck it is.
Incarnate
does
Word?
well enough at that small school. Yeah, well enough at that small school, gets better while he's there, then goes to Division I, does okay at Division I, didn't shit the bed. The following year at Division I, he looks a little bit more comfortable at Washington State. And then he decides, maybe I can enter the NFL draft. They tell him, you're not good enough. You're not going to get the draft capital. You should go back to school. So he goes to Miami to a big-time program with a lot more pressure on him and does nothing but break every goddamn record they ever had, and then puts himself into the 101 conversation all of a sudden, and now has realized being the 101. That's fucking impressive. That is an impressive work ethic. And that video of him and Shedeur is going to stick with me for fucking ever. With Shedeur out there talking about how great he was and how good he is and how generational he is, and you just got Cam Ward sitting there, sweat already running down him, being like, you didn't get better today. I got better today. I showed up and I put in the work, but you didn't do shit. That's the kind of fucking guy I want being the quarterback of my NFL franchise. That's the kind of attitude that I want. And Jesus Christ, that shit's going to bleed over into my fantasy. I just like the kid. I like everything that he brings to it. If he did all this with no fucking talent, different story. But then you see the tape and you see the talent and you see the statistics, and it's like, fuck, why not make the bet on this guy? Why not?
Quick question. Oh, sorry. You want to get? I'm going to have you get this question real quick, Mike, and we're going to give it to E, his take too. Where would Ward go in this 24 class if what we know
right now with what we know, with Cam Ward, I would say right before J.J. McCarthy for me.
Which would quarterback for you? Because I know.
So I would take Jaden, obviously, still. Right?
Caleb.
I think Caleb still goes over him, and I would take Drake May. The next one would be Cam Ward.
Okay, so you can
Cam Ward, Bo Nix, J.J. McCarthy.
I'm just making sure for everyone out there. Okay, so you would have him at quarterback 4 in the 24 class.
Yeah, if we were to combine this whole thing, it'd be Jaden, Caleb Williams, Drake May, Cam Ward. Then me personally, I like J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix because of what he did and what we know now,
and Penix
Michael Penix, and then Jackson Dart would be the last one that I would give a shit about, right? Because of the first round draft capital.
All right, E. Cam Ward, and I posed the question like range of outcomes. What do you think production wise, dynasty value wise, and just
honestly, did you ever play T-ball as a kid, Adam?
I did. I started with T-ball.
So you set up the tee, right? You put the ball on the tee there, and Mike just knocked the fucker out of the park. Because everything Mike said, I agree with, man.
Okay.
So,
well, I will say,
there's not too much to add there.
Typically, I will say I've been doing this thing with Mike for a while. You go after Mike, you leave the chance of nothing left on the tee for you, or even if you could coach pitch.
No,
there's
that's
no
great.
strikes
I
left.
mean, me and Mike are in lockstep on that, and this quarterback coach worked with Joe Burrow, and we've seen what Joe Burrow has done throughout his career, and Cam Ward's got the work ethic to kind of put in the same work. They obviously need more weapons around him, so they're going to be getting him more weapons today and in future years. Like, it's not going to be perfect year one, but he's got the best damn offensive line coach in the league. We saw that from him being in Cleveland the last couple of years before going last year. They got Calvin Ridley. They got Dante Thornton now. Hell yeah. They got Gunnar Helm. So they're getting them weapons, man. Like, they're getting them some guys there that can play. I think he's got two really good running backs still in Pollard and Spears. Offensive line is definitely improving as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's not going to be perfect year one. Like, I think I have him quarterback 12 in my dynasty rankings right now.
Okay,
And
so you're ahead of consensus for sure. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely moving up. Like, I think I had him I have him at 13 now. I had C.J. Stroud below him after day one, but then Texans just added all this firepower and offensive line help for C.J. Stroud. So I moved Stroud back ahead of Ward, but it's pretty close. And then I also moved Baker Mayfield above him because Baker Mayfield's got a great situation. So I definitely think Cam Ward, after in a year or two, he could definitely hop into the top 10.
And then for you, is Cam Ward 101 for you?
No, I would take Ashton Genty then Cam Ward, but it also just depends on the WoRP for the league. Like, if it's a higher quarterback league over running backs, I'm going to take Cam Ward. If it's running backs are king, I'm going to take Ashton Genty. So it really just depends on your league and your settings. So hopefully you got that free WoRP tool to check it out.
And speaking of which, Big Chuck, I'm going to pull up an old Mind Warp video to promo just to give you a little hype. And we're getting ready to do another one. Mike, myself, and Koopa. I'll even do a little walkthrough at some point. But listen, I got Alan comes in the nick of time. I'm getting ready to talk, about the situation, and we got to get a guy that's just the guy. He's in the green room, but we're gonna switch this up here. All right. Bear with me on this now. All right. This wasn't planned.
It's like face swap.
Holy shit. What the hell's going on? Is that Alan?
You hear me? Adam you've ever seen for a minute.
What's Ladies and gentlemen, this is the singular, the guy. That tongue makes me real excited to get crazy early,
Yes. Look at this crew right here. Look at this.
You knew that about me. You always knew I liked it better in the day. Yeah, oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Listen, Fizz, can I tell you something that happened yesterday? I found out that Fizz is taking screenshots of Mike lately and showing it to his wife. Like, look at this guy. What a hunk. Like,
oh, really? I thought you were going to say Fizz was taking screenshots and then masturbating to them or something. I didn't know what you were
going to say. I don't know that he might be. He didn't say
what
that, but what's going on, man?
I don't know Fizz that well. I don't know what he's into.
Well, for sure.
What's going on?
I like that. What's up, Eric? Try to sneak that in during this casual conversation.
Well, he knows I'm focused here because the Browns are up, and I'm waiting to see how the Browns fuck this one up.
Cal McCord.
You don't like the Browns draft so far, Eric?
Oh no, don't.
It's been up and down. A couple okay
Judkins?
picks, a couple.
Wait, where was the up?
Like, what the fucks? Yeah, Judkins I love.
Okay, that's fine.
Judkins was a nice pick for him. Come on, let's not shit on him all over. Mason Graham's real solid. And they got that hell of a trade back, and then they just fucked up the back part of this draft.
I don't have any problem with the player. I don't know. Defensive tackle at 5 to me is rarely a pick that is gonna.
Dude, we sent some guys boots on the ground at the draft, and they did like fan reactions, and the number one most common fan reaction from the Browns fans, we put out a video on social, you could see it, was why the hell? Well, you got your picking? What'd they take?
It's a Browns pick, I can tell you that.
God,
it's a running back.
Damn, Jerome Ford, fucking right in the casket.
You see, Alan. Now you get a visual of what happens, right? Dylan Sampson, a guy I took a bunch of dart shots on.
People like
not even dart shots, actually pretty early shot on, and he gets drafted with Quinshon to the Browns. Why?
But that's not a bad thing. Look, Quinshon was good
What?
when he had Henderson with him.
Listen, Alan, tell me lies, sweet little lies, but don't do that to me. Come on.
What are you worried about?
How's that a good thing?
Because didn't Quinshon produce well when he had Travion Henderson sitting next to him?
Yeah. Yes. Well,
And Zach Evans.
define he at the school that had what was it? 7 players in the top 45. I think I heard. Yes. Like this is the Browns we're going to. I don't know if they have enough to support one guy at the moment.
If Quinshon Judkins gets 15, 16 touches a game, you're going to be very happy to take him in the 4th round of redraft, 3rd round of redraft.
Oh, this has nothing
Quinshon.
to do with
No. I think Quinshon's going to. I think
right.
Quinshon will be fine. I'm saying, how does Sampson also eat in this situation?
He's got to first beat out Jerome Ford, right?
So
Can I tell you what? Allen is bringing Jerome Ford back into the mix, and this is why sometimes we need to bring someone in, because Jerome Ford came in day 1 when Maddie was. Someone was talking to Jerome Ford. Was it you, Eric? Maddie? I forget who, but
So I'm
Somebody.
I'm laughing at this too, because this is the most ironic thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Adam is a big Dylan Sampson guy, like big, and I'm not. He's a big Dylan Sampson guy. So here in the 4th round, he's definitely hoping, with all these pre-NFL draft shares that he has, that Dylan Sampson goes to a team where he has a meaningful role, and he's got an opportunity to have a very meaningful role for fantasy, right, for it to pay off. It just happens to go to his favorite team, who's made questionable decisions all the time, to the same team that just took a workhorse running back at the top part of the fucking draft. So it's like
he'll be a good
right
NFL. He's a good NFL fit for the Browns, I'm sure, in round 4. He's a terrible NFL fit for my dynasty teams.
Got a wide receiver.
Jalen Lane.
A popular narrative in this draft was that teams are going to double tap the position. I mean, this should not surprise you, right?
No,
Yeah.
well, again, it's to your point. The logical, the Alan Soslowski bringing us in and reining us in. Of course, there shouldn't be a surprise even if a team takes a running back in round 2 early and round 4 at this point. It is heavy investment, but that's not crazy relative to the running back position. I think it makes sense to have multiple backs. It's just when you're hoping Dylan Sampson could potentially carve out a nice little Bucky Irving scenario, that just kind of got long kicked out of the way. There's no way of that happening.
My mother used to tell me, lower your expectations and you'll never be disappointed.
Life is all about expectations. Well, you know what? That's a good segue, because I think it's a perfect time to let's talk about expectations, right? I'm curious your thoughts on this, Alan. We were kind of having a conversation with Mike and Eric. We're talking about Cam Ward. So for you, what are your expectations for Cam Ward? Like if you're talking range of outcomes, right? Production and also dynasty value for Cam Ward, like, high end range of outcomes, and then maybe not necessarily all the low end, but where's the more of the floor for you?
Yeah, I mean, let's look at other number 1 overall picks that were good, not great. Jared Goff comes to mind, right? Is that a reasonable expectation that he's Jared Goff? So when the conditions around him are bad, he won't be good. And when the conditions around him are good, he'll be very viable. So QB 13 in his good years, QB 11, and in his bad years, QB 19.
Okay,
For 3 years, 3 years guaranteed.
And I think, I would agree. He's going to have, I would say 3 years guaranteed too, at least. Right now, I think.
Good receiver, yeah.
Right now, he's what? Let's see.
On keep trade cut, he's 19.
19? Okay, yeah. I mean, I think he's got room to grow from that too.
He moved up to 16 since yesterday.
16 now. I mean, that makes sense with number 1 overall pick. So okay, was that production for you though? Like you said, like quarterback 1, basically top 12, right?
I mean, if it's 16 to 19 points a game, right? I mean, that's quarterback 13-ish, 15-ish, right? That's a super flex quarterback. That's probably not drafted in your normal redraft league.
No, for his rookie season, single quarterback, I don't think he's going to get drafted. Maybe maybe later in the draft, but no. Yeah, right. I would agree.
He'll have a couple of long passes and get picked up. I mean, I think the expectations are low, right? It's basically Caleb Williams from last year. Like he'll have start slow. People say he's a bust. He'll have a couple good games. People will pick him up. That's what rookie quarterbacks are at the 101.
Fair. What do you guys so then, like high end range of outcomes? Him to be a top 12, top 10 finisher. I think that would be a scenario for sure we could all see. Do you guys think top 5 finishers production for him at all? Possibly.
Baker did it, right? Mike Baker did it.
Yeah, like I'd say in the first 3 years, let's call it, like in the dynasty window, right? We play in 2 to 3 years, right?
I'm not gonna discount. Yeah, I mean the first 3 years, that's a long time, right? And we don't know what else they're gonna do to this offense and what they bring in for receiver options. And you could make this he's got that in his range of outcomes. Eric hit on a couple points too. Like if you want to play style comp or like just kind of a basic. Like he's a little bit flashier Joe Burrow, and flashier in the sense on the field. Like the arm talent is more. But you want to talk about that style comp where Joe Burrow's got the mobility too, but he's a really good quarterback at getting the ball to his guys, and he's got the arm enough to push it downfield. Cam Ward's a little bit better in some of those aspects and a little bit worse in some of the other ones that matter, maybe in the accuracy and the mechanics. Burrow was very, very consistent in his, but you want to talk about that comp, right? The guy who was part of a lot of those Bengals offenses that Burrow experienced top 5 upside in. You could see Cam getting there, but he's going to have to get the weapons and the shit around him in order to get to that point. But you give me 3 years, I'm willing to make that bet, and that's why I'm taking him at the 101, that he'll get there in 3 years. I think in year 1, best case scenario upside, Bo Nix-like season in Tennessee. Like that kind of rushing ability, you see it, and then enough through the passing game to kind of finish as that back end QB1. That'd be really nice. That'd be a really nice range of outcomes from him in year 1.
What about the floor? Realistic floor. Like let's say he doesn't hit the high end range of outcomes, like he's hitting
struggles. Like a rookie quarterback.
Not necessarily like I'm not talking the floor falls out, but like more of a floor, realistic floor though.
Geno Smith.
Ooh.
Good, not great. 16 points a game, 180 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think, Mike, honestly?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of somebody who ran the ball a little bit more, right, than Geno. Because I think at the bare minimum in his rookie year, he's probably going to be around that 350 mark.
Bad Russell Wilson? Early on, bad Russell Wilson? Like game manager Russell Wilson? He ran a little bit.
How about from 2 years ago, Russ in Denver, kind of where he was at. Russ was cooking at that back end QB1. It wasn't spectacular. There were some struggles, but there was still enough mobility in his game then too, where he would take off and get a first down or two. And I think that back end QB1 to like QB 18, let's say it, is probably like a down season or a struggled, went through some ups and some downs for him.
Damn.
That's probably like a realistic outcome.
So you're thinking like floor, if he has a somewhat disappointing or mid-season, he's still a quarterback 1 probably?
Yeah. I mean, even in that offense, Mason Rudolph was dog shit and Will Levis was dog shit, but you saw those guys have games last year in that Tennessee offense with basically the same cast of weapons.
Who would you guys rather have, Bryce or Cam Ward in Dynasty?
Cam Ward. Bryce is already the value insulation that Bryce had. I think Bryce is actually a good example, honestly.
At one point, yeah.
Bryce is, if you talk about the floor, I mean, nobody in their right mind saw Bryce Young having. I mean, Mike and I couldn't believe it. I'm sure just like you, Alan. But when they benched him at that time, huh? Now, granted, it took a lot of poor play from him to get there, but
and also the CJ Stroud thing added to his benching, right? It kept getting worse. The narrative was like, how could you pass on Stroud? For
that organization at that point was just like you couldn't do anything worse. It felt like. And actually, Mike, what do you think? Bryce Young or Cam Ward as a prospect? I probably lean Cam a little bit, but Bryce Young was highly touted, honestly.
I'm on Cam and not trying to do recency bias too, but there was a lot more questions about Bryce. Obviously, that size was going to be a big one for you and how he'd hold up at the NFL level than what Cam is. Cam's built like a prototypical quarterback.
How about
6'3", 220,
Just dynasty asset, though. Forget prospect. Like, which one you think that 3 years from now...
Well, dynasty value right now in 3 years? Well, that the dynasty value especially, right? Cam Ward at least has the allure, whatever you think of him, right? If he plays well, even if it's for a small window, 3-4 weeks, like his value, you can see it spike up just off of that. Where Bryce Young, I feel like at this point has the allure factors wore off. Like at this point, we're happy that he did well in the second half of the season and kind of has a chance to keep the job at the moment. Like that's his upside just won't ever hit. I think we don't ever have that upside play with Bryce Young at this point to get to Drake May level, like to Mike's point. I think there's some upside with Cam, but I'm not there with Bryce right now.
So this is kind of going to be a problem for multiple prospects, right? When we talk about them, the one thing Adam's hitting on with Cam Ward for me is we haven't seen him fail yet, and a lot of these other guys we've seen them fail, and they've bounced back, right? And they've recovered value like Bryce Young, but you're going to run in kind of the same issues with Jordan Love. You're going to run in kind of the same issues with CJ Stroud now that you've seen him not have a great season. Right? Like you get that little bit of chink in your armor, you can recover from it, but there's always going to be that in the back of people's minds that, hey, we saw you fail. Like you're maybe one more shitty season away from now the team's thinking about doing something different with you, right? Cam starts from a clean slate and we haven't seen him fail yet. So he's going to have that more allure and like, oh, we don't really know. Like he could just be awesome right out of the gate. But as soon as you have a season on your resume where you took a shit, it takes a lot more seasons after that of being completely solid and no issues for people to fully re-embrace you again and come back on board.
Hey guys, did you tweet out the day 3 stream? I was going to tweet it from RotoWire's account. It looks like you did, but it stopped at 17 minutes. Does that make any sense to you?
Oh no.
The X cut out? Is that what we're hearing?
So it says right here, I'm on the South Harmon account and it says 25 day 3 and it just stops at 17:54. It's like so if you want to do it, I was going to push it out to RotoWire account's got like 50,000 followers, so I was wanting to help get this thing going here.
Well, I can tell you this. I appreciate that. I appreciate your want and vigor, but if it's cut out, we could restart the stream, or let me check. I didn't even see that it said cut out.
It looks like it's going on YouTube, but I'm not seeing it on X. Because that's, again, there's a lot of people just scrolling, and then they see like 3 hot bastards like us, and they just stop and they click on it, you know?
Yeah.
No, it's just a different audience. I'm convinced YouTube and Twitter is like, there's crossover.
I don't disagree. I just what do you think? You want to restart the stream, Mike?
That's dangerous business.
I just keep it running.
I'm with you. Because it looks like if it's not, I can't during the stream like re-hit, I can't add a new one in.
You seeing what I'm seeing though?
As far as
Did it cut out at 17 minutes?
Yeah, it's cooked on X.
That's unfortunate. Day 3 is
it passed out faster than Fizzle last night.
That's crazy. We now are really down to truly 3. Even the X streams are going out on us. Actually 4 with YouTube. That sucks.
All right, but so you're seeing what I'm seeing.
If Mike is, I mean he is. I wasn't looking at the X, but okay.
All right.
Confirmed dead body of the X stream. So what I guess let me ask you, Alan, for you, same. Mm-hmm. I think the floor for Cam Ward is a lot lower than quarterback 12 in his first few seasons. Yeah. Where do you have it?
I kind of alluded to it before, right? Like QB 19, right? Like his dynasty. You know what? My wife's knocking at the door. Hang on 1 second. Let me.
Oh, come on!
Sorry about this.
Busted.
She's like, don't you talk quarterback 19? No, Alan. There's people listening.
Dude.
What do you got?
And Eagles added another Alabama guy. Imagine that. Malachi Moore, safety.
Okay.
Go Bird.
DB says, DB's not. DB, one of these days you're going to stream with us, okay? DB just puts his love or hate in the chat. He says Titans are a shit organization. Everyone hates it. But go ahead. Did you get busted? What happened at the door?
No.
That was a quick interaction exchange.
I locked her out. I accidentally locked her out of the house. Accidentally.
We should.
I thought what I first took that as is like you just said, "Hey, I'm busy," and just closed the door and locked it. Okay, now I get it.
No, I locked her out of the house accidentally.
Got it.
But QB 19, right? Like similar to what we saw Caleb Williams last year. Like like picked up, dropped, holding dynasty value. He will not outproduce the dusty vets like the Staffords and Genos, but he's going to maintain value. The 101 is is a very special type of insulation, right? I mean, Bryce Young, people were in his worst days were paying first round picks for him. I remember on the South Harmon podcast, Mike told me pay 107 for Bryce Young at his worst. He was right. But, that his value, has spiked again. So 101 value will always be there, but I can't see him out. In fact, you saw it say his floor. I think it's likely that he's QB 17, QB 30, 19 with the lack of weapons.
Rookie season, but Mike was talking to first 3 years, let's call it. So give him a little bit of rookie time. First 3 years, you think that's still what you might project?
First 3 years, it's hard to see the Titans. I guess they can add weapons. It's like an eternity away, but Baker Mayfield's the upside, right? You guys goofed on me for taking Baker last year at QB 6 or 7. And I got lucky. He got a QB5 season, QB3, whatever he was. But that's the upside, right? He's a 101. He's, not Baker wasn't thought of as this amazing prospect. People liked him.
Yeah.
But, that's it. He can get up there if he's really good. But it seems like the narrative on you guys look at this stuff way deeper than I do. But the narrative on him is that he's not the best player in the draft. He's the best quarterback in the draft. And what was the dude, Sam Bradford, right? That happened that year. He was just the best quarterback in the draft. He wasn't the best player in the draft. And that guy gets the 101 treatment.
Yeah, I think range of outcomes is obviously wide with anybody, even draft capital or not. I guess one thing curious now, Mike and you, Alan, Eric, hopefully. We're talking about
what happened to Eric, by the way.
Well, I was going to say his videos here. He might be. Listen, it's a long stream, multiple days, so we don't judge. Where are you guys at though? So keeping the same conversation here. Genty, let's go to Genty then. Right? What do you think about him? Range of outcomes, production, dynasty value. Playing the dynasty window, trying to do shorter windows, 2-3 years. Right? Same as Cam Ward.
Too big to fail, right, Mike? Too big to fail. With Genty? Oh, mute. He's muted.
Oh, I was like, wait.
The hit rates on round one running backs are just so fucking good, right? Just to separate yourself from the situation and how you feel about them. Running back taken in round one, the hit rates on them are phenomenal. Now, how fast he may fizzle out or flame out or whatever, that's typical running back, right? Here today, gone tomorrow. That shit happens all the time with some of these guys, but too big to fail at this point. So if you're taking Genty, that's the safest pick you could possibly make, which is why I understand when people take him 101.
101, okay.
Yeah. Floor is Josh Jacobs, Jonathan Taylor for him, right? That's his first 3 years.
Well,
Josh Jacobs, another first-round running back that wasn't super exciting, wasn't anything generational, but the volume is going to be there. Same fucking team, same franchise ends up taking this guy too. That's your floor for Genty. Really
you said Jacobs?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jacobs, Jonathan Taylor, that's his floor.
What do you think, E? Are you I'm asking E what he thinks, he's been privy to the conversation. We're talking Ashton Genty, range of outcomes, production, and dynasty value for Genty. They're both saying, too big to fail, basically. What are you thinking?
Yeah, pretty much. I have him third overall in dynasty as of today.
Running back.
So he's already
the
running back. Yeah, number 3.
And that's, I think, consensus.
Behind Gibbs and Bijan.
Yeah. One thing I actually was just kind of going over this, just thought process for myself, and so I did the first round thing, and DB. I'm going to give a shout out to DB. He put us onto this with the wide receivers per se. When you're looking at hit rates for wide receivers, and then you're talking top 10 versus first round wide receiver, right? And they changed more recently. Same thing at running back. I was kind of thinking this with first round, and because you got Hampton too, right? And then what's top 10? So
interesting pick here.
What do you got?
Jalen Royals.
Jalen Royals comes off the board finally
to the Chiefs.
133.
So
Jalen Royals. Wow.
Do you think you take him at the 111, 112 now, Mike? Jalen Royals?
No, I do not. But this will be one of those ones where I break my long-standing rule of I don't fucking like any guys, wide receivers drafted in the 4th round. They're all dead to me. Jalen Royals, I love the prospect too much. I love the tape of him. And I'm going to end up taking him probably higher than I should.
Which one of the KC receivers is he most similar to?
Rashee Rice.
That makes sense then, right? given his missed time and
You know what that could
potential.
be like? That could be like when they tried to replace Tyreek Hill once. You remember that?
Jalen Royals'
Skype.
game to me is that of similar to a Jamar Chase. Very similar to what Jamar Chase does, right? That type of receiver where you want to get him involved in the short to intermediate game, right? Because he's so fucking good after the catch. He's built like a running back, but he's also got that separation ability down the field on deeper routes to be a threat down there, which opens up his underneath game. Rashee Rice is a lot of underneath stuff, not a lot of deep down the field stuff. So if they're going to use Jalen Royals in a role, which could potentially be because they're worried about Rashee Rice's whole situation that got pushed off to this year, they wanted to be able to fill that role on their offense and not force Xavier Worthy to do it like they did last year. So I'm not saying it's a direct replacement for Rashee Rice, but it feels like they're preparing themselves potentially so they don't have to alter their offense like they did last year, which was fucking abysmal. When they tried to make Xavier Worthy into that Rashee Rice role, you saw how that went for him. It didn't go very well. And then towards the end of the season, when they used Xavier Worthy how they were supposed to, you saw him explode. So I think this is just supposed to set themselves up to have this seamless transition. But I like the opportunity for him if that's the role that they have defined for him and Rashee Rice does miss time or there's some uncertainty about a situation, Royals will get an opportunity. And this is why I'm willing to, kind of break my process of fuck all these guys. This would be the one dude that I push the button on probably in the third round that I go, I'm probably going to brick this pick, right? Analytics say this is a bad choice by me, but fuck it. I'm going to do victory laps if it pays off.
What round does he go in our rookie drafts, guys?
I think he'll
Fourth,
probably go
third?
4, but if you want to get him 3,
I think
So
just
three-
the Kansas City situation, he's going in the third.
Yep.
Right. Like 308, 310, Eric, something like that.
Somewhere in there. Yeah.
Have you guys mocked yet? Have you done like a proper mock yet? With knowing what we know?
no, of course not. We have to wait for you for that. Come on, don't
yeah,
be silly.
like,
We're
I'm
going to
ready.
get to that. Well, we got a little ways to go because listen, Jalen Royals happens a couple more times. All bets are off. We have to redo the whole thing. I mean,
Can we start
Yeah.
with a two-rounder? A two-rounder, man?
I
I'm
see.
just-
We got to get you conditioned in. All right.
Yes. Well, I'm just curious
Yeah,
how
get
you
warmed
guys
up.
are thinking about this because I have not, I've been watching what you've been saying, but like I have a definite way I think this should go, but I don't want to be shocked when I go into my rookie drafts. You know what I'm saying? I want to know you guys influence a lot of dynasty players, so I want to know how you guys are thinking so I
Yeah.
can be prepared when the slot machine starts
We
going.
can definitely we can definitely run another. We did a 2 round last night, but we can do another one with you for sure. I had no problem with that. I was just gonna
It could be
say
a lightning round thing, you
yeah.
know, like a quick.
what I was talking about Genty there in the top 10 versus first round, and I just went through and checked just to see if there was much there because Hampton I'm really bullish on, but 22 right versus 10, Genty at 6. So check this. This is what I'm looking at. I'm using WoRP, right? WoRP is life. Got a little show and tell here for you. So check this, right? This is Ashton Genty. This is
I'm laughing at that graphic. It's amazing.
This whole thing. I worked this up this morning. Well,
Very nice.
so what you're looking at here, right? This is the top 10 picks at the running back position since 2014, I think it was, last 10 or 11 years, right? Gurley, Zeke, Fournette, McCaffrey, Barkley, Bijan. Gibbs actually, while awesome, was 12, doesn't make the list, right? And what you're looking at is the WoRP, their WoRP in the seasons. Basically, I'm looking in the window of their rookie contract, right? We went a little further for the sake of Barkley and McCaffrey, but I guess this is what I honestly hadn't really thought this out all the way and kind of just started going through these players and is like, okay, this is the WoRP, right? And for Gurley, that would have been, Mike, what was that? Wasn't that Jeff Fisher, his first year, 2015, right?
Yeah.
He started kind of slow. He was coming off the knee injury, but finished RB6. And what you're seeing in the parentheses, right, that is their WoRP actual finish, and this is in a lineup, Dynasty 12 team, Superflex, start 10 players. So 1.09 WoRP, RB6. What you see in white is basically not a top 12 WoRP finish. And the crazy part to me is like when you talk about WoRP, if you're getting 2 wins over replacement, right, I don't care what the format really is, you're talking breaking your league pretty much. And we got multiple seasons here. Gurley, if you look, 3.02, 2.59. Zeke, top 10 his first 5 years. Fournette, the crazy one is Fournette would obviously be the worst example, right? The worst of the bunch. He had 2 seasons which were pretty poor, but even after going to Tampa, not finishing his rookie contract, RB5, 1.81 WoRP in his season there. Brady there. But the red asterisks, right, basically symbolized the guy didn't even play. It was 12 games I put as the floor. So really what you're looking at here, in my opinion, is like if a running back that's drafted this highly plays this full season, doesn't get hurt, which we're not going to project injuries, you're going to get a top 12 season in WoRP pretty much at the floor. Bijan didn't deliver expectations, RB13, and then RB2 last year. To me, the floor and the ceiling are break your league and still be pretty damn good, even if it's like not going well. So for me, I'm just doing homework on the situation. Am I being too bullish, or what's the situation with this top 6 pick? It's happened so infrequently. You look at this, it's like I can't even. I kind of can't get myself to think about not taking Genty at 101. And I'm not saying you can't, you don't have to, but for me, it was like putting the stats together was like, okay, really eye-opening for me. It would just not be something I would be willing to shoot a shot on anyone else in the class personally. But that's WoRP. Speaking of WoRP, we'll have to show you how that works on a graph one day.
Were you wearing the WoRP is Life shirt the other day? I think
we were all WoRP. We all wore it. Yeah, absolutely, man. We're all WoRP guys here. You know?
Yeah. But by the way, a little bit inside baseball behind the curtain. Adam helped me out. You helped me out with that sound stuff. You worked with me for 2 days. It's like you fixed it. Like I don't even know. Like
you're good?
I consider myself pretty good with the sound stuff. This was like the Fly episode in Breaking Bad, right?
Let's go.
I was breaking shit to try to figure it out, but you fixed it. I have to say that thing that you told me to buy, the Cali Digit.
It's working out well?
Oh, my life is different.
Good.
It's different.
In a good way, right? I hope. Well,
yes.
your wife was already knocking at the door, so I'm just making sure.
I locked her out accidentally.
I was actually up at E's place recently, checking him out, getting him set up at his spot as well. So let's go. Stream's going well.
You got a new place, Eric? A new setup? Is that what's going on?
No, just playing with the internet a little bit, Wi-Fi and all that good stuff.
What? Plug it in?
Plug it in. Yeah, we got the Ethernet plug in. Yep.
Quick question. I'm just, if you don't mind going around the room real quick, what is the player that you're most pumped about? Now, obviously, Genty. Okay, we know that, but
sure, yeah.
Of just it's like who for me? It's like I did not want to draft Tet. Now I'm interested. That would be like something like around the room. Who are you most excited about?
Well, why don't you? Hey, lead by example. Tell me about your Tet love. Come on, and then we'll go.
Well,
we can all do one.
I was getting the Keel Harry vibes from Tet. And again, I don't grind the film like you guys. It's just like there was just enough negativity and about I followed the narrative a little bit, and it just didn't seem like he was the typical push you out of the way to to become the alpha. But I don't know, man. First of all, the guy looks like he's about 60 years old, right? Which when he got there, I'm in now that I got in on Ted a little bit, and he gets the top 10 draft capital.
Dude, eight is hard to ignore, man. I mean, I don't care if you like him or not.
I know Mike's excited about this pick that just happened.
What now?
He's all in.
He's finally got a quarterback now.
He's got a quarterback.
I
like Emanor.
Oh wow,
excited about Emanor going to Tennessee? I guess that's. I mean, I know people liked him, but man, this is.
That Stanford offense was fucking brutal.
I mean, the depth chart fucking sucks, so he's got a shot.
Yep, he's gonna have some opportunity. I think this also says a shit ton. Like they're in round 4, they're looking for a wide receiver. They don't get Xavier Restrepo for the locker room thing. Restrepo's ass.
And they also took. Didn't they take another receiver already?
I don't know if they did or not. I don't think they did.
I don't think so, actually. I
could
be wrong.
DK at the first pick of the day.
Oh, you're right.
So explain this to me, guys. This was a compensatory pick. How does that even come about, right? Like it says that it was Baltimore to Tennessee compensatory pick. Did they lose somebody in free agency? Is that how it works?
typically that's one of the ways you get it. But
Baltimore had a compensatory pick for losing somebody in free agency. Tennessee traded for this pick.
Yep.
Okay. That stuff is hard to follow. I mean, I get the concept, but it's hard to follow.
Well, speaking of, I'm trying to follow. I got the start. You just gave me the tip, though, Alan. What thing? You know?
Oh yeah. No. So again, it's the draft capital. Like the draft capital is the final cake that comes out of the oven, right? All this other stuff, like, are the ingredients, and you hear it completely. Like Mike will love a guy, someone else will hate a guy, but when the cake comes baked, that's what the draft capital is. So I will default and defer to draft capital. For better, for worse, you're going to mostly be right more than you're wrong. So, I mean, that was someone that, I was buying into the loud voices. They're saying Tet's going to be a second-round pick.
I see. So him checking and making sure you're solidifying that top 10 made you feel warm and fuzzy. Yeah, that makes sense. E, what about you?
Steve Canales' offense still good. Bryce Young, we showed promise. He's a player that I wouldn't mind taking with 105, but it sounds like if I'm going to draft with you guys, he's going to go earlier than that.
That's about where we have him, right, Mike? 105? Yeah.
He's pretty solidly locked into 105 for me. I mean, the only time I change that is if wide receiver WoRP is that much better than running backs. Like, we don't give a shit about running backs in this league. Then I'm not really considering Hampton at all. Genty I still consider just because of the trade value and how people are so fervorish on him. But I might take Ted at like 104 would be the earliest, but 99% of my leagues he's going to be a 105 kind of lock guy.
E, for you, is guy you get most excited about in Dynasty right now and with what we know. I mean, we're going into round 5 here.
I would say, a lot of these guys are obvious, but I would say the one that I think I'm the most excited on compared to everybody else is Colston Loveland.
Yes, good one.
I put him at tight end 3 overall in Dynasty.
There's people that won't even. I was watching Scott and Ray's stream earlier, and they're not even taking him in the first round of tight end premium. They said, which is, to me, it's banana sauce. That's just crazy.
Why you don't
I feel like Mike and I are probably the same, but maybe I'd probably consider back end first, but I don't think I'm going to get him there, honestly, realistically, right? I
mean, they were taking Cam Scatteraboo above him, which I think is probably a real thing. But
wait,
how do you ignore the top 10? How do you ignore
there is far too much happening right now.
Oh, okay, we got another pick.
No, you're good.
What I missed? I missed something.
Eric's comment, I'm gonna fall out of my fucking.
Oh, that's why I don't work. I got you.
Yeah, he was under the radar, throwing.
He was taking jabs.
Well, so
no, they're subscribing, which I do too, Alan. To like most of your dynasty leagues, tight ends really don't matter. And I love Colston Love, tight end 1, and I was very adamant about him being tight end 1. I understand Eric's ranking too. It just, he all of a sudden now is going to propel himself into a tier where I'll have none of them because everybody would take him, 106, 107 in tight end premium leagues. The only chance I'll get him is maybe the back end of the first round, which I'm probably not going to because somebody else is going to take him.
No, you are going to get him there.
I'm more than comfortable just taking a Mason Taylor or something in the second round, or taking an Elijah Royal, if he slipped to the third, because then at the end of the day with these tight ends, right, a lot of these guys are interchangeable. The hit rates on tight ends, first round tight ends, isn't the greatest. For every Brock Bowers that we get a Dalton Kincaid that people pushed up way too fucking high and is just bound to disappoint, right? So I just generally stay away from the rookie tight ends in general and just take the ones that are at value. Like, oh yeah, fuck, I only had to pay a 3rd round pick for this guy. Fuck, I'll take the shot on him,
Right,
even after Sam Laporta got 2nd round draft capital, he was still a 3rd round pick in rookie drafts, right? Like, people just didn't care, and that was the best one out of the group.
The crazy part to me about like the rise of and I guess the dynasty value, like in general, I think dynasty value for certain players and archetypes can just so far outweigh like what realistic production is, but it doesn't. The gap doesn't get greater in my estimation than these tight ends because, like, Colston Loveland is up 31 spots on KTC overall, like all players, right? What that has done is put him ahead of and in a separate tier than TJ Hawkinson. Going to be fully removed from this knee injury, y'all. Like,
Right.
I now have a chance to get a 27-year-old T.J. Hawkinson who's shown me tight end 1, based on people obviously being a little rookie feverish right now. Like, if I can make that swap 1 for 1, please, God. When I say try me, I beg of you to do that.
Hey guys, I told you I have to bounce out at 2, but I'm gonna come back as soon as I'm done doing this little guest spot thing. Is that cool?
Yeah, you just tell them we'll be here with the light on for you, like Motel 6.
Yeah,
when you're ready to come back.
No. And be ready to mock.
Yeah. The point I wanted to hit on real quick though is like,
sure.
I get Hawkinson. I still have him at tight end 5. I like him a lot, but
Allen did
we saw what Loveland or Ben Johnson did with Sam Laporta, who we just talked about. Like, had one of the best rookie tight end seasons ever, and this guy identified Loveland as a guy I gotta have. I want him at pick 10, and same offense, same everything. So I think Loveland is just gonna come in and do really, really good for them. He's gonna get the ball a lot. I mean, I don't want to say he's gonna be the number 1 passing option because DJ Moore and Odunze are there, but
sure,
he's probably at some weeks he's gonna be at least the number 2, and and one of those other guys is gonna be the 3. I just think the way that Ben Johnson has used tight ends, the capital he spent on this guy, he's going to get this guy the ball a lot. And I think if you're rating him at tight end 6, 7, 8, like, you're probably missing the boat.
Yeah, I mean, to the point of, I think I would definitely have Hawk ahead, but there is just a reality of, right, there's not some tight end at 5 or 6, even 4. I guess 4 with Hawk, but like there's not some clear people that you could put there. So 3 just felt like, oh my gosh, wow, and I still have that wow factor. But to your point, and this will always be the case. This is why these guys fly up the boards and when they're so young is like the tight end position will always feel like we don't have that many good ones, and that's why the guys get these huge bumps. But I'm just also thinking about it from the standpoint of like right now, top 12 or lower, right? So outside the top 12, Njoku, Mark Andrews, like, man. Now it's a totally separate point than Loveland. I don't disagree with a lot of your takes. I get it.
I'll give you my top 10. So I have Brock Bowers and McBride in their own tier 1.
Okay.
Colston Loveland, Sam Laporta, T.J. Hawkinson. That's your top 5.
Okay.
Njoku, George Kittle, Mark Andrews, reluctantly Tyler Warren, and then Tucker Kraft, and then Mason Taylor is 11.
Okay.
The only thing I'll say about this, right? And DB's in here, he can attest to it. You look at all the rookie classes going back to 2007 through 2021 on that data set that he pulled for hit rates. Tight ends taken in the first round to have a top 6 season within their first 3 years. 1 motherfucker in the first round. And it was Kyle Pitts in 2021. That was it. Now you got Brock Bowers you can add to it, but we also have one that we can take away in Dalton Kincaid. That's not very good odds for me. And I say top 6, and why I had to make that threshold is because top 6 is where in most of our leagues you can look at tight ends and go, yeah, they matter in this league, or these 6 tight ends matter, or these guys were WoRP difference makers. You get to just being a tight end 1. That's replaceable with the Jonnu Smith. That's replaceable with a fucking Hunter Henry. That's replaceable with just Cole Kmets of the world. Just dudes. Just bodies. Just throw some guys in there and you hope they catch a touchdown on a given week. If you look at top 12 hit rates for round 1 tight ends, it's 43%. Like, that's really good. That's what a lot of people are, hey, he was a tight end 1. Whoop-de-fucking dude. There's 6 spots in there that I give 0 shits about whether he hit or not. Can he hit top 6 or not?
Noah Fant was a tight end 1 twice, Mike.
Going back to 2007, we've had 2 fucking tight ends, right? Like, because I can acknowledge Brock Bowers smashed the shit out of this one.
Sure.
Kyle Pitts did it in his rookie year. When Sam Laporta did it in his rookie year, he was his 2nd-round pick, so he doesn't go to that data. But he's the only 2nd-round tight end that's also done it. So even these early draft capital, if you move it out to the 2nd round, you got a total of 3 guys going back 18 fucking years who have hit this mark. That's a rough look, right? So when I say, like, I don't want to rank them too high, and to your point, Eric, you are 1,000% correct when you say, like, if you don't rank them that high or you don't take them at this point in your rookie draft, you missed the boat. That's why my overarching strategy when it comes to tight ends is I'm very okay missing the boat. I'll let everybody else try to get on the boat. If he hits, fuck it. I'm okay. I'm out. Who gives a shit?
And
But if
I
he
would
misses,
acknowledge
I'm sitting there
too-
going like, hey, I tried to warn y'all. This was a bad bet, and I didn't make it. That's all I'm trying to do is mitigate the risk, and that is the most risky position to put your nuts on the line for.
Right. I think if it depends on the tight end premium, but even just like a regular 1.5, I'm still not taking him till 11 or 12 at the earliest, probably. Sure. So even though I have him rated number 3 tight end overall, I'm not going to I got to get him at 105. No, I'm not that dumb.
Well, obviously, pre-NFL draft, Colson Loveland, huge W, but I guess you have to know your league. But can I tell you, the reason that I still at the moment would sell Brock Bowers if I had any, the reason I fucked up on Brock Bowers isn't still where I view and how I would treat the position of tight end. It's that at the same spot, which was 107, you can now sell for, in a lot of leagues, a first round type startup pick, right? So what's up? What do you got?
Oh, somebody posted a link. I'm just gonna send it to you guys. You're gonna laugh your balls off.
Let's see it.
This tight end thing. One other thing I want to just bring it up to, like we have had, especially in recent memory, have ridden this roller coaster of, see, I told you he was worth that pick, or I told you he was worth that ranking, and then immediately followed by a massive dip, and we all of a sudden start to question whether they're even a good tight end or not, right? So we went through this with Kyle Pitts, the highest of highs, right? The highest of highs took it down in the shitter. Dalton Kincaid was like, oh, look how he finished the season. He got pushed up way too high, then down in the shitter again. Sam Laporta, my guy, right? Great fucking rookie year. Last year, people were panicking all over the fucking place. This Sam Laporta cooked. He can't even score touchdowns anymore. This is junk, down in the shitter. Now we're back up on the high again with Brock Bowers last year. And people are going to be shocked. Like, they'll act like, I don't know how the fuck this ever happened if Brock Bowers takes a step back this year. Like, they will be completely shocked. I'm not saying he's going to, but if he did.
Yeah, right.
We got so spoiled so long with fucking Travis Kelce just shitting out tight end 1 or 2 seasons every fucking year. And we act like these ups and downs can't. Even if you want to go to other tight ends, Mark Andrews was on the highest of highs there for a while. Down in the shitter again last year. Like, this happens to tight end position. It's fucking volatile. And I think people want to make everybody the next Travis Kelce who's just going to shit you WoRP difference-making seasons every single year. And it just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, and that's where I think the biggest difference I was talking about at the start of like the tight end conversation is the dynasty value versus the production. Realistically, like there's a disconnect that's so wide where Mike, I guess what I'm acknowledging is the reality of I'm going to try my best to finish this point and for whatever the share screen is. Like I can be totally right on the production and still be completely wrong because I missed out on where he's currently, let's say player 60 to Mike. You know how little they have to do in production in their rookie season to go up in value still from the 60. Like that still, even if I don't agree with the process, I miss on a ton of trade ability because he's one of the only players that can meet that bill of, top 10 pick, and he showed me 2 weeks. Holy fuck, Mike, he's going to be Brock Bowers. Most of my leagues, I feel like I don't have the people to actually make that happen, but I think in a lot of leagues, people do that still. So, and I don't ever have the share. Last year, I didn't have any Brock Bowers. I'd sold it all too early, right? So that's where I missed on that process. I still agree with the production. I still agree with the take and the way you team build, but that's where the potential miss is, right? He could go up in dynasty value artificially. Like, it's just crazy.
Yeah, he definitely has that rise too, but you also don't want to be the one holding the fucking bag if you're wrong, right?
Well, sure. Yeah, I mean,
the downside risk is massive.
I think that's where you have to acknowledge, like, listen, if you're trying to sell high, you don't have to sell at like full peak bloat value, but you could get out, in the first couple of years, and you're probably still profiting. Anyway, give us the inside scoop, or at least me. I think everyone else has it.
I sent it to both you guys on Discord. You can.
I was looking for it in this interview chat. I'm like, no, you're good. I'll pull it up on Discord here.
You're gonna laugh your ass off.
I was waiting for my pops to send you back a Browns thing.
Work it out for him.
She already had before.
Wow,
that's a lot.
Is she trying to do it like the draft all in one day?
She's trying to get it all done.
She has before.
Good Lord. Oh, man.
Well, you say what you want, but the production, she's proven it, right?
Yeah, she's
Alright,
high on the
going
WoRP
on
tool.
5.
Okay, so
Well, Sam Howell got traded to Minnesota. Is that a thing?
holy shit,
I
Mike.
don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, they needed a backup.
This is
Not completely dead yet.
what's the compensation here? That's kind of crazy. Did not see that coming.
Well, they had to.
Yeah, that is it. That is official. Sam.
So
Howell
the
is
Vikings
now-
are trading for Sam Howell as the Seahawks in Minnesota. So there's a swap from 142 to 172, and Howell's in the deal included.
Nice.
That seems
Hey,
like
there-
He was their
There's
new
a-
quarterback 4, so they had to get rid of him.
what you got,
there
Mike?
was
Sorry?
any hope for Sam Howell's career, it's to go land with Kevin O'Connell and have him teach him the football.
Well, I mean, dude,
Agreed.
listen, you know, obviously, you hear the knock. I don't care if he went to Michigan. No one's rooting for that. But if something was to happen to him again, right, you're all of a sudden in the waiting wings. Like,
Yeah.
why not?
Damn.
He
Damn.
was. He's going to be their backup now because all they have was Brett Rippon, and I'm definitely starting Sam Howell before I start Brett Rippon.
You're goddamn
Really?
right you are.
Brett Rippon, baby, come on. All right, so
I'll take Mark Rippon. He's probably about 65 at this point.
I was like, what was I trying to do? Alan left us when he wanted to do the two. I was going to start a 2-round mock, and he's like, yeah, I got to go do this other guest spot. All right, we'll wait till he gets back. We'll do a quick dry run, and then we'll do the 5-rounder. So where are we at right now? Round 5, right?
Yep.
Couple picks in. So also, yeah, Dylan Sampson, RIP to my dynasty shares, and I guess I get to watch him play for Cleveland.
That one sucked
I mean,
for you.
of course it does, but it happens.
I mean, we've seen plenty of teams have 2 running backs that are useful, so it's not like he's dead, but it's not like ideal.
I mean, well,
You've had Stefanski for years. You've seen that with him.
sure,
yeah, he had Hunt and Chubb were great. Pollard and Spears were great. You know,
right. But I guess,
Montgomery, Gibbs.
right, don't we think though, realistically? Okay, you talk about Montgomery and Gibbs, right? Kareem Hunt, I'll say, and Nick Chubb. You're talking about Nick Chubb was a round 2 early, like Quinshon pick, right? And you have Kareem Hunt, who had plenty of issues off the field to even get there. Like Dylan Sampson, not saying I don't like him, the prospect, but is this team even going to be good enough for that to happen, where they can have 2 guys? And like you talk about the Lions, right? Those are good football teams with good interior offensive lines. And I'm not saying that Stefanski hasn't proven the ability to make.
Right here, Adam.
I know,
We're
but you know
gonna
what
be
happened?
good. We got
You know
number
what?
15. We're good.
You know what happened, Eric? Listen, I love you. I love you being positive. Is just
Is that a
makes me wanna
Dylan
buy-
Gabriel jersey? Is that what that is?
I need to get that one though.
Do you know right now the Browns right now it's with the 15, and I appreciate the love. They're trying to capture lightning in a bottle again from a guy was couch surfing after almost getting Harbaugh fired. To give you it could happen, but I wouldn't bet on it big time. And to the point, Dylan Gabriel was just drafted as our potential quarterback. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, that one don't make sense. I was talking about this.
Remember
with
Charlie
DD
Fry?
earlier.
Charlie Fry, man. Oh my God.
I mean, I like Dylan Gabriel, the prospect, as like a very solid backup and a guy that could come in and start a game or 2 if you need him to. But like, I hope the weather's warm. Like, you know how that wind gets at that stadium, Adam. Like,
Dude, well, maybe Haslam's pushing this stadium through to get him
this
indoor.
new
You know,
stadium, like we're gonna have a dome in a couple years when he's ready to cook. We'll be good to go.
I mean, of course, anything's possible. He's still any running back on a 53. I think what sucks is like they drafted another guy that there's just no way in any way, shape, or form you can't tell me Quinshon is not a massive problem to Dylan Sampson having even what the 1B would look like. So it's just a downer, you know. Not saying it's dead, but it's basically dead. It's Jalen Warren. I might have a bunch of hope, but it'll never come to fruition.
I penciled him in as RB41.
That's pretty high. Well, anyway, since then we've had no running backs and seemingly not much other than the Jalen Royals pick, right? Oh, and Jalen Lane. I don't care.
Jalen Wayne.
I don't care much for A.O. Manor, but him getting that late a draft capital sealed my confirmation.
He was already a faller, but the only thing good I'll say about it, he's got size, he's got athleticism, and he's going to have an opportunity in Tennessee. So.
Sure.
You want to keep the dream alive on A.O. Manor. Probably the best you could have hoped for in round 4, I would assume.
Speaking of now at this point, because I mean, we talked about this in round 4 already, the receivers here not being super high. Damian Martinez, my top running back left, but there's still quite a few running backs here that are like, I love the opportunity talent-wise, but what are they going to get in actual opportunity? So where does it become concerning? For me, it's about round 6, honestly. Like, if we can get him in round 5, I like it. We get to round 6, round 7. I'm not saying I still won't take him, but there's a lot different investment here for me.
They become more just Jags at that point, right? Not as much hype around them.
I mean, most of these guys are going to be 3rd, 4th round rookie picks anyways, and like we talked about all day, like, we're not taking any of these quarterbacks that go around, 4 to 7. We're not taking any of the receivers usually that go 4 to 7. You're hammering the running backs, so you're just taking chances on these guys and take, multiple different chances. Don't take let's say LaQuint Allen goes. Don't take every LaQuint Allen just because you like him. Like, mix it up. Take a LaQuint Allen, take a Taj Brooks, take a Brashard Smith, a Damian Martinez. Shots at different guys, and that's how you usually end up finding a gem or two. And then you don't get stuck with, one of the guys that you really like, and then he ends up just sucking and screws over 10 of your rosters.
So, I actually, special teams, I don't know much on Dylan Sampson, but the fact that we're having to ask this question almost makes me feel a lot worse.
I can look it up. But Jerome Ford, I think, has had some special teams return value, so he could do that for sure.
Another Cincinnati guy, Corey Kiner.
Yep, Corey Kiner.
Because honestly, Dylan Sampson is I don't know about the special teams, but I would imagine that's not really part of his drafting. What was I looking for also? Okay.
Shit, did the Browns just move up here, trade up?
They did? Oh, you're right. New England, Seattle to Cleveland now.
Right in front of the Eagles.
Could this be Shedeur? They got to snipe him on Shedeur.
So, actually, we could talk about that for a second, actually, real quick. We'll see if they actually do that.
There's a few prospects out here outside of fantasy relevance that are pretty interesting. I'm surprised they're still chilling. Besides Shedeur, so we don't have to bring that shit back up. Braden Swinson, edge rusher, and Marcus Embo, guard/tackle from Purdue. There's a couple of interesting ones here, still chilling.
Your Iowa safety, Castro, he's still out there.
Yeah, Iowa guys did them no favors with the combines. Let's just say that.
That's true.
I'm just hoping Jay Higgins gets drafted at some point today, 7th round. That guy's just a baller. It's a dog. Give him an opportunity. I know he runs like
Luke Lachey and Gadsden. I like those two as well.
Stop saying Gadsden.
Say it one more time. Arande.
Hakeem Butler.
So, at this point, right, like, if you draft Shedeur here, and whoever, clearly the expectation is not to come in as a starter. If you're not...
he's Dylan Gabriel's backup.
Well, if Cleveland did that...
Oh, I just got spoiled.
Was it
well,
good
well, then go ahead and spoil it. I mean, come on.
No. I'm not spoiling it for you, boys.
So just do it.
See it when it comes across the screen.
Eric, I'm asking you. Spoil it for me.
Absolutely fucking not, Adam. You're going to have to wait like a good boy.
All right. You know what? I paused Fizz, and I kicked Fizz, and I'm not above doing it again. Tell me it's not, please, Lord God, no.
Just hope it's Will Howard.
Eric, tell me what it is, please.
You're going to have to wait for old Ian to stop talking here, bro. It is an offensive player. I'll give you that.
Well, now I have a lot more clarity.
Kyle McCord, and we could play I'm Coming Home.
Dude, actually, that'd be kind of sweet. I'm coming home.
Tell the world I'm coming home. It's just like light pats in that war room.
I'm back where I belong. The Browns never felt so strong. The whole team, sorry.
It's an offensive player, but if his thing doesn't hold up, they were just like a gentle back pat.
I mean, at this point, if you're excited for anybody, offense or defense, I think you're just really selling the bag of goods, right? This late?
Hey, man, that's where superstars come from. Round 5.
They do.
Get lots of superstars here.
Dude, just think, Puka wasn't even drafted at this point, right?
You know what they need? Probably another tight end. Should take a Rondé Gadsden here.
Okay, that's just...
Get another running back.
You may or may not have been actually here on day one when we traded out of Travis Hunter, and the return.
All right,
seems
here
so
we go,
egregious.
boys. Coming up to the podium.
It seems so egregious that you're like, what is he talking about? Do you all see it now? Just 48 hours less than later. So bad. He had to work his real job, but we're hoping to get him back this afternoon.
No shit.
Shut up. No, it is not.
No shit.
Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur, Kenny Pickett, pick out your casket.
Where's Fizz?
Breaking news: Browns just announced they cut Joe Flacco.
Well, here's my thing.
No.
Here's my thing. You got a quarterback. I don't know if I'm going to call it quarterback whisperer, but you got that's gotten a lot more out of quarterbacks than you would expect. What does he expect? You got Dylan Gabriel, who you drafted ahead of Shedeur, coming into a room with a guy been retired 3 times or 2 times.
So how do they roster all these guys?
Well, they got the emergency quarterback spot, so you're gonna. That's a weekly staple, right?
Yeah.
They have more than 4 quarterbacks.
I think
They
Kenny
have
Pickett
5
just ends up getting fucking cut.
Can I tell you what this screams though?
Deshaun Watson's still on your team.
This screams a team that's drafting analytically and not like I think understanding or really putting much consequence. There's a lot of dynamics that go into this scenario specifically that are not just the analytics of, hey, let's take the value. I'm not saying that it can't work out, but there's a lot of crazy things about to be at play for a shitty culture that doesn't know how to handle it.
I am disappointed in you though, Adam.
How so? Well, you normally are. I'm one to disappoint.
You didn't
but how
play
so
the
specifically?
Shedeur hype video.
Because there's nothing to be hype about right now. I don't know what do you want me to do?
You did it for every other major offensive player. We don't get a Shedeur
And Fizz isn't
video.
here, but no, you do. I'll give it. This is for Fizz because Fizz isn't here, and I'm also got all of us in front of it, so that's great.
Fuck us.
Here, you know what? Let's give him his proper. Let's run it back.
This is great.
Did you hear that?
Look how happy he is. I don't know how you guys roster all these quarterbacks. You got 5 quarterbacks under contract on your roster right now.
Tomorrow's problems. The quarterback carousel that the Browns have, Mike, that's the least of their problems. Have you ever seen the jersey that has all the names?
Can you even cut Deshaun Watson?
I mean, they basically will for all intents and purposes.
I would imagine he's going to be out for the entire season on IR.
Did you guys see his hype video? I might need to play that next, actually. It's pretty crazy.
I mean, I think Kenny Pickett gets traded or cut.
Well,
how it works out.
So there was a wide receiver that we drafted in round 4 that we actually cut before training camp.
I think I remember who you're talking about.
Different regime. Damn, who was that?
Yeah. It was. I remember we took like 3. I think it might have been the Brian Rubisky draft.
It was the same. We took Hollywood Higgins. Remember, it was the same draft as that. I'm pretty sure, and we took him round 4. I gotta find that too, because you.
I think it was the big UCLA guy.
You're right. That's exactly right. But
I don't forget his name though.
Peyton, Jordan Peyton.
That sounds familiar.
So right now,
yeah, that sounds familiar.
Flacco, Shedeur Sanders, and Dylan Gabriel, we're expecting to make the roster 3. What are the other 2, Mike? Just for the sake of, how could I forget Kenny Pickett? Jeez.
Mm-hmm. Flacco, Gabriel, Sanders, Kenny Pickett, Deshaun Watson on the roster.
And
I don't.
By the way, for those that are not quite top of mind, Deshaun Watson carries one of the most expensive tags in all of sports. So
the biggest dead cap hit we'll ever see.
I mean, it's already a known thing. It's just a matter of when it actualizes, per se, right? Like,
if you were to do it this year, it's 167 million.
Right. Well, I mean,
the
smart thing to do for these billionaires would be to defer, right? Just keep pushing it back. Go Saints on it.
Well, they just restructured that fucking deal and front-loaded it even more so they could get out sooner. But timeline is still 2 years away.
Dude, the Browns are running WoRP to draft this team. Can it work in real football too?
They restructured his deal last year. And they said
maybe we can get a sponsorship at the new stadium for WoRP.
So, I don't know. For me, as far as I'm concerned, Deshaun Watson's a lock for a roster spot. Now, you just they pump him or IR him.
Here's the thing, though, right? If it's a dead experiment, like, and you know it's just the money and you got to rework it, like, I wouldn't. I have no idea, to tell you the truth. You're asking the wrong guy how this works. Here's Fizz, though. The program.
It's going to be a starter in 2026, he said.
Let me ask you guys this, and this a legit question. So we know Shedeur's in Cleveland now. He does have an opportunity at some point to be the starter. Would you still take Tyler Shuck over him, or would you take Shedeur?
Well,
I'd take Shedeur before I take Tyler Shuck.
Here's my question, actually.
And I'm with you, Mike. I think I'm the same.
Here's my question, genuinely, at this point. I'm not here to disagree. I think Shedeur has ball placement. There's things about him that I'm not trying to act like he doesn't have good traits, okay? But at this point, is he actually a lock? I don't know that you said lock, so I just want to he's not a lock to ever for sure start in this current situation, is he? Is he a lock to see the starting job?
No.
No, not a lock. But
that's all I wanted to say. I'm not saying he
can't.
But oh, damn! Here comes the cameras.
Here
comes the cameras. Well, I mean, I'm just trying to think about it.
Oh, there goes your Braden Swinson.
Let's say
just fucking killing this.
Take the name Shedeur Sanders away for just a second, right? Let's say how many times a day 3 quarterback drafted in round 5, they drafted another quarterback ahead of him, and they already had some placeholder style quarterbacks on the roster. If you take the name Shedeur and you just say that, like, that seems pretty grim that they actually get the starting role. Not that they couldn't, right? But that seems pretty grim, right?
We've seen a few scenarios though where that paid off.
Well, I'm not saying it can't happen at all. I'm just trying to say, like, from the framework of there's a lot of things I think that you have to take place for just that scenario of a player to get into the starting chair, even if it's for a couple weeks.
Step 1, is there a locked-in starter? No. So we established that one.
Yep.
You're good. Right? Like that is the very first step on whether or not you have even a path to being relevant. So Cleveland, clearly no. Step 2, get drafted. Like, get drafted. Don't slip to UDFA territory. He got drafted. Now step 3 is how he does and how he does with it in camp and whether you hear those reports, right? Like, even the Brock Purdy drumbeat was Brock Purdy's outplaying, Trey Lance. Like, Brock Purdy is pushing to not only make the roster, but, maybe be that number 2 quarterback. And it ended up happening that way. Like, we got a long process to go whether or not we get all the way through on Shedeur or not, but at least this is a good start, right? You didn't go to a team with a proven, established starter where he's not going to get any reps. Like, he's got the opportunity to have some reps right now.
Yeah, I would say from this standpoint, right, like, I guess one of the things that was with Shedeur is, like, I don't think anything he did, whether you like him or not, and you think he's special or not, like, I think he has special traits, honestly. I don't think he did anything to solidify or be entitled to a first-round pick for sure.
No.
What?
Now we're going to hype up Jordan James.
Oh, there you go.
Where'd he go?
San
Francisco, if you could not pick a better
I got some
spot
Jordan James, even though I didn't want to, so maybe that helps out some Dylan Sampson.
My one thing with Shedeur and Shuck, which was my original question, I had Shedeur at number 2 and Chuck at like 9, 10. Like there's a massive difference that I thought between those two guys. I still have thought Shedeur has been the number 2 quarterback this whole time. So you can maybe argue Jackson Dart or Shedeur once it came down to it, but okay, at worst he was third.
Yeah.
I'm still going to take the shot on this guy that, things are going to work out.
Well, I mean, I guess what I was getting ready to say, he wasn't. I don't think he should have been entitled to, and I feel like that's a little bit where I get there's a lot of narratives around it, but I don't think he was so damn good locked into being like, hey, he's got to be someone's franchise quarterback. But he's now getting the opportunity to go prove himself still, right? Like if he's the player that a lot of people think he is, he's going to find a way to get himself on the field here. There's not some locked in starter. Joe Flacco was retired multiple times. I mean, he's old. You got Kenny Pickett, who, call it what it is, it's been rough for Tiny Hands Pickett, right? And Dylan Gabriel, no one thinks anything of. So go earn it now. You go earn it, and what can anyone say? What's the line? What they gonna say now? What they gonna say now? Go earn it.
Probably
man.
the most absurd fall I think I've ever seen in all my football fandom. Watching NFL drafts over the years, it's the craziest thing I've ever fucking seen.
Really?
Absolutely.
I saw Hayden Winks try to say that most analysts didn't have him in the first round.
We got a hold on. We got a Josh Hudson.
Hayden, that was a bold-faced lie, my guy. Ooh, we got a Josh. Let's go.
Yeah, we do.
Spicy.
We do. Joshua, what's going on, my friend? Get him on the screen. Come on. One time. There he is.
There we go.
What's up, man?
What's up, boys?
He's
Hey,
having
what's going on?
too because the Eagles are having a hell of a draft.
Right? I'm saying.
Man.
Appreciate y'all having me.
Yeah, I appreciate you hopping on, man. It's day 3. We come kick it, come talk ball with us, and I mean, there's about nothing crazier to talk about at the moment, anyway, than what just took place for Cleveland, drafting another running back, and then that was nothing. Dylan Sampson after Quinshon, nothing when we take Shedeur after Dylan Gabriel. Wild stuff going on.
I don't get the Dylan Gabriel pick in general. Granted, look, I get it. If Gabriel was ahead of Sanders on your board, all right, cool, whatever. You coming into the 5th round, you don't think that Sanders is going to fall that far. All right, cool, double dip. But this is a bad wide receiver room. Their offensive line needs so much help. If the plan was we like Shedeur, the whole league is blackballing him, we can figure it out. I don't know, but hey, I'm happy for Shedeur. I felt that the talent didn't make sense to be available in the 5th round. And I've been saying all offseason that Cleveland was the best fit for what Shedeur does anyway. And that quarterback room is nothing to get excited about. So Shedeur has every opportunity to come in and actually make a dent. And I think he could end up being like a Russell Wilson type value when Seattle took him in the 3rd round way back in the day.
Definitely get behind that one. Adam put himself on mute. He's so excited for Shedeur.
Well,
getting the jersey? Number 2, Browns jersey?
No, I was getting ready to tell you though. There's a jersey for the Browns, which is gonna have, you could put 4 names on possibly this year again with it's all the starters since the return. It's like 40 some names. But anyway,
it's only going to be one name. Stop.
Well, damn, I'll tell you what, Eric is his optimism making me want to be optimistic about something. I don't know what yet, but
I told you Eric's got this affinity for old shitty quarterbacks. He loves them.
No, but I mean, what I was going to say, the well before this fall took place, or anyone saw the fall coming per se, I remember there was a lot of talk about the fit potentially, right? The way that he plays and how, being a pocket passer and how Kevin Stefanski can work with someone like that. So he still could be that if he's what we think his upside could be. It's just they got him in the 5th round, so he'll have to earn it a little more. But again, there's nothing in front. What's scary in front of him though? At the same point, if you didn't think shit of Dylan Gabriel, Kenny Pickett, I mean, there's nothing in front of him to worry about. If he's
experience, that's really about it.
Right. And honestly,
I think he's realistically competing with Gabriel to be the backup. So he could realistically be the number 2.
He could realistically be the number 1. We're talking about Kenny fucking Pickett here. Let's be real.
Eat shit, Fizz. Eat shit. Eat shit, Fizz. Eat it.
What
don't know,
why does
fuck.
Fizz have to eat shit now? What do he do?
Telling you boys, Dallas ain't drafted a running back in the first 7 rounds.
Oh,
They ain't drafted
Fizz.
no running backs. All right, Dallas ain't drafted the running backs outside of round 6 or 7. Either way, Dallas ain't drafted a running back.
You know what sucks though? Is if Fizz, bless his heart, he's been through a lot these last 2 days, and we never really put out what he was going to owe me. Inevitably, I knew this was coming, but
wait, this is a
Dude, this is
great
bullshit.
time to plug one of our sponsors here, Adam. I think Fizz mentioned yesterday he was going to go and buy a Shedeur jersey as soon as he got picked. How can he do that?
well, you have to come here because you're going to have to probably go to the team store to get one.
Jaden Blue to the Dallas Cowboys.
But here, Fizz said they don't draft running backs. He asked me in the last 9 years. In the last 9 years, I just showed a graphic where they took one at, I think, was it 4?
Right.
They're not going to take a running back. Come on,
Is there
Fizz.
opponent
Listen,
power?
Fizz, sometimes it's okay to admit you're wrong. And that's easy when it's Jerry.
I told y'all they wouldn't draft a running back that would play before the score's 40-0. That's the new one.
Wait a minute. Fizz, listen, I'll acknowledge the Browns have 4 quarterbacks, meaning they have none. But if you're trying to tell me you think objectively that Jaden Blue couldn't be the most talented right out of the gate there, are you a Javante guy? What's going on here?
Miles Sanders. He's a big Miles Sanders guy still. Eagles retread. That's what he needs.
Hey, Fizz,
Man,
I
that is going
appreciate
to be such a disgusting committee.
I appreciate Fizz though, even when you're down and out, you fight, but when you're pinned and the match is over, you're still fighting. I respect that out of you, honestly. So Josh, man, let me talk to you about Shedeur if you want to, but anything else like crazy things that are not Shedeur Sanders or things you didn't expect that you're thinking of top of mind right now, whether it's today or yesterday or day one?
New Orleans taking Shug was very surprising. I mean, the guy's eligible for AARP and going in the second round just feels weird.
Damn.
I do like the Jalen Milroe landing spot in Seattle. I think that's going to be fun. I mean, it's Sam Darnold. Let's be real here. Like, he could very easily be on a 1-year deal, and Jalen Milroe could be a starting quarterback in 2026. Cleveland double dipping at running back with Judkins and Dylan Sampson. I think that's RIP Jerome Ford, which, I mean, he wasn't really much of anything anyway, but I think that's going to be a fun running game that, Cleveland can kind of get back to like what Stefanski does well.
Sure.
And Judkins can carry that load. And I think him going and playing in Ohio State last year and actually working in a tandem should be a good transition for him going into Cleveland doing that. I mean, I think a lot of these running back landing spots are really good. Scattaboo in New York paired with Tyrone Tracy should be a lot of fun. I don't get what Green Bay is doing at wide receiver. They're collecting wide receiver 2s like Infinity Stones, and it's just baffling me because you still have nobody on that team that can take over a game. None.
Have you ever seen somebody like I mean, maybe it's probably me or someone on the stream where it's like the whole ensemble when you put it together doesn't look right, but it's like, man, there's a lot of good things in the outfit. It's just
that's what I'm saying.
There's
like,
nothing
there's
that blends
good
and
players
meshes
there.
well. So now it's all
Exactly.
a hodgepodge of garbage.
Yep, exactly. They're a bunch of puzzle pieces without the one that actually completes the puzzle.
Yeah, I mean, I think they Josh Jacobs said they need a wide receiver 1. They tried to draft one. That's a good call. The Browns thing. You know what's crazy? I'm going to ask you guys this. Knowing that the Browns get Shedeur in round 5, would you rather have the pick back and have Travis Hunter?
No, that draft capital was just so fucking juicy.
Yeah,
So
I think getting that first round pick next year, like that's going to set them up to get their future quarterback 1 in 2026.
Oh, damn. So it's definitely RIP. Fizz, you hear that? It's a wrap.
Browns are going to be shit, right? The Browns are
Look,
going to be
I mean, if
shit.
Shedeur
We don't
ends
know
up
what
winning
the
the starting
Jaguars-
job and they win 10 games, like sure, now they've got 2 pieces next year where they can fill other positions, right? And you just go into, hey, Shedeur's our starter. But
Okay.
I that team right now, the way it's set up, is not a 10-win team, even if Shedeur comes in. Like, it's just not the case.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Browns have a lot of work to do on their roster, which I'll say this, they've addressed, whether you like the picks or not, the players or not, they've addressed multiple positions that Stefanski likes and wants at multiple times this draft. I'll just say, man, whether the Stefanski era, like, that was the one outlier season where they were 3-14 though last year. I mean, I'm not saying they're a good team.
Boy.
What happened?
Big pick here.
Big pick? Oh shit.
Oh yeah, one of my favorites.
Oh, get it.
They needed a number 2, a good number 2.
Ain't got one.
That's good.
They're gonna run the ball 75 times a game.
I was hoping he would not make it to round 5, and also JT's there. But at this point, like, you're not going to go in as a 1, so not the worst thing in the world either.
Unless you get drafted by Washington.
That's true.
I was going to say, there's definitely still a few landing spots where if a running back lands there, like, it's going to push them up some. Like, I know the whole thing with, like, you know, you don't want a running back being a day 3 draft capital guy. I get it. Like, their shelf life is going to be short. But we all knew that this was such a deep class at running back that even some of these day 3 guys, they were going to have opportunities, especially in the right spot. Like, even somebody that lands in Cincinnati, if they do end up taking a running back, they're going to have an opportunity, right?
Sure.
If somebody lands in Washington, they're going to have an opportunity. If somebody lands with, we already saw Caleb Johnson go to Pittsburgh, but, like, there's still some opportunities. I'm trying to think of another one. Like, we saw
what would be left? What would be left?
Carolina.
The Bears?
KC, that running back room is disgusting.
The Bears?
The Bears still, yeah. I mean, Roshan really hasn't popped. We already know what DeAndre Swift is at this point.
Well, we were talking about it. I'm curious what you think here. I think DeAndre Swift is no one wants to talk about it, but he's at this point a really big winner.
He's a big winner.
Huge winner.
Oh, absolutely is. Absolutely he is.
What do we got here? DJ Giddens going 151. Cincinnati's on the clock, but wasn't Chase Brown 5th round pick? Although he just balled out this last year.
Yeah, he was. And again, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, there's plenty of situations where a late round guy can come in and shine. All it takes is an opportunity.
Yeah.
And there's still some teams that provide opportunity for running backs.
Sure.
Yeah, like, we get a Damian Martinez here to the Bengals.
Oh, Mike.
That would be a great pairing with Chase Brown.
Great compliment, right? You can see a 1A, 1B situation. They complement each other very fucking well.
Mike, you just brought up, I was, for the life of me, I could not think. I'm like, there's a running back that I know needs to be drafted and isn't. That's the one that hurts. Martinez.
No Martinez.
I mean, we still got, let me pull up my list here.
Martinez,
Ollie Gordon, Devin Neal, yep, Martinez, LeQuint, Burchard, Kyle Moganai, or whatever the hell you say it, Taj Brooks, Krosky Merritt, Rocket, Corey Kiner, Donovan Edwards. Yeah, so there's still some decent running back left.
Pre-draft, I got 2 guys that were in tier 3 that haven't gone yet.
Neal?
Martinez and Rocket.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was your tier 4. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, tier 4. I got Neal yet, still hasn't gone. Ollie Gordon and Brashard Smith.
I'm a little surprised Gordon didn't go. Like, people are really focusing on the 2024 tape versus 2023 with him.
For sure.
Yep.
And it was the complete opposite with Luther Burden.
I think the tough part is, like, with him, I think the bigger back size concerns that, I don't know, you couldn't make polar differences for seasons, but, man, it's, to your point, teams are very not in on him at this point, it seems. Where do you think?
Just take Luke Lachey here for me, too. That'd be
cool.
cool.
I thought you actually said they did. Damn it, I got excited for you.
No, I'd be stoked, man, to see him. Like,
Eric All, we're gone, and now it's Luke Lachey. Let's go, you know?
Let's just replace him. I don't know what they're going to do. But there are some good running back landing spots yet that I'd be highly interested in seeing what they do.
Yeah, I mean, at this
point... So, Adam, you
gonna
be taking the kids out to Berea this year to go watch Shedeur at training camp?
I mean, maybe. I'll have to see what Mary Kay says. Actually, it's crazy. Nick Chubb's rookie season, he was do you guys remember who was on the depth chart ahead of him?
It was Carlos Hyde.
Carlos Hyde. They just brought him in, and it was crazy. Like, they drafted him early, round 2, and people were. You should have seen at camp. Nobody thought he was gonna get any run, and he didn't get any run for a while. Eventually did, but I don't think people are even gonna care about Shedeur because that's how crazy it is.
Jalen Rivers.
It's gonna be a media circus. What are you talking about?
Dude, but Mary Kay has no idea what's going on, buddy. Trust me.
She's in La La Land.
It'll be a media circus from people outside of Cleveland.
That's true too.
Yeah.
Because nobody in Cleveland is going to give a shit. Like, Cleveland is like a blue collar type state. Like, they want people to come in and work for it, and Shedeur's had everything handed to him.
Yeah, at least. Go ahead.
Chase Brown, big dynasty winner. Bengals do not.
Jalen Rivers. Yeah.
I didn't know Jalen Rivers was still out there on the board. I thought he'd gone a couple rounds ago.
These ones in day 3 start going so fast. I didn't realize he was out there either. Wow.
I'd say Chase Brown, Tyrone Tracy, and Isaiah Pacheco for me.
Yeah, like Tyrone Tracy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't believe that KC has not gone the running back route. Like, Pacheco coming off the injury last year, like, he couldn't even beat out Kareem Hunt. And Kareem Hunt's 30 now. Like, that just tells me.
Back,
and I know
right?
they went out. They brought back Kareem Hunt, and then they brought in Elijah Mitchell. But, there's no picture of health in that backfield right now.
Elijah Mitchell just fell off the bench. He's already hurt.
Yep.
Jerabiti's down. Jerabiti.
That's a good pick by the Giants.
We fall off the bench.
So I guess in a way though, like if you look at it.
Oh my God, Giants! What the fuck? The Giants are killing this fucking draft.
Yeah, they've had a really good draft.
As an NFC East fan, I hate it, but they are fucking dominating. Marcus Embo in the 5th round. Let's go.
Great.
Well, their defensive line, for non-Eagles fans, their defensive line is going to be a lot of fun to watch.
For
stirring up that offensive line pretty solidly. Scatterbo is a nice compliment to Tyrone Tracy. They got their quarterback. I like what they're doing.
Oh yeah, I forgot about fucking Scatterbo.
I guess Shedeur's been keeping this very positive mindset. If you're looking at it from what could have come, I mean, the Browns. Look at how bad the Browns have just been at quarterback selection. They screwed up with Baker Mayfield. They bring in Watt. If he comes out of the situation and gets the starting job and actually takes the team to a good situation, like that story, not just for Cleveland, is going to be something you can't write. So there's if you're up to the challenge, I can't think of a better scenario, right? A team that literally can't draft quarterbacks ever. They drafted you as the second quarterback that same year. And you can try to get a team that's since returning, from the franchise, nothing. Awful quarterback play outside of Baker and Windows. So could be a pretty sweet story for him. Crickets, damn. Not that sweet of a story.
Couple of my guys floating around. Still not
They're showing
drafted
golden
yet.
tape. I was watching it.
Yeah. I'm a lot higher than a lot of people on Isaiah Bond. Apparently, the NFL doesn't like him either. He's also got some off-the-field stuff.
I was going to say, do you think that comes into play? I think so. I agree.
Torrey Horton.
I mean, that's why Mike Green fell to the second round.
Yeah.
Fizz and I had the Browns trading up in an offense-only draft for Torrey Horton in round 1 when you could only draft offensive players. So
That's all you could do? You had one of them special ones.
Yuck.
Oh, man. And just looking at some of these guys left here, man, it's kind of interesting. We haven't even heard or had any rumors or sniffs of Quinn Ewers. Apparently, he really is dog shit.
I was really surprised he decided to come out, honestly. I figured
Will
he
Howard
on the transfer portal.
Listen, I get it. Like, what the fuck else did you want Will Howard to say when asked about how good of a quarterback he was? But still, like, I think I just been like, I'm pretty good. Like that's where I would have left it. I'm the best in this class. Okay, Will. Okay.
I mean, I think this draft class had a lot of really good backup quarterbacks. Like, you were going to be able to
the Browns got 2.
Upgrade your second quarterback spot. I agree. Flacco's going to be the starter here for the next couple of years, and they got the good backups.
Bro, you imagine
that's some next level commitment, Eric.
You imagine though?
Next level
think
commitment.
about
that man took me to the playoffs. I'm putting all my chips in.
Think about the tension, right? All those quarterbacks, Mike, to your point, Kenny Pickett, former first-round quarterback, Shedeur, Dylan Gabriel, Flacco, and Watson, who just put out a motivational video, which I don't know if you call it motivational, his version. all in the same quarterback camp, and then Joe Flacco keeps that job for 2 years. You imagine?
I need a
That would be
Netflix
hilarious.
documentary with these 5.
I'm sure Shedeur's company can film it.
What are the
QB room and just film all 5 of these guys?
You know they have the ability to flex out a game, right? Like 4:00 game, whatever. What's the flex out rules for Hard Knocks? Like, can you just flip it in?
Can we just complete the cycle? I mean, the Giants don't need Jameis anymore. Can they ship him back to Cleveland?
Listen, let's just have the most epic Hard Knocks quarterback battle that we can put together. Let's put Jameis in there just for the comedic relief.
I want the Infinity Stones of quarterbacks right here. We need them all.
All right, Mike. We know we're a laughing stock. But
What's Carson Wentz doing? Can we get him there in Cleveland too?
There was rumors of it.
Yeah, there were. I was gonna say there was some buzz that Cleveland may be looking at him.
Let's get Nick Foles out of retirement. Let's throw him in.
Kevin Cobb, get him back.
Honestly, at this, I was gonna say at this point, what you definitely need to do is hit up Ease Boy to ankle grab E into this whole thing. We get Rodgers in this mix.
Hey, what do you guys think DeShone Kaiser's up to?
We got Aaron Rodgers. That'd be so fucking.
DeShone Kaiser was Fizz. This is where you got to be careful what you say to people because they keep receipts. If you remember the Lake, a guy had 1 win, kept his job. Trust me on this one, DeShone Kaiser. You got to trust me on this one.
DeShone Kaiser. Trust me on this one. All right.
I remember there were some people in some of my rookie drafts that did take DeShone Kaiser over Patrick Mahomes.
Hey Fizz and everyone right now, real quick. Where are you taking Fizz? Where are you taking Shedeur? Where are you guys taking Shedeur in a rookie draft right now?
You know, Fizz is taking.
I'm not.
Too.
You're not taking the period.
Maybe the 5th round.
Okay, 5th. All right.
Maybe.
I like.
I mean, at the end of the day, he doesn't offer any rushing upside. Not technically a starter.
Sure. No.
There's opportunity. Sure. Like, I mean, to me, it would just kind of depend on the state of my team. I mean, I could see him potentially being like a taxi squad stasher, and I kind of view him in the same way that I viewed Spencer Rattler last year. Like somebody that's coming in, there's not anything daunting in front of him. There's some decent tape of him in college, and all right, cool. Let's see what happens. If it doesn't work out, you drop him, you move on. Pretty simple.
E?
I'd be fine, like probably mid-3rd. I mean, you're taking upside swings there, so I'll take the upside swing there.
I'd rather take the 3rd and trade for a veteran at that point.
Iowa Michael?
I'm counting them up.
Okay.
Trying to count them up to give you a spot.
Are you in the toes yet?
Yeah, we're already there, man. We're already in the toes.
Dude, DB, you need an edible. He's
right.
Presently at 42. I mean, come on.
Late 3rd.
Okay.
Late 3rd. As it stands right now, late 3rd. So this is how you do it, right? For me, anyways. Quarterbacks wise, I'm just gonna start at quarterbacks. Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, Jalen Milroe. Only quarterbacks I'll take. So Shedeur's QB4 already there.
Agreed.
I'm not touching Chuck. Dylan Gabriel can piss off. Running backs: Genty, Hampton, Judkins, Travion, Harvey, Caleb Johnson, Tootin, Scatabo, ETN. I'm going to throw Woody Marks, Jarquez Hunter, Dylan Sampson, Jordan James, and DJ Giddens into that mix. I just don't really believe in Jaden Blue, but you could possibly convince yourself if you wanted to. It's pretty much every running back that's been taken I'm going to take before Shedeur. Now, wide receivers is where it becomes interesting because I have a pretty hard fucking cutoff on wide receivers I give a shit about, right? So
yeah, I was going to say, there's some 3rd round guys that I'm just like...
Yep. Tet, Abuka, Matthew Golden, Jaden Higgins, Luther Burden, Trey Harris, Jack Besh, Kyle Williams. I'm skipping Tesla. I'm skipping Pat Bryant. I'll take Jalen Noel because that was my guy. Savion is interesting enough for me to take above Shedeur if he goes to running back. And then Jalen Royals is the only exception that I'll make talking with DB. Like, that's the one that not a good process play, but I'm going to do it anyways. And then tight ends, Loveland, Tyler Warren, Mason Taylor, Ferguson, Arroyo, and I'm not too interested in Fannin or
Fannin. Okay.
So that gives me 34 guys that I would take before Shedeur comfortably. You want to factor in maybe 1 or 2. You can talk yourselves into it, or if we get another running back or 2 here.
So you're late 3rd, early 4th
late
right
3rd.
now, possibly.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I was gonna say I think I can get behind the scenario just because at the range right now with the draft, like, and I talked about this, as much as we hate to say it, there's a lot of talented running backs in this class, but just projecting what they're going to actually do for your team, and you shoot to the upside, but you get to about the third round with, there's no stability. Even if you don't think there's stability with Shedeur, there's no stability with any of the picks you're making for. You get to the middle of the third, I think, right here. So I probably would say I would be willing to take him at like back end third. I'd probably be more of the fourth round pick, which means I probably miss him, honestly.
And it's one of those things I'm okay if I miss him, right? It's an upside dart. That's what you're doing. You're hoping at some point he starts games and gains the value, or he gets an opportunity. We don't know if he's going to get an opportunity. We like to think because of the name cachet and the talent, right? Let's not forget.
No, I agree.
No matter what bullshit Hayden Winks was spewing, right? There was plenty of people in the NFL draft community that aren't just, us here, right? Like, you want to call them casuals or fantasy guys. Real NFL talent evaluators who've been doing it for multiple years with great track records that had Shedeur Sanders as a first-round fucking quarterback, right? They had that grade on him. Now, things happen where it was a shaky enough first-round grade that you add in the off-the-field or the concerns or whatever, bad interviews, whatever the fuck happened to make him fall this far. Let's not act like, oh, yeah, he was a day two quarterback at best. Like, that tweet that he sent out last night was bullshit. Like, that was just making shit up. That's what it was. There was definitely people who didn't have him as a first-round quarterback, but to say that the overwhelming majority of smart people in this space didn't have him as a first-round quarterback is bullshit. You just made that up. You're just trying to push whatever fucking narrative you had.
Yeah, I found it really interesting, and I brought this up on our Thursday stream. It was a report from Jay Glazer where he was talking about how teams typically have these like bucket categories where like, medical red flags, the character red flags. And now some people are adding in this third one because of, this NIL culture with college football where it's like, do they love football? And, I feel like with so many reports from these interviews and, this level of entitlement that Shedeur comes from where, because he obviously has money, Dion has made a pretty good living, obviously. He's become a big time social media savant to a point where NIL is going to evaluate him as a result of that. And he's going to get pushed up in, the dollar ranks that people want to invest in him because he has an audience. He has money. So, there's not this level of, he's not treating this job interview the way that other people would treat the job interview. And that's kind of where it's like teams are going to question, how much do you actually love football? Like, are you going to come in and are you going to compete? Because everything has been handed to you up until this point. Nobody's handing you shit right now. And I think it's a pretty legitimate question, not just for Shedeur, but for a lot of people that are coming into this draft class.
So in reality, too, if we just want to look at fantasy hit rates, too, we know his draft capital now. DB's got this great chart of WoRP hit rates. We just want to look at QB2, so QB 24 season or better within your first 3 years from the year you were drafted. Round 4 guys have hit at a rate at about 5% to hit that threshold. Round 5, we have 0 in that entire sample size. Round 6 and 7, you got 3 and 4%. So it's not a death sentence. It's just very similar to how the running back market actually shakes out. So when we were talking a little bit last night, Josh, we had discussed like running back landing spots and where my kind of cutoff is. Round 4 and 5 guys at running back, I want to take my shots on, right? Because we've seen them have those hit rates and they get some value. When you get to round 6 and 7 running backs, you're just a dude. Like, I'm just trying to put you on my bench because you might be on an NFL team and we never know. Shit might happen. So where Shedeur's at right now between this, 4, 5, 6, 7, like if I just lump all those together, his hit rate is very similar to a round 4 or round 5 running back. So you want to talk about him, maybe over a Woody Marks or Jarquez Hunter, like that's a realistic outcome with his draft capital that you could still experience some sort of success or hit rate and retain dynasty value with Shedeur Sanders. But it's not great. It's not great. Like the single-digit percentage hit rates in here are what they are. For every time that we're going to hype up, Shedeur at this point and, he's going to retain dynasty value and this and that, he could also just flat out be a brick because I got 75 other guys I can point to, like Spencer Rattler. What the fuck's he worth? Jake Haener went in this round. Nobody gives a shit if you roster Jake Haener now. Like, there's plenty of guys at the quarterback position that also do it, but it's not a complete death sentence. It's not like the wide receiver position where as soon as you start to get into round 4 wide receivers, the percent of those guys that actually hit or become relevant for fantasy is next to nothing. So
yeah, because a lot of them end up getting drafted because of their special teams capabilities.
At this
point, not their actual offense.
At the mid to late third round of your fucking rookie drafts, the only things that you should be taking should be quarterbacks who are on rosters who potentially could start games at some point, should be running backs that were taken in round 4 or 5, and should be those occasional tight ends in those rounds too, because they have very similar hit rates. And the wide receivers, you should just go, Shamir DK, who gives a fuck, right? Like, I'm not taking him, like I don't give a shit. So, to say that Shedeur is dead or anything, that's not true. It's just he's just in this range of we're taking shots just like we are on the Jordan Jameses of the world at the same point. And the payoff could be the exact same or it could be a dead asset. It happens all the time.
Yeah. And like I said, I think the biggest thing with Sanders when you're looking at it is there's no definitive starter ahead of him. Now, the noise that NFL Network was talking about was, Cleveland hopping in front of Philly because Philly would be a good enough culture where if they fit Sanders there, like he can blend in, blah, blah, blah. But when you look at landing spot there, if Shedeur Sanders is on Philly, would you actually consider taking him ahead of someone like Tyler Shugg in dynasty drafts? Because there's no pathway for him in Philly. But there is in Cleveland because there's no definitive starter, right?
That's a good point, too. Like, if he ended up on a team that had a secure, locked-in starter, like at best case scenario, he's backing up Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, whatever the fuck it is. No, like as much as I hate Tyler Shugg, I don't think he's very good. Like he's going to get an opportunity to start fucking games, maybe as soon as this year, if not in 2 years. There's going to be a time where there's injuries happen or piss poor quarterback play and they're going to throw him in. Shedeur wouldn't have had that opportunity. That's something that you got to hold on to until they fucking trade him. So it's just clogging up a roster spot for you.
Yeah, after the third round, what I'm really looking at with any of these players, truthfully, is I'm looking at landing spots. Like with the running back position, I'm looking at pass catching upside because those are the guys that I know are going to be able to come in with an injury. They're going to get a lot of usage out of that backfield. Most of us all play in PPR leagues anyway, and those are worth well more than carries. So those are the types of guys that I'm ultimately going to target.
Hey. We didn't get any good offensive players here in these last picks, unless you're a big Keandre Lambert-Smith fan.
Yeah. Like,
I am not.
I think another thing, too, like if you have some of these old shitty quarterbacks on your team that you don't like Derek Carr, Russell Wilson, if you don't like Aaron Rodgers, Daniel Jones, I'd go and just offer it straight up for Shedeur to that guy or the pick to take Shedeur. I'd rather have Shedeur over those guys.
Unless they're guys that start in games, guaranteed to start games. Like Russ is going to start.
Russell's probably going to start. Yeah, but I think I'd probably rather still have Shedeur. But
they asked the question in the chat, Sam Howell now that he's the backup to JJ McCarthy or Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, Shedeur.
That's the kind of stuff that you take the swing on the upside, in my opinion. I know what Sam Howell is, and as big Sam Howell truther as I'm going to be, he's got an opportunity to be a backup, but he's probably not starting games if things go the way the Vikings want in 2025. It's not happening. Shedeur could start games in 2025 for the Cleveland Browns. As
even if it goes the way that Cleveland wants it to go.
Even if it goes the way Cleveland wants it to go, which is in the shitter. So, yeah, those guaranteed locked-in backups behind real solid starters or Shedeur Sanders, give me Shedeur on the upside swing for sure. I'll take those straight up. But if it's like a Russ or I don't really know what the shoulder situation is with Derek Carr, if it's guys that I can see playing 4 or 5 games, I'd rather have that guy because I know they're going to go out and play, or I might need to be able to slide him into my super flex spot, or I can trade him to a quarterback needy team on a spot start. I don't have that guarantee with Shedeur right away.
The one thing with the Browns and the culture and the organization, right, and the way it works here, it won't take long for the echo chamber, if things are not going well, to just kind of force him to get on the field because Browns fans want
Who's
to see
always
something
the most
happen.
who's always the most popular player in the Browns? The backup quarterback.
The one who's going to
Hey,
change
Philly
the
just
future
took
of
another
losing.
Georgia guy.
Yeah, that's a good one too, man. I was surprised Smale was still out here. We got nothing but Alabama dudes and fucking Georgia dudes on this roster.
Hey, Cameron, I don't know if you're still with us, but if you're not in the Discord, hit me up, email me. I got something to send to you, buddy. XX. Just shit. Exclusive. This is a Team Gear only hoodie, but I got one extra, and XXL just happened to be. And coming your way, you know? It's kind of like it's something that's just like missing out on the helmet, just shitty, you know?
To catch you up, Josh, poor Cameron here. All right, so we had some clear defined rules. On night one, we would enter for the full-size, signed Brett Favre authentic helmet that Ultimate Autographs was awesome enough to supply us to be able to give away. So we did the entries on night one, and the caveat was you had to be present on night two. When we call your name, you better be here to claim it, or we're moving on to the next one. 2-minute clock. So lo and behold, Mr. Cameron Myers wins it. Not present. Not present.
And comes back with a super chat due to his in-law. Oh,
like a couple hours later, Cameron puts a super chat in there. Hey guys, just checking in on the stream, and it's like, who wants to tell him?
Yeah, he super chat not knowing he'd already won and lost. Like,
Oh, that sucks.
yeah.
Who wants to tell him? No. Worst beat I think I've ever seen right there. Just gut wrench.
We got any other stuff to give away to our
We do. I got some already queued up here.
All right, let's do it.
So, listen, hope everyone's paying attention. Listen, because this is going to be all about speed. There's only one of these to give away. Only one.
Uh-oh.
I got a code for a free item off the store. Whatever you want.
This is actually pretty cool,
America's
too.
Game shirt. You want a bourbon glass. You want a beer glass. You want some golf balls. Whatever. Whatever the hell's on the store. One free item. 100% off of it. We'll take care of it on South Harmon. But it's all about speed. Who can enter this code the fastest?
First person in the chat. Oh,
First person. They just got to go.
you got to be quicker than that.
You got to be quick.
almost
So
had it.
I'd pull up the store. Get your checkout ready.
All right, Mike. Are we mind meld on this?
Oh, yeah. I definitely think we are.
Okay. I think we are.
Promo code is Skittles.
Plural.
Yeah. SKITTLES. Skittles. Best of luck to them. But for those of you who miss out too, I got another giveaway. I've got 5 of these ones though. So if you want to go that route and you didn't give a shit about the store, congrats to you.
For the record, it's live, right? You got to go put the
be.
Yeah, go put it in. Go put the order in.
I double check my work.
Well, there's only
shouting.
one. We'll have a screaming person. The first screaming person, if you actually try to put it in, it doesn't work. We'll see.
All right, last one. I got 5 draft guides. 5 South Harmon draft guides at the.
Now here, that's what I was going to say. Jason, go put it in the order on the store. It'll be free, and you got to put it through.
You guys are already too late.
Yep. That's why I wanted to clarify this.
You're sleeping now.
We're trying to explain the Skittles way too,
So yeah, got one for 5 free draft guides the South Harmon team worked on. They will be updated post draft. Obviously, we will get to work on our rankings, update and moving guys up and down.
Yep.
The promo code for your draft guide, free one, 5 of these up for grabs. Ball knower. Ball knower. One word.
Love that.
Like that? Ball knower.
I don't like that. I love that.
KNOWER. Ball knower. We're going to make that like a word now. We're going to get that in Webster's.
Make it a t-shirt.
Ooh, ball knower.
I have a T-shirt that says "Ball Knower" from BDG. Actually, it's not one word.
Oh, do
though.
you?
Yeah.
And then can you put a giant sack under it?
Oh yeah.
Like a hairy sack.
For the W, like the bottom of the W.
Best graphic ever. Ball
Blower.
knower.
I hardly know her.
Oh, God.
Oh, that'd be the best T-shirt we've ever had, for sure. Love it. Here we go.
Hold up.
All right, someone used the code. I got the email, so someone used the code. So code's
did.
gone.
Who was it?
I was gonna say I was looking for it, and it's
I don't
not.
know. Yeah, I
got it.
I see the name, but I don't
David?
know what, like, their
Oh, I don't
screen
want
is.
to. Yeah, I don't want to put him out.
You just say David. That's all right.
I'm gonna say David. David, you
Yeah.
got it. Good job, David.
David, quick on it. What'd they
And
get?
you know what? Do you believe in miracles shirt, right?
Damn. Nice.
David sure does. He got that code in there so fast,
And Dark Heather.
and it worked.
It was Soggy. Soggy got it. Soggy Danger.
Oh,
Let's
okay.
go. Got a shit shirt. Nice.
That's a good. Honestly, it's a staple. You know, it's an old school staple.
And we got Anthony redeeming a code for a rookie draft guide. Boom. Nailed one. He's a ball knower.
Oh, wait a minute. Speaking of ball knowers,
We got one.
live.
Ooh. Like the ball knowers.
Look at this. Look at this ball.
He's back. He's back.
Hi.
Alan Sazowski.
Told you I'd be back.
Told you we leave the light on for you. You know.
Shedeur gets drafted.
Alan was the problem. That's why he wasn't getting drafted.
Dude, it's so. I mean, you know, it's and now that he's there, I mean, I don't want to make you circle back, but where is he getting
But you will.
drafted in the?
Which you will.
No, just it could be lightning round. Where do you guys say that he's going to go in our rookie drafts now?
We had
end
mid
of
third, late third, and fifth.
Yeah, no,
So,
205.
a wide range of outcomes, yeah.
205. Yeah.
205.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, just name a player at 205 that has more upside than him.
Jaden Higgins.
How many you want me to name?
I guess.
yeah, Jaden Higgins for sure.
How many do you
Jalen
want?
Milroe if he's there. I bet he goes earlier.
Okay,
Than that.
well, to your question or to your statement, right? How many have the more upside? If Shedeur is the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns, if we could definitively say that, okay, then we have a shorter list. How confident can you say that that's going to take place to be 205-ish is my thing.
I mean,
They shall
I'm willing to
do.
get. Even if is it 15% chance? Is it 20% chance he'll be the starter by week 7? You know, and what's the percentage?
I'm saying what's the percentage he's going to actually start for the Browns? Do you think?
That's what I'm saying. Is it 15%? Is it 20%? Something like that?
I'd say I'd maybe even say a little bit more, but yeah, it's not.
Okay.
It's not 50%, maybe.
This is where Hendon Hooker was going in our rookie drafts, and he had no shot to start. He was injured year 1. Jared Goff was there. I mean, and people felt comfortable enough to take Hendon Hooker at 205 in Superflex.
But how did that work? You did something short term that ended up with you long term and messing around with the
Right.
hooker.
Well,
you know?
that's what I'm saying. That was the right idea. It was terrible process because he had no shot. At least again, it all depends on where you think what the percentage that Shedeur actually gets clarified starts.
Fizz boy. No,
I want to know what drafts you were in that Hendon Hooker was going mid-second, because that's wild to me. He wasn't even a third-round pick in most of the ones I was doing.
really?
We're talking Superflex, right?
Yeah, Superflex.
I mean, maybe
He was literally being drafted as a backup quarterback.
I can tell you, I could probably pull up a handful that he was definitely in round 2. It was ugly.
I'm just gonna look up a random one that's been going on since 2020, and I'll give you honest reporting here.
You know what?
Go for it.
This is
I struggle
riveting
to
stuff.
see, even if Shedeur lands the starting job, I just struggle to see the fantasy upside, because he doesn't run, so he has to throw 30+ touchdowns, and they don't have weapons on this offense to do that.
Right. You don't like Jerry Jeudy?
What? Jerry Judy's ass. He's terrible.
Let's see. In fantasy,
My man made the Pro Bowl last year.
And Jameis Winston is no longer there to throw him the football.
Well, have you seen
I know he's got Joe Flacco
I was gonna say,
now.
have you
He's
seen
a better
Joe?
quarterback.
Even worse.
No, stop.
Oh, another fucking tight end to muddy Carolina's tight end room.
Yeah,
This is what
that
we
guy's
needed.
just dead. I just
What
buried
year
him
was-
in my rankings?
what year was Hooker? What year was that, guys? 23.
23.
I usually get one every year, Alan.
Yeah. Heyo. Yeah,
Sometimes
Hendon
monthly.
Hooker. Random draft I just pulled up 202.
Ooh,
I'm gonna keep going. I agree that's early, but you hear what I'm saying, right? I mean,
holy shit.
I heard it. Tough stomach, but yeah,
Who'd he go over?
all of them.
I just
Oh.
here another rando draft 20. And again, these are drafts that 204.
Nice job, Soggy.
204 in that one. Over, he was taken over Roshan, Jalen Hyatt, Sam Laporta, bad pick.
I was
Zach
gonna say
Charbonnet.
until Sam Laporta, they all sucked.
Devon Acham was taken at 208 that year.
Yeah. Damn.
I'd take the running backs, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
They got opportunities.
Point is that I 205. If you believe in Shedeur, and it sounds like you guys do not, so then it would be
Alan.
3 or whatever.
I don't know. Sometimes I think it's best to just put our money where our mouth is. Because right before you left, I got this all set up for you. I was like, we're going to do a dry run, two round mock draft with Alan. Now we got you back. Why don't let's just see. Let's see where he's going to go. What do you think?
You know what? That's like a better way to do it, because like I could be on the clock at 205 and he's there, and I'm like, oh
yeah.
shit.
See,
I
and here's the
forgot.
thing.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I'm normally pretty stupid. I normally think about this a day later. So I was like, you know what? Let's try it. We'll give it a run. I got to make a new one, but I'm sure you guys can fill the dead air. I believe in you.
Definitely can.
I know for sure you can.
I'm pulling up some random leaks from like last year, just seeing where
I'm looking at the same. Yeah.
The Hooker
Spencer
stuff.
Rattler.
All right. I pulled up one. Hooker was a 302 in a 10 team.
Well,
This one, Hooker was 212 in a 12 team.
What was Spencer Rattler's draft capital last year?
303, 305, right?
He was
In
a
rookie
fourth
drafts?
rounder in most of these rookie drafts that I'm looking at.
Okay, you're right. No, you're right. Rattler was a 4th rounder. Forget it.
Man, Caleb gets a roommate.
Or
Another
311.
Iowa
Yeah.
roommate for Caleb Johnson.
Y.A. Black. Let's go, man. Y.A. Black's baller.
Dude, he's a fucking hoss. 6'5", 336.
Hey, big guy. Not the most athletic, though.
Yeah, 5'3", 40. Yeah,
Definitely
not
the
too
definition of you teach me to football?
big.
He broke my nose.
All right, so let's see here.
I think Steelers have taken every draft pick. I think has been Big Ten.
All right, so
Man, they love the Big Ten.
You think that's a
Big
function?
Ten country.
Those are the schools they just see the most. Do you think that's why, Eric? Like that's what it's-
Maybe, or that's just SEC and Big Ten are just have the best players.
There you go.
Well, you also know that those types of players can play in that type of atmosphere.
all right, gentlemen.
That's a good
Yeah,
What happened?
Chargers. There we go.
Gads.
Fuck
Go
yeah.
Chargers, go!
point.
Hey,
That's a good callback right there.
interview chat, gentlemen. If you're on screen, you're on the mock. We're gonna do a little 3-round warm up, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
let's do it.
And I'm gonna allow. What do you think? Let some people in the comments right now on the stream in.
Yeah, fuck, let him in.
All right, you hyenas.
Is there a way to change my camera in Ecamm so I can? Because I'm using my.
There is. I don't know if I can teach you,
Yeah.
but
No,
There
okay,
is.
I got it. I mean, you can't take time out from hosting to teach me how to use a camera.
no. I mean, I say can, not like I don't know if it's
I'm
possible.
making a joke, of course.
Me too.
No, yeah.
My dad, I thought I could teach him all this stuff with the computers. It didn't work out,
Yeah.
I'm kidding, buddy. But he's.
Well,
I think
he's a
he's-
Steeler.
Are you preoccupied? All right. Who wants in? We got. I want to make sure everybody on our screen gets in first. Josh, and Alan. Okay, cool.
Yeah, where we at? You got a link? We doing
Yeah.
this on
Can you see the interview chat that I sent? I try to put it in there. I can send it to you to your phone or something if you don't see it though.
guest chat. Here we go. Yes, I got it.
Cool. Okay. You good?
Yeah, I'm joining it right now.
Sweet.
Do I have to
Okay.
click something or just I'm in?
Oh,
Yeah, I got you.
got
buddy.
we got a Torrey Horton sighting.
Okay. Where to? Here, Alan. Check.
Seattle.
Just go to your.
Seattle.
I just text it to you.
Twitter or text?
Text it straight to you.
Got it.
iMessage. All right, I got. Okay. So once you get in, Alan, I'm gonna drop it in for.
I'm in. It's going to claim a spot. I'm going to take spot 2.
I'm in.
Torrey Horton's not completely dead. That's good to know.
Yeah,
Nice,
I
okay.
mean, Torrey Horton got a legit chance to start there over Valdez Scantling.
Alan, you knuckled right up next to me, man. You're gonna snipe me every time, aren't you? Let's
I
do
don't know.
this.
It doesn't sound like we're sharing a lot of opinions here.
He's going to be a great Cooper Cup replacement when he finally kicks the bucket.
All right. I'm gonna give about 1 minute. Hopefully, y'all can fill this. If not, we're gonna rock with the.
This is the DSU. Which one is this one? What's this one called?
I'm sorry.
What's this mock called?
Oh, I just have it as mock. It's really innovative.
Really intricate.
Yeah, it's innovative.
It's here. Okay, I found it.
We doing super flex or one quarterback?
So this is
I mean, it's Mike, so I'm guessing super flex.
Kick him the fuck out of here.
I was looking at the settings. That's
we're gonna mix it up this time and do a one quarterback.
No,
absolutely not. And the Browns are going to take Shedeur Sanders as their second quarterback in this draft. That actually did happen. Not one quarterback, though. Superflex, 12-team. This for the sake of the discussion here. 12-team, lineup, start 10. Full tight end premium. So the tight end premium makes it 2 points per catch. Everyone else gets 1 point per catch. No other tricks or fancy scoring. Any questions?
Who the Eagles take?
What was the tight end again? I'm sorry.
Full point. So 1 point. It's a regular
2
PPR
point.
league, and tight end gets 2 points per catch.
Oh, so you're really okay. This is
for This is for the shitheads in us, you know.
This is a double tight end PPR.
Yeah.
Oh man, that changes. That changes
Who the
a
fuck
lot.
Drew Kendall is?
Who?
The Eagles just took Drew Kendall, a center.
Yeah, Anthony, 10-team.
Wonder if Jason Kelsey scouted him and told him to get him. So he didn't do that a couple years ago.
Yeah, he loved Cam Jurgens.
All right, so let's go.
I figured out the camera change, by the way.
Oh, nice.
Oh, look
All
at
right.
this. Look at this. There's 3 mics on here.
Let's go.
Dude, honestly,
Once,
that's actually
twice,
pretty
3
sick.
times the lady.
It's the Skittles.
This is
that are
really
doing
cool.
that. Yeah, Skittle deal.
Speaking
StreamYard
of
can't
those,
do this.
we did have a super chat.
Oh, what? Hold on. Are you shitting me? Are you joshing me? All right, so super chat. Oh, and Alan. Sorry. Super chat. Let's find it. Did we?
No, I'm saying earlier, I know we had a super chat.
Oh.
You know, Cameron Myers. I hadn't had a Skittle. Nailed it. Right in there.
All right. We ready to start our engines?
Let's rock.
Let's do
Rock
it.
out with our,
That thing out.
you know.
All right. Everyone ready?
I'm pumped.
Straight to the point, Ashton. Genty. Leaving
All right,
Mr.
guys.
Steslowski, 102.
We got
Yeah,
lots of
I mean-
sounders and everything.
I still think Cam Ward, man. I think that's the pick right there. I know that's
Okay.
You're a
Josh?
smart man.
What do you think?
The
And
pick?
you know what
Trap.
you're doing, Alan.
I got the whole squad singing Trevi.
I say that now, right up until you do something terrible with Shedeur Sanders.
I know what I'm doing in round 1, is what you're saying.
Whoa.
Amari and Hampton just falls.
What?
Okay.
IMCD? We need to have a sidebar here.
Hey, he's a man of the people, getting a good amalgamation of what the community would do.
I like it. I just wish I had. I don't know why Mike keeps getting the pick after something like that happens every time we do this thing, but
I think I want to trade back to 104, 105 everywhere I have it.
what the fuck's going on? Why do I keep taking the 101 in these things? What's wrong with me? All right.
Strategically.
Because you want the easy way out.
No, I want the 201 to go get Shedeur Sanders.
Oh,
Go
man.
Caleb. 107.
Wow. Mike, you thought you were a Caleb guy.
All right. I'm a poser.
Wow. Dude, I want some Skittles that Pavel the Great. Wow. Okay. Did not see that coming.
What's crazy is this is the double PPR. That's what makes the pick even more.
Well, Alan, here's the thing, right? I did that for a reason. I think you're going to see here pretty soon. Like, there's nothing I can do to get these guys to draft tight ends, you know?
Make it 5 PPR for the tight end.
It
Still
doesn't.
draft
They have a affinity against the tight end, you know? Loveland,
very.
108.
Yeah, and in double PPR non South Harmon drafts, those 2 picks would probably be flipped, right?
Well, here's the thing, though. The only thing about it, Alan, actually, what's crazy, you do get double per catch, but if you don't catch a lot of balls, what does it matter?
Think about this though. If you catch 45, which is not a lot, that's like a 90 catch receiver.
Right.
Here's the other thing to think about. That applies to every tight
But
end.
but guess what?
Right.
What if Chig gets 41 catches?
It applies to
Right, but-
every tight end in the league.
But how about this? Like,
Yeah.
you're gonna take him in that scenario where you have Hunter Henry right on your roster, and then you have or Zach Ertz, and you drafted Sinnott last year, whatever. So you're like, man, I just need something, so I don't have to worry about this problem anymore. That's where he's gonna go 106, 107.
We gonna get an auto pick?
I don't. I hope not. Are you trying to trade me this pick? CM Frank's always trying to trade me something crazy for the record.
Trying to trade in the mock draft.
I will say, I was trying to sell him Rodgers 2 years ago. He let me know, buddy, when it all went to shit bad. Hey, if you auto this, CM Frank, not only will you never hear the end of it, you'll never be allowed back in the draft that I do, mock or real. It's over for you. It's done.
CM Frank thinks this is for real money. I think
7, 6. It's impossible.
I was gonna say, and you set this at a minute and a half. It's not even fast.
The minute and a half was. Oh my. Well, gentlemen. Honestly, I think you know what, he got what he deserved. Tyler Warren.
It's the right pick.
Oh my.
I was gonna say, I mean, if you're doing the double tight end premium, it's justifiable.
I just Quinchon at 110 to me is just crazy, y'all.
Yeah, I think as much as I like some of these guys, I think I gotta go with super flex. You gotta go Jackson Dart there.
Oh, I thought you were taking a different quarterback.
I was thinking about the other one, but I gotta take Dart first round quarterback at 12. Sign me up.
What do you think, Dylan Sampson here?
That early?
Yeah,
I Bond maybe.
I drafted him here before. It just didn't work out so well. I think I know what I'm going to do, but just want to check. All right, we're going sticking with our guns. Mecca Buka. Top 20 draft capital. If you like Baker Mayfield.
All right, guys. So in every draft, there's a line of demarcation with let's get away from the receivers to get the running backs. I'm mostly already there. I don't really want Matthew Golden, right? So I just had a long debate with somebody about Cam Scattaboo versus Tootin. And I started the conversation on Scattaboo, and I landed on Tootin when it was all over. So
okay,
I don't know what the ADP is right now, but that's who I'm taking at the 202.
I would take Tootin over Scam.
Man, you get him with the scam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a couple other guys I'd take before that, but
and is it totally understandable?
Jaden Higgins, nice pick.
God.
Yep.
Is Tootin the next running back, though? Do you guys agree that Tootin or Scam is the okay?
Tootin would be my next one.
All right, so 202.
Fucking Josh.
great.
Every
pick.
year there's a first
Josh.
round.
Josh is over there he's playing poker, kind of got a little happy face, Mike's pissed off. You know?
Every year there's a first round receiver, right? Like Brandon Ayuk and Darius Stoney.
Golden is
There's
not
one you
impressive
gotta
to me.
go. Oh, that was not the pick, Mike.
All right, Fizz, do it.
Fizz
You
got him. Fizz got him.
are you kidding me? He took a different quarterback than Shedeur all this time.
Rushing upside, man.
There's no way.
That's what I'm telling you.
Well, he liked the Sam Howell trade.
He was on a stream with us for 2 days, and one of which, he said he was going to leave every single draft, including mocks, with Shedeur. We got to make sure he goes before 306 here. Yeah, we got to make sure he goes before 306, y'all.
Well, that's where I would have taken Shedeur, 206. That's what my original statement was. Right?
All right, Sam Frank, I need you to put a different comment on here because I want you to beg like your life depends on it to get this off of auto for you.
Had a bag.
Mike, you like Trey Harris where he went? You're comfortable with the setup there?
Oh yeah, got the draft capital, consolidated targets.
I think at that spot it was a pretty good pick.
Yeah. I just meant as a player, do you think they're going to throw enough? That's all the usual questions that are going to come up in podcasts.
Can I actually set him up?
I was gonna say I've got Higgins and Harris over Golden, even with the first round capital for Golden.
I think
It
that's
just
going to
doesn't-
be Nobody
that
likes
spot
Golden.
in Green Bay does nothing for me, and
I think
LaFleur's
that-
not going to target a wide receiver 7-8 times. So
Yep.
Talk to me, Alan. Give me something, man.
As far as the golden.
Did we
thing
just
is
have
the most
another?
fascinating.
Well, hold on. We had another auto, but at least Shedeur
Another
went.
auto, yep.
Shedeur went. Fizz. That's what you get. 209. All right.
Well,
stop.
Shedeur went
Fizz is gonna
because
lead the
he's
draft, man.
higher in the auto queue.
I'm gonna
That's
pause
why.
this.
Right.
Listen, I'm like, we have
That's
almost half of it filled out with people on here. I'm like, I can trust the people in the chat. Why do I do that? Go showing off like that.
Rough luck.
All right, what are we taking for CM Frank here?
Yeah, let's do a consensus. That's a better way to play this.
Next highest on my board is Jack Beth.
Okay,
Or Kyle Williams.
Mike.
He's next.
Damn it.
You got to respect the draft cap
like-
there.
Sorry.
I think you can make a case because it's the double tight end premium. I think you can make a case for
Royal.
Mason Taylor. But
Oh, yep.
You could twist my arm.
Yeah, I think Taylor or Arroyo is like a tight end there for sure.
You know what? Actually, he
Over.
already took a tight end. Let's give him 2 tight ends.
Really leaning into it.
Yep. Okay. All right.
Hey, and a
Pello.
Double
sorry
premium.
about
People
that.
are going to do that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, go ahead. All right. Pello, sorry. Continue. There's a little bit of a delay. He's in Canada, but tariffs.
Tariffs. Tariffs.
Okay. Eric, don't you dare snipe me on this pick.
Oh, if he's there, he's mine.
Shedeur?
Yep.
So there you go, guys. We had this argument before. You were saying 305. I said 205 or whatever. I said 208. And you guys, you almost fell out of your chair. So it sounds like
Well,
it's a little bit close.
we did the proper thing, and it didn't let the auto draft happen to see where he actually will fall. I mean,
Right, but I'm saying is you're not letting him get out of the second round. Come on.
I think
I would.
you're going to find out E and I are being facetious with each other, I think. I hope, I pray. Eric, don't do this to me. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure. I don't.
What do I hit?
I don't.
Oops.
Let me see what I got left, actually. I need to figure out my life.
I don't have him too far off, so yeah, I'm gonna go. Of course, I gotta find him. There he is.
Okay. He's falling out of round 2.
Mm-hmm.
Nice ambiance there with the tweeting birds.
You hear
Little
that?
birds in the background.
Huh.
Yep. Hey guys, has Martinez landed yet? While we've been on here at all?
I don't think
Damien
so.
Martinez?
No.
No.
Not yet.
And how about Devin Neal? Still out there?
Nope. Yep, still out there.
Ollie Gordon's still out there. The only
Yeah, a lot
offensive
of
guy
these good running backs that the community's kind of been hyping up. I'm willing to bet more than half of them end up as UDFA.
I'll tell you this, though. This is for Fizz.
That's a good call.
This is for Fizz right there.
Jaden Blue.
And then, yeah, well, that's what I was going to ask you. Blue versus, well, he was already taken, but Jaden Blue versus DJ Giddens. Where are you guys going to be on that? Do you think who do you think will be the running back 2 first on their team?
Giddens.
I would
That's
say
what I was
probably.
thinking.
I would say probably Giddens, but there's that was more of a little bit of a Fizz and I had a bet. I don't know what I won, but Fizz said that Dallas would not take a running back.
I thought it was that bottle of Club Shay Shay.
Oh, you know what? You're right. He said that day one. Yeah,
That $10 million bottle or whatever it was.
right. Well, because he said there's no way that would happen. You're right.
Right.
Giddens,
Speaking
okay.
of Giddens,
Yep.
Yeah, they made the case. The guys I was talking to made the case that Blue is the better pick because, like, he's the Miles Sanders replacement, like today.
I mean, I'm Mike and I think are on the same page on this. I'm a little skeptical of Jaden Blue, honestly, as the talent, but there's honestly nothing in that situation, right?
All right, I know I'm going to have to defend this pick, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
There's no defense
No,
needed.
I was considering him too.
Yep.
No, I'm saying in terms of like over Shedeur because everybody seems to be on Shedeur at this point. So I'm
Yeah,
I'm not
I think
saying
I
that
probably would
Shug
still
is
take
like a
Shedeur.
good quarterback by any means, but he was a top 40 pick. Derek Carr questions shoulder. the way that Kellen Moore is going to operate that offense, I think you're going to get a blend of kind of what he did with Dallas and wanting to throw a ton versus, the run aspect of Philly. If Shug ends up actually starting and doesn't end up on IR after 5 snaps, like I think, there's more upside because he will run in that offense versus Shedeur, who won't.
Yeah, you just drafted Will Levis. You just drafted Davis Mills. I mean, that's who you got right there.
I will say, though, why did we let him get Shedeur at 306?
Because he's not worth the 306.
Because we knew he would take it.
but it would actually have meant more to one of us to be taking a wrong player than Fizz not get him. Well, I don't need 10 or 50. You got to give it to me, Fizz, for Jaden Blue. So, all right. So let me ask you guys this real quick, and everyone that's drafting in the chat, where if Fizz doesn't take him at 306, because where would he go? How much further was he going to go down the board? Barry, would you have taken him? I don't think so. Pavel, Pello,
I would have taken him.
You would have taken him at 312.
I honestly forgot he was there because I was distracted. I would have taken him instead of Giddens. So 302 was probably if I.
I made a queue and he wasn't on the queue.
Yeah.
So
I also think. I mean, and also too, look at the people here that are going in the 3rd round, right? Look at the opportunity cost, and I think that's the biggest thing. Is like when people are going through in these super flex leagues, and we're looking at. All right, quarterbacks, obviously their value is inflated. Where's going to be the opportunity cost? And then you're starting to look around. Where's the opportunity with these wide receivers? Where's the opportunity with these running backs? At that point, the quarterbacks are more valuable anyway. So even if it's probably not the smartest decision because they're not going to see the field, they're going to ultimately hold a better value in the long term if they do end up seeing the field.
The thing about you make a really good point here, because if Shedeur Sanders gets like a clarified start, you could easily at this point get like a 26-second for him, right? Like, and that would be like the bottom level price. But if Shug gets a clarified start, people are going to want to actually see it first.
No, I agree.
Yeah, so that's the advantage of Sanders over Tyler Shug.
So I had 5 guys that we didn't draft on my queue.
Who?
That I would have considered.
Royals?
Jalen Royals for me. Like I said, probably not the best process, but I'm going with my pre-draft. And
he's attached to Patrick Mahomes, so and right? Hollywood Brown has a 1-year deal, and Rashee Rice is injured. So
Woody Marks was not taken. I would have taken him before Shedeur.
He was going to be my next pick. Yep.
Jarquez Hunter, I would have taken him.
I was considering Hunter over Shug, honestly.
And then I'll give you my wild card, which I would take over Shedeur, would have been Savion.
Ty Felton.
He feels like another Laviska Shenault to me.
Hey, Adam Bruno asks, where would the tight ends go in a non-tight end premium here?
2-0 in a real, like, not a crazy South Harmon league, just like your everyday dynasty league.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say again, bunch of randos.
202 to 208. You'll see the 2 of them go in there, and if that's too wide of a range, 202 to 206.
I think you're probably right.
I have Loveland at 10 in my regular Superflex.
Non-tight end premium.
Loveland 10, non-tight end premium. I have Loveland at 10, Tyler Warren at 17.
Yeah,
like I think half PPR.
I think Alan, like if you 110, 111 to 206 too, it's a little wider range, but I think that's probably about the same. Yep.
I got one question for Barry in the chat. Says he's saying non-Konami project quarterback, fuck him. But I know Barry had him as quarterback 1 in the class. Damn. And had him over Cam Ward and all that the whole time. So I'm not like trying to like out you, Barry, but like when does it become like you watched the tape on Sanders, you liked him the best, and now all of a sudden just because he went in the 5th round, now you're just like completely out. There's got to be some point where you're willing to take that guy, just because you had him as your number 1 quarterback, he's good. I
think he would, but I think actually, Barry, you tell me, you tell us. Where would you actually take him? All right, so we'll go back to the.
Yeah, but you've watched enough football, Barry, to know that you're not like dumb. Like who's good, who's not. Like, I still had the guy as my quarterback too. So like, I'm not like
Barry. He wasn't. I don't think even though it probably came off this way, he wasn't saying like you fucked up. That's fine. You're
right.
adapting.
Yeah, no,
he's asking where are you going to take him now? Right.
Right. I'm saying like you are smart. You know football. Like you know that this guy is not. Something happened. Obviously, the NFL punished him for whatever reason. All these teams punished him, made him go to the 5th round. Like there's something, going on there. So where would you take him? Like he's good. I know he's good. That's just all I'm wondering.
Yeah, I love. The Browns' next move is they're going to cut him tomorrow.
Oh,
well, so here you go. You had your moment.
No, honestly though, Mike talked about this. Do they actually get through roster cuts with 5 quarterbacks? That's what they have right now.
Let's go through.
No,
they have Flacco. Who's they got? They have Flacco.
They have Watson. They have Pickett. They just drafted Gabriel, and they have Shedeur.
Yeah,
I think keep in mind too, you've got 5 quarterbacks there. Watson's going to end up on PUP.
Yeah, he's on.
So now you're down to 4.
He's not even playing this year. He's not even off thought.
Right.
Sure.
And Gabriel's the one who's probably in trouble, right?
No, Pickett.
I don't think you're going to cut.
Pickett.
If you cut a 3rd round pick, I mean, God.
Yeah, then
it's happened.
This high.
But
yeah,
wait a minute, they gave up on what? They gave up on DTR for Pickett. What was the compensation there on that? By the way,
like a fifth went with that, right, or something like that. Like it was a late
and
round
that
pick.
was an upgrade. That's an upgrade over DTR.
Yeah, I mean, and that could be a situation where maybe they end up wheeling, trading Pickett for like a 2026 6th or 7th or something.
Yeah, here it is.
If he comes in,
they're running out of
and
time, they got to
doesn't
do it now. You're right.
Eagles traded Kenny Pickett to the Cleveland Browns for DTR and a 5th on March 12th.
Damn. So that they basically invested. Just think about that. If they cut DTR, they also sunk a 5th into Kenny Pickett as well.
Mm-hmm.
They drafted
That's
3.
what I'm
They drafted
really,
3 quarterbacks in this draft,
room,
y'all.
Yeah, your quarterback room for them really should be Gabriel or Sanders on the practice squad.
Fam, think about this.
Pickett, Flacco, and then whichever one doesn't go on the practice squad.
Indulge me in this. They drafted 3 quarterbacks in this draft.
Yep. And their offensive line is still dog shit.
I mean, if they tried to put Gabriel or Sanders on waivers to go to the practice squad, somebody's picking those guys up. So it's got to be Pickett.
Yeah, and the way Haslam works is he ain't going to be able to admit his defeat on those guys just yet.
This is probably a chalk question here, but is Deshaun Watson literally the worst trade in the history of the NFL?
Well, here actually, I gotta find this motivational video. I think I put it on the screen at this point. It's a good time for it.
I would say only because of the contract he ended up signing after the fact. Because when you look at like the Herschel Walker trade, the Ricky Williams,
I'll tell you why it is.
All like the Saints' entire draft, like those obviously were big, but when you guarantee $230 million and you get what you got out of Deshaun, plus giving up 3 first-round picks, it's a colossal train wreck.
Can I tell you why it's actually the worst trade in sports history? Is because of all that stuff.
I believe that.
No, the reason it's the worst trade in sports history is because not only did they do all that, they did it amidst a scandal off the field. Like,
but
they didn't.
Scandal.
Go ahead. Sorry.
You could argue the scandal's the only reason the trade was available.
Sure, but I'm saying, like, it's not like they invested 3 first-round picks and they paid a quarterback a fully guaranteed contract when the entire league doesn't operate that way, right? They did all that in addition to the fact that it was when there was allegations, but
yeah, it's the OJ thing. Everyone knew it's true, even though there's no.
But nobody's ever made a trade that bad, and it's like at the same time there was a lot of off-the-field character concerns, like at that point specifically. So you kind of have that as like your that's going to be the topper, the cherry on top, if you will.
You make a good point.
I always have really good points about how bad Cleveland is. It's awful. Stop me, please.
All right. Question for the crew here: is there any fantasy relevant players that you still think that you want to see get drafted, and where do you think is the best spot for them at this point?
Too many of them right now. Yeah.
We'll name the best 2.
Damian Martinez, unless I haven't seen him go.
And for the Bengals, you think is that a good one for him?
Yeah, we were talking about that landing spot earlier before you popped on. Like Martinez to Cincy, I think would be a great compliment to Chase Brown. I think any of these halfway decent running backs landing in KC, because that running back room is awful. Like if Devin Neal ended up in Kansas City, I wouldn't hate that at all.
Just looking down the list.
Seattle just took a second tight end.
Did they?
And,
Noah Fant, man. Oh boy, poor kid.
Kind of feels like he's on the outs. Maybe just not a good fit with Clint Kubiak's system.
Yeah, I got a giveaway for everybody.
They took an Alabama tight end that I have no idea who the fuck he is.
Very good. Very good. Your comedic timing is on point.
That's so bad. Oh, God. It's horrible.
Mike,
and the fact that it was within reach, too. Like, that's kudos at him.
It's kind of like, I'm kind of like Watson in a way, though. I'm getting kicked out of my own home. I have all my stuff is down in the basement now, you know?
Mike, did you think the Iowa tight ends would end up like this? Fant would be the nothing, and Hawkinson would be the guy?
Hawkinson was more complete tight end coming out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I was really high on Hawk too. Fant was just the athletic freak. I didn't know he was going to be so shitty and just never really capitalize on it, which I guess kind of makes sense because
I feel like a lot of it, though, was landing spot for him. And that's kind of what we talked about with
Kyle Pitts'
with
biggest
all the
comp
tight
is
ends.
Noah Fant, and you're seeing Kyle Pitts' career play out the same fucking way. So,
Well, you know what?
it's an
Honestly,
archetype.
Mike and I, we talked far too much about Noah Fant. I wouldn't stop. I had a problem. But I would say that's probably the real chasing all these tight ends that we've Mike and I have been there when we talk about why we don't want the tight ends. We've chased all the ones that fucked us, basically. Noah Fant, believe it or not, had 2 back-end tight end 1 seasons. That's how much that doesn't matter in fantasy football. Who cares? So, a lot of money down the drain with Noah Fant here, for those that don't know.
How much have you guys plowed over the Ibuka situation? Is that something
I have
worth
a lot.
talking about?
It's a polarizing one here, actually.
Well, just because it's a great pick at like 1.9, 110. Eric, are you going to be taking him that early? 1.9, 110 Ibuka? You going to wait?
Probably. I think he's probably more 112, 201 ish. But I like Golden better than you guys. You guys have completely fucking put him in the fucking dirt, and I'm the only one that likes him. So
Appreciate you, Joey. We always love you, man.
Love it.
All right, so
I just had some. I see Chris Womble was chirping me in the chat a little bit ago, so I just wanted to address this, right? Because Chris is kind of bad at this sometimes, and he likes to get a rise out of me.
What do you say
got enough
about
Skittles in me. I got enough Skittles in me. I'll play ball.
Let's do it. I don't know what's happening, but I love it.
Take a drink here.
That's my brother-in-law. But
he's upset. He's upset about Cam Ward 101. That's where he's mad about, right? Because he lives in today's day and age where last season we had an outlier running back season and they won you fantasy leagues, and everybody's riding running back sticks right now. So you see Ashton Genty at RB3 in dynasty ranks, which makes sense. That's kind of where people have him. And then you see a startup ADP, very early part of the second round. And you look at that versus a Bo Nix and you go, okay, well, we can make the case. Mike can kind of make the case that they're similar ADP. People clearly prefer the running back, right? They really want the running back. They want RB3 over QB 9 or 10 pretty consistently. But let's just go back 2 years ago before RBs, had their outlier season and were fucking us in fantasy. Even the good ones. Jahmyr Gibbs coming off a good rookie season was RB4. Jahmyr Gibbs at this time in startup ADP was going at pick 209. And does anybody want to take a guess on how many quarterbacks in startups, value-wise, let's talk dynasty value, we're going before RB4 Mr. Jahmyr Gibbs in startups?
12 to 15, probably.
Got 11 of them. 11 fucking quarterbacks. So, my Cam Ward 101 over Ashton Genty there's the fucking scenario. If Cam Ward is decent this year, and he's valued as a QB 8, 9, 10, 11, back-end QB 1. We already have it in writing that it's happened before, and it happened multiple fucking years before this because RBs have been fucking us for a while until last year.
At this point, I think we continue this rant. But
would be
Mike,
the most valuable.
he was saying, you got me wrong. He's talking about Shedeur, but at this point, keep it going, please. I'm loving this. Go.
No, we're good. I like this. I'm also, zooted.
Mike, I think you're making a case. Go, please. Don't stop now.
No, seriously, go. I do have a rebuttal whenever you do finish up.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is we have data data that says that quarterbacks, if they hit their fucking maximum upside, which I gave you Cam Ward's potential on what he is, doesn't matter what Ashton Jeanty does. Ashton Jeanty could come out and run for 2,000 fucking yards next year and 20 touchdowns. If Cam Ward were to hit his absolute peak ceiling of being QB3, QB4, QB5 as soon as next year, which is not impossible, but let's agree it's highly unlikely. That's not what we're baking in. If Cam Ward hits his absolute ceiling and Ashton Jeanty hit his absolute ceiling, you cannot buy Cam Ward for your Ashton Jeanty in Superflex leagues. You just can't. It's the same debate Adam and I kind of had last year when we were talking Malik Neighbors and Marv, or taking Jaden Daniels like one of those quarterbacks.
Right.
Yes, we can talk about value retention and all that, which quarterbacks also prove to have better value retention year over year. Like they get 2 years at least. After that, then we'll decide whether or not you're a shitbird or not. Anthony Richardson barely did anything in his rookie year. He had a couple games, got hurt. Still a first-round startup pick last year. Still people's 101 in Scott Fishbowl. Then we find out he sucks again, and then it sets in. Running backs and wide receivers, though, if you come out the gate fucking slow, you get buried. If you JSN it and even have that type of season, no matter how much we liked you as a prospect, you get buried. Like you go down, you take a value hit, we got to talk you off the ledge. Quarterbacks can suffer that, but it's never to that extent, right? Bryce Young was dog shit in his rookie year, still went in the 5th round of a startup the next year. Like didn't completely just shitball you. So you look at floors and then you look at absolute ceilings. Quarterbacks always have the higher ceiling. If they're slightly mobile, that's all they need. They need to hit that 400-yard threshold for me, which Cam Ward can do.
Isn't that where the difference lies, though, with Cam Ward and Jaden Daniels big time, though? Isn't that why?
I'm not comparing them to the same thing, but we've seen quarterbacks who have this 400-yard threshold, which Cam Ward can hit. That's not a huge one. We saw it twice from 2 rookies last year. If he can hit that rushing threshold and then add to the passing, he can be in that top 5, that elite group of quarterbacks. Now, is he going to be number 1 or 2? No, because you have Jaden Daniels and Lamar, and you got Jalen Hurts running for double-digit touchdowns every single year. But he's going to be in that next conversation the same way Joe Burrow is right now.
See, I look at it a little bit differently. What's Cam Ward's startup ADP right now?
He's going in like the 3rd, 4th round, 3-4 turns.
Okay. Yeah, but I mean, you're still talking,
right?
Yeah, and you're still talking what, between QB 12 and QB 16 probably.
He's QB 16 on the nose.
12 to 17,
okay.
Depending on the source, I'm sure.
So let's use CJ Stroud for an example. So CJ Stroud, after his rookie year, which by all accounts it wasn't phenomenal, but it was good enough to where people were like, "Oh, this is like the ceiling is coming up this year," and he was going at like
his dynasty value at
QB 5.
Yeah, his dynasty value at that point, CJ Stroud at least,
shot through the roof.
Was what Mike said is top 5. Yep.
Yeah, no, shot through the roof. I agree. But to me, that was always unrealistic because CJ Stroud doesn't run. Like when you look at the fantasy finishes for these quarterbacks, the only one I believe that actually finished top 5 that didn't have a high rushing floor was Joe Burrow. And it was because he threw 40 fucking touchdowns last year. So like the only way this even remotely works for Cam Ward is if you honest to God think that 40 touchdown ceilings are in his outcomes. And I don't see that because I don't think he's anywhere and this is coming from a Miami fan. I love Cam Ward. He is not the ceiling that Joe Burrow is. I don't think he's even a ceiling of like a 35 touchdown passing season. Like they're going to run the football. They're going to pick their spots. They don't have the weapons. Calvin Ridley is not a Jamar Chase. He's not even a T. Higgins in my opinion. So like until they get one of those types of wide receivers in the fold, Cam Ward isn't there. So you're still consistently talking about QB 10, QB 12, QB 14 in Superflex rankings. And I think your elite of elite running backs, your elite of elite wide receivers are always going to trump that.
That's assuming. But my point is that's assuming he is a like 200-yard rusher, right? I went down last year before the season got kicked off and broke down all the top WoRP quarterback scoring seasons over the last 5 years. And the threshold was 400 yards. If you
I'm with you 100% on that.
If you could have an elite quarterback season and hit 400-yard rushing, you only needed something like 3,600 yards passing and like 28 or 29 touchdowns. You didn't even have to do it. If you were below that threshold, everyone who did it, who was in the 100 to 200 yard range, like Burrow or CJ Stroud examples, they had to throw damn near 40 touchdowns at over 4,000 yards to hit those. So my point on Cam Ward is he's athletic enough, and I've seen him do it, especially earlier on when he was at Washington and we first got the taste of it, of being that mobile quarterback. And 400 yards isn't a giant threshold to say that he's got to hit. Like, it's not impossible when you watch his game and how athletic he is on the field and how he moves to be a 400-yard guy. Like, I didn't think Bo Nix was going to be a 400-yard guy, and he fucking smashed the shit out of it. We were questioning whether or not Drake May would be a 400-yard guy, and he was that in spades. And you see what that does to their fantasy value. So all I'm saying is Cam Ward's ceiling is if he can be a little bit more mobile at the quarterback position, and instead of being in college and staying in the pocket for so long or dancing outside the pocket and waiting 20 seconds until somebody's open, if he gets coached up a little bit to go first read, second read, now take off and run, use your athleticism that you clearly do have, go get the first down, and then we'll reset and go again. If he does that consistently, 400 yards is an easy thing for him to get. And then all we're talking about to be an elite quarterback is 3,800 yards and 30 passing touchdowns, and all of a sudden he's QB4 or QB5 on the year.
Well, I think this is a good conversation, but two things, I guess, when you talk about that, because I think sometimes I try to use the past and now and the future, and I think right now with the current quarterback landscape, I don't think 400 can be the threshold when, if you go down the list, like let's give Cam Ward the benefit of the doubt on him being able to go from a non-rusher to even 400. Don't you say Drake May could do 400 yards rushing as a threshold, right?
Yeah.
What about J.J. McCarthy, right?
Yes.
What about Bo Nix, right?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Like, I think the reason the 400 threshold is because not that many ran for 400. That's why that floor was boosted.
That's
I think
not the case anymore.
I think now 400 might not actually get you enough of a separating factor from 15 quarterbacks. And I think the problem for Cam Ward is, for me, your point on dynasty value, I think, makes a lot of sense for not even just Cam Ward, guys that are young and have the big leap that, you know, people want to see. CJ Stroud was a good example you brought up. But is he going to realistically separate himself from the pack in production? And then do people just view him in a tier where it's similar to Drake May, where it's similar to guys that you could be excited for them, but you don't think that they're really any different? You're not going to go pay up for the Konami guy. And I think the difference is he's not a Konami code quarterback. We can say even if he hits his high range of outcomes, he's not a Konami code quarterback. Ashton Genty is a top 10 running back that, like, I can pull the graphic up again because I was pulling this up earlier today. Like, the floor here, right? The floor here outside of an injury is he's going to be a top 12 WoRP running back. The upside is, right, RB1 win your league. Actually, if you look,
boy, we just got a big pick.
Well, I think the pick can wait for the 101 discussion here, but we got Gurley was running back 1 twice, league winner. You got Zeke was running back 3, running back 2, league winner, and when he wasn't, he was RB9, 5, and 10. Right? You got Leonard Fournette, who was probably the worst of the 3, pretty easily. RB5, RB9, RB8. Like, obviously, Christian McCaffrey and Saquon were multiple-time league winners and had injury history. And then Bijan, 2 years. He's giving you RB13 and RB2. So I think it's a different bet where, yeah, Cam Ward is now, I think, from the dynasty value there, but can you trade him? I think that's probably what you're going to need to do realistically for him. Do you want to rely on his production, I guess, is really more the question. And is that
and to your point, Adam, what you're saying about the quarterback rushing yards, 9 quarterbacks last year topped 400 yards. And not all of them were top 12 running or quarterbacks.
Did we see this pick? The Ollie Gordon thing came in.
Ollie Gordon got drafted? Okay.
To Miami.
Yeah, that's what Eric was just talking about. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Adam completely fucking shit on it.
Sorry. Round 6 running back or Genty and Cam Ward. Sorry, I apologize.
Thank you for
this was Cleveland's pick. Damn it. We could have had him.
By the way, Eric's been living rent free in my head for like 2 weeks. Eric, since we've had the podcast where we went over the Ashton Genty to the Jaguars thing, I've been on every piece of media saying my friend Eric Vanek got me onto this thing. I got it at 7-1. I know you got it at like 3,000 to 1 or whatever the hell you got it. I wanted that to win so bad, not just because it would have been money in the pocket, but just the closing line value and the touting of the tickets on X and all that stuff would have been so fun. So I've been saying your name, I've been saying your praises, and then we freaking lose. So terrible.
Only for the Browns to fuck me again because they had to trade the pick.
Right.
Well,
You don't
I
like
could
the
just
whole
point back
thing?
to 365 days ago. We were just coming off a rookie season where you had a generational running back prospect get taken in the top 10, have a good rookie season, and he was drafted as the 101 over the quarterback who went a little bit later, and C.J. Stroud, who also had a great rookie season. And 365 days later, C.J. Stroud is in conversation as the 101 pick in fucking dynasty startups, and Bijan Robinson's an early second rounder. And it's not like he had a bad season.
Sure.
Do you think in the last calendar year, the fantasy community has learned their fucking lesson and they wouldn't do that again? No, they're going to do the same shit. If Cam Ward goes and has a good rookie season and Ashton Genty has a good rookie season, Cam Ward's going over him in startups next year, and it's not close.
Well, I would say that I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, but to your point, if they both hit range of outcomes, you could probably make a case in a small window, right, where he's a better dynasty valued player if it all hits right. But production-wise, I don't think that's a smart bet, especially because we just saw Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels makes sense because it's like if he hits, not only is he going to be the dynasty value, but the production is a cheat code. Like Cam Ward, from the production standpoint, won't actually meet that. So now I'm kind of relying on trading it to actually actualize the WoRP difference maker I could have already had with if Genty gets workload. There's a floor and a ceiling that's very reasonable based on top 10 draft capital. I think that's the difference, is production and dynasty value. To your point, dynasty value, sure, quarterback 101 has a smash season, of course. But that's also not talking about the floor of the players, right? What's the worst case scenario for Genty?
Back end RB1.
No, dynasty value. What is it? Oh, you think he could fall to like 12?
Yeah,
I don't think he's that low.
Production?
No. I mean that would if he had
Production.
a back end RB1 season, according to your graph, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Unlikely, right? But that's the bottom floor, right?
Sorry,
floor
I
of
hear you.
production.
I mean, even Bijan was what, RB12 his rookie year, and
13.
people
Yeah,
were still drafting him as
He
a
has
I
top,
got you, Mike. You're saying that was the production.
He's a mid second round startup pick next year.
Right.
That's where he is.
But
He would fall
Mike's
slump.
point-
That's where he's going to be.
Mike's strongest point in that whole thing was that if they both do good, Cam Ward is going to leapfrog him and start up ADP. I mean, we've already seen it happen. That's
we're
the
saying,
strongest
But
point.
I think the big difference, though, and I think the big difference when you're looking at the rise of C.J. Stroud, what was the QB class before that? Absolute dog shit. Like, that was the Brock Purdy, Kenny Pickett class, right? The one before that, 2021, that was the Trevor Lawrence,
Wasn't that the
Trey
Joe
Lance,
Burrow Tua?
Zach Wilson. It was two straight, like, absolute terrible quarterback classes. So now you get 2023, CJ Stroud pops through the roof, and then now it's like, all right, okay, we finally got like a really good quarterback here. This last quarterback class, damn near every first-round quarterback has hit, right? So now you're coming into this class, which has been universally panned, that even if Cam Ward does really well, you still have all the rookies from 2024 that supposedly should be doing really well as well. That the rushing value is there with those guys too. So I think even if those guys stay on a good trajectory and Cam Ward has a good year, the rushing value from the 2024 class is going to supersede anything that Cam Ward does. So he's not going to get that level of CJ Stroud hype regardless.
Well, because I mean, obviously we could argue hypotheticals all day long, but Alan, you were just talking about like his best point. I think you're right. Like the ceiling for, if they both hit their highest ceiling dynasty value wise, there's definitely a chance Cam Ward could go ahead of Ashton Genty. What would that be? Let's say like if Ashton Genty has a smash season, where does he go? RB1, RB2, right?
And by the way, Cam Ward doesn't even need to have a great season. He just needs to have a great last 6 games, because that's how, if he
That's
starts
also true.
slow, like if he
true.
starts slow and then crushes, weeks 12 through the end, people are like, oh, this is what it's going to be from here on out. So you asked about Genty.
I would push back on that a little bit. He would go up, but I don't know that he would go into the first round of startups if he had 6 good games at the end. Right.
I'm talking about 6 games where it's like 275, 3 and no, interceptions, to 305 and 2 touchdowns, like that type of thing, where it's just a murderer's row of like a month, and he's winning people fantasy leagues. Like that's how it goes. So it's not how you, and conversely, if he starts strong and fades out, he's almost like 5th round startup pick. So.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, let's say they both hit the higher range of outcomes, right? What is the difference in the startup pick between these two? Genty goes late first, right?
Yep. Right where Bijan's going right now. Yep.
Cam Ward would go what? Mid
Look
first?
At Stroud and Bijan now, right? This is the scenario you're talking about, right?
I think the easiest thing to look at is look at your current quarterback dynasty
Well,
rankings.
that's what I'm saying.
And now you basically just have to pick, all right, if this guy does exactly what he did last year and Cam Ward comes out with a good rookie season, are they going to fall or are they going to stay right where they are? Who has the likelihood of falling off for Cam Ward to move up?
Well, the one thing I don't think is going to happen unless there's a serious injury, like he's not going to pass the Konami guys, right? So he's not going to pass Allen, Daniels, or Lamar. To Mike's point,
so at that point, he's not even QB6.
Oh no, he
could be QB4.
I was going to say 4. Hurts would need a little more of a community boost to get back to his Konami's still there, but his community view just isn't the same at the moment.
Yeah, but he's still QB4 Hurts, right? I mean,
he's 6 right now. It keeps right cut. But I mean, I'm not trying to argue the little semantics there. I'm just saying anywhere from 4 to 6. But you're talking about probably a difference of, let's say 104 to 106 versus 108 to 110. That's if Cam Ward hits, right? That's if Cam Ward hits. If they fall, I think we've already seen the scenario where Cam Ward's floor is dynasty value-wise, even not to mention production, is probably like round 5, maybe even farther, if depending on what the quarterback field looks like. Mm-hmm. Where Genty is probably round 2. So I guess I think the problem with the dynasty payoff there is there's a reasonable dynasty payoff, let's say, but small but reasonable. Jaden Daniels, it makes sense that you could tell me Konami because now the production meets it. I think that's the problem with me with Cam Ward versus Genty. It's not just the floor difference, but the production to actually, with his profile, like he's athletically mobile, but this is a guy that we've seen rush for 200 yards where like Bo Nix has run for 500 at a time. Like I don't think the floor is necessarily even there with his rushing to make it worth anywhere near a production bet personally.
Yeah. He probably won't hit the CJ Stroud QB2 ceiling, but next year he could be in contention for like being above Herbert and Caleb Williams and another year older Patrick Mahomes. I mean, that's possibility, but it's hard to like say that with a straight face, right? Like Cam Ward over Patrick Mahomes, it's hard to say that.
I mean, of course, if he's throwing the ball with all the arm angles and you see the echoes of Patrick Mahomes, of course they would do that. Say what you want about the Cam Ward, they've already talked about it in the draft process that he's got similarities there, but.
South Harmon crew, I love you. It's time for me to go spend time with family members, but love you all. I think the world of you all, and I love hanging with you. And Eric, keep on smiling, Eric. Keep on smiling.
All right, we'll see you, Alan. Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Yeah, of course. Later, guys. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Thanks for stopping in, man.
Nice meeting you, Alan.
Always. Later, man. Nice to meet you. Talk to you soon.
But Mike, all that to say, I don't disagree with Ward going 101. I think obviously you can make the case. You've made the case. Just like I think you can make the case for Genty at 101. Like to me, I have Ward at 102. Like I have him over the wide receivers, basically for that exact reason, right? Because I don't think that there's a standout like Malik Neighbors type wide receiver in this class. Like it makes all the sense in the world to take Cam Ward over any of these wide receivers, in my opinion.
I think for me, there's going to be 4 dudes who are in the conversation for the 101 to varying degrees, and it just depends on what people want to do.
And it depends on the team structure, too.
Yeah. Like Travis Hunter deserves to be in that one as well. I think he's a special talent to Tamarian Hampton because of that Chargers landing spot and the way they run their offense. That's a guy where, I mean, you can honestly make a case for taking him over Genty, right? Even though the draft capital is going to say different, you look at it and you go, role in that offense year one. Like there's a realistic case. I'm not saying you have to do it or you should do it. I'm just saying you can have that conversation in your head. And for me, at the end of the day, I'm going to bet on the quarterback position 10 out of 10 times. I do it over running backs, I do it over wide receivers. Because if I don't have quarterbacks in my dynasty super flex leagues, you're fucking cooked anyways. Doesn't matter. If
I agree.
Well,
no, I agree. I've got one where I only have two quarterbacks. I have the 101, and I'm strongly considering Ward over Genty, or just trading the pick altogether.
Somebody was talking about bringing up WoRP. Actually, this might be a good time to bring up WoRP to talk about like.
Well, while you pull that up, Adam,
sure,
Mike, I want to ask you where pre-draft, how far apart were Hampton and Judkins to you?
Hampton and Judge, different tiers.
Okay. Because I feel like those are both like primo draft landing spots, like Judkins in Cleveland, Hampton in LA with the Chargers. Like there's both of those are like smash spots for lead RB1s in my opinion. So I was really curious to see kind of like where they were tier wise, because I know like there were a lot of people that like Judkins. I think they're very similar players in my opinion. So I don't think like the landing spot really swayed one way or the other, but the draft capital clearly does.
I had Judkins like closer to a comp of Marshawn Lynch, which I like. I like his play style and what he does. Like he kind of felt like a Marshawn Lynch to me, and it fit. He even kind of looks like him. And then Hampton's more in that there's a little bit rosier, and that's why they were different tiers. Breece Hall level of like type of prospect and how he looks and plays on the field. So that was a separate.
Hampton for me, yeah. Okay, I was going to say Hampton for me was basically just a faster version of Najee Harris. So that's partly why I wasn't enamored with him. But
I don't know if that means Najee's really good or that's disrespectful to Hampton.
Take it how you want to take it.
Okay.
All right. I can't remember who it was. Someone was wanting some WoRP love and tutorial, I think. It's a minute ago, granted. But we'll just run through, some leagues and just kind of talk about how we look at WoRP and how Mike and I use it, and Eric and everybody. Try to talk about I don't know.
Ooh, Devin Neal finally gone.
Did he? All right, where'd he go?
New Orleans Saints.
New Orleans.
There's some life, there's some hope for Devin Neal now.
All right.
Yeah, Kendre Miller hasn't done shit.
Well, Eric talked about getting the idea of Kendre Miller replaced. Interesting.
And we did get a place kicker to the Patriots.
Is that it? Finally,
they took a kicker.
Kyle McCord went. How'd you feel about McCord? We didn't get to touch that.
McCord grew on me this last year, right? Like,
yeah, he's got an arm.
I feel like I need to publicly apologize to Kyle McCord because last year's film sessions we ripped him so hard. Like, we might have been worse than the Ohio State fans, and he really improved this past year and balled out. And then through the process, I was like, man, he's going to make a really nice backup for somebody. So I'm on board, man. Kyle McCord, nice backup pick for Philly behind Jalen Hurts. I could take it 5th round.
Well, I mean, we'll have Tanner McKee as the backup now, and then McCord probably is the 3rd.
Yeah, I think McCord's probably actually better than Tanner McKee, to be completely honest, but we'll see how that one shakes out for him.
All right. So
it'll be about learning the offense.
Yeah. How quickly they can pick it up.
Mike, Eric, I know you're in a lot of leagues too. Mike, I think you're in the most of us.
Probably. I don't know. Most sleeper leagues, I bet.
Yeah,
Eric's
so let's
still like his MFL shit.
Ooh, we'll bring up some NFL. I'm down for butt stuff. You know what? Let's go with butt stuff to start off with.
Yeah, there you go. That's one of the few lineup leagues I actually have.
Cool. So let's Mike, why don't you tell the settings, and then we'll look at WoRP 2 for it.
I think it's that one's a 2 tight end, 1.5 tight end premium league.
Okay.
Probably start 12 if I had to guess right off the rip, and then scoring is generic for me, right? Where you get like 1 point for 40-yard plays and 2 points for 50-yard plays, and like those kind of bonus long touchdowns. But that's probably the only thing that's really crazy. No point per carry, no tiered PPR, nothing like that.
Okay. So this is what you'll first see when you run the WoRP, right? This is what the multi-year WoRP graph. It runs by default. You can change this all It's all customizable, right? But by default, it's going to run a 5-year sample size from 19 to 2024 because that was the last year. The table, you can basically look at players here, but you have single year data too, which I'll run as well. Mike, looking at that first graph of the multi-year WoRP versus the single year here, I'll let you talk about it first as what you see and what your thoughts are on the league.
Oh, just like quick reactions to it?
Yeah.
Yeah, multi-year WoRP. Even though it's 2 tight ends with a tight end premium, you kind of see, unless you nail the top couple tight ends, the rest of them just flatten out like everything else. Like when Alan was on here talking about the tight end premium making a big difference for him, and like how you do that. The way I look at it, especially with tight end lines like this, and this is going to be most of my leagues, they kind of look the exact same with the tight end lines. Unless I know for a fact I'm getting a top 6 tight end, I'm very comfortable then just finding whatever the fuck the cheapest option is between like 7 and 18, 7 and 24, and just trying to get a couple of them and just throwing them in. And this one being a lineup league, it's like, I like this guy's matchup. You go in this week. I like this guy's matchup, whatever. You're just rolling the dice every single week because generally I can hold serve with the rest of the league outside of the guys who nail their picks on having, the Travis Kelce or the Brock Bowers, for that year. And
to your point, like I'll just what I'm seeing too, right? The tight end 6, which I think was what you talked about earlier today, 1.5 WoRP, right? And you look across, these are problems. Now it flattens. This is in general when you look at the lines, the graphs, the flatter it gets, the more replaceable it is with something nearby. So 1.36 at tight end 9 versus 17.985. Like basically, in theory, that is not going to win you many games, having tight end at 17 over the course of the season versus tight end 9. It just isn't. That's kind of at least in this league, that's the scoring.
You don't get any weekly advantage, right? Like we think of this, you're playing another opponent, and for example, if Adam just happened to be starting, his tight end 9, let's say it was David Njoku, who was kind of in that range-ish, sure, at times last year, right? Or you had to draft him that way. Adam drafted David Njoku as tight end 9 off the board. And I had tight end.
Go ahead, sorry.
And I had to start, tight end 17, let's say Hunter Henry, right? The difference if Adam and I play head-to-head is he gets a very small advantage from starting David Njoku versus me starting Hunter Henry. Now, the key in dynasty leagues and why that's so important is the acquisition cost on whatever Adam had to pay to get David Njoku on his roster, whether that was through trade or whether that was through a startup pick or a rookie draft, back in the day, versus what I probably had to pay to get a Hunter Henry on my roster is vastly different, right? So
sure,
that's when you start to look at it. How much did you pay for this little positional advantage you get versus how much is it actually benefiting your team versus somebody who didn't have to pay shit for theirs?
And actually, in Mike here, so with single year, right, as you hover, you can get the actual player name here, okay? So What's crazy is actually tight end 6, right?
Mark Andrews.
Last year was Mark Andrews, but Zach Ertz was literally the same.
Paid nothing for him. Yeah, and you paid nothing for him.
So this is where you can actually see last year's results and names to it. But so for this league, Mike, with butt stuff last year.
Running backs were last year. Holy shit.
Now, this is last year's data right here where you're looking at. One thing to note, and you talk as you want, or what you see here, Mike, but DeAndre Swift. Like, nobody likes DeAndre Swift. Everyone was ready for DeAndre Swift to be gone. They thought Ben Johnson take it. Last year, 1.665 is the same as, let's see, basically Nico Collins.
Right. So what this is showing you then, if you're looking at single year data, right, and dynasty value has to be factored into everything. WoRP was really designed to be the perfect tool for redraft, right, and especially in-season redraft to kind of get those trends. But on the dynasty landscape, the one thing that's always got to be in the back of your mind is what people value in dynasty. Obviously, nobody really values DeAndre Swift that highly. Right?
Sure, of course, right.
But this is where you can use WoRP to your advantage as a contender in your dynasty leagues, knowing that nobody really values DeAndre Swift highly, and he's producing basically the same thing that Nico Collins is producing.
Mm-hmm.
So these become scenarios then when you go, well, I have Nico Collins, he's giving me this. Can I go to a very similar player as far as production in my lineup and then capitalize on the dynasty difference to it, which would have been massive? I don't know. Could you gotten like 2 firsts added onto your DeAndre Swift to get Nico Collins last year at some point?
Right, and I'm gonna pull up on a separate tab here the lab, so we can see, and maybe I'll show it too once I have it up. But
like it would have been a massive difference between those two on how they were valued in dynasty communities. But you can see as far as production and what it means to your league, having DeAndre Swift in your lineup on a daily basis in your flex spot was the same as starting Nico Collins in your wide receiver 1 spot.
Right, and. So to the point, like, because especially this is a lineup league, right, Mike? The team building becomes obviously very different in that in best ball. So I'm trying to pull up butt stuff. It's pretty easy to find, I think. Okay, here we go. So we're looking at you start 2 running backs, you start 2 receivers. Oh, that probably plays into the WoRP factor too, right? So it's a start 12, you said, right? Well, let's see. Quarterback, 2 running backs, there are 3, 2 wide receivers, 5. Double tight end is 7. Then 8, 9, 10, 11. You get 11 with the flexes, super flex 12. So because you have 5 flexes and 2 running backs, you only have to start 2 receivers. That's where this type of information is huge. Like,
it changes it a little bit, don't it?
Yeah, now you can basically say cheaper. Let me see if I can find DeAndre Swift, Bucky Irving last year. Like, look at all these running backs that you could basically put into your flex spot. That's huge to know. So
every single week, yeah. Versus then if we're talking using WoRP for roster construction, like in that type of league here, you see the WoRP lines for it. If you're building a contending type team, you want to stick to the couple stud wide receivers, right? Because these are the only guys I'm going to start on a weekly basis. You know, you might only have 3 or 4, but they're like stud type wide receivers. And then you're like, ideally every single week, I just want to put in one of these running backs who's going to be a high-end RB2 possibly, or, you know, in that mid RB2 range at worst. And those are the kind of guys that I want to slide into my flex spot because they're the ones that pay off with the most amount of wins.
So let me ask you on this one here, with running back, wide receiver. This is a single year. I'll go to multi-year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Quarterback line, both places. Now, the high end last year actually, right? Pretty damn good with Jaden, Baker.
Yep.
Yeah, really good. But then it gets to tight end level in a hurry, right?
It gets pretty bad, right?
What would you think of? Where are you when you look at this? What would you say to this conversation of how you're approaching the early part of the drafts here, like the first 4 or 5 picks, whatever it is?
So this is one where you pull up and like say I am on the clock with the 101, and I do have Cam Ward because I think it's a higher upside. This is going to be a much tougher decision on whether I would take him versus Ashton Genty. It would depend on, is that my own 101? Like, is that the reason I have the 101? Because my team was so fucking bad. Like, Ashton Genty isn't going to save my season. Like, he's not going to make me not the 101 next year. Like, that's not the reason. I don't want to invest in the running back, so I'd take Cam Ward. But hypothetically, if this was one of those leagues where I inherited that 101 from somebody who made a terrible trade with me 2 years ago and had the foresight and they finished badly, and I was already a contender and set at quarterback position. I already had a Jaden and a Lamar or whatever. Some of those elite guys up there on what I wanted to build. I'd take Ashton Genty and you wouldn't think twice about it.
And then to that point, if you look back to the rebuilder point, right? Because you were, I think it'd be helpful for people listening. Like, you don't want to take Genty there, even though you would say the value is better at WoRP because you don't want to get stuck with a running back that you feel like you can't move, right? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Not even like can't move. It becomes there's going to be people interested in him, right? But also the difference in the Cam Ward Genty argument is we're playing in dynasty leagues, right? If I put Ashton Genty on the trade block for most logical players, especially ones that might be rebuilding or kind of middle of the road, they'd look at it and go, well, like, why am I going to acquire a running back when this team isn't ready to go? That actually hurts me trying to tank, or that actually hurts what I'm trying to do this year because you're putting points on my roster. When I say that, if I'm in a rebuilding situation, like I'm taking the quarterback because I don't know if he's going to put points on my roster or not, or actually put them in play. But what I do know is that 3-4 years down the road when I'm ready to go, there's a good likelihood he's already more valuable than the running back anyways. Like, the timeline becomes a little bit longer for me to play it out on my rebuild than having to be like, dude, if I take Ashton Genty, I better be ready to rock next year, you know, when he's Bijan Robinson-esque and, you know, putting up RB2 seasons. Otherwise, what the fuck am I doing here?
Gotcha. Yeah, definitely. To your point, right? You're in lineup league like this. I think it's kind of shady. Everyone does their own thing. I think it'd be pretty shady to put him in your, what do you call it? Taxi squad.
Squad. Yeah.
And then you got to play him. So, I mean,
which is why, like in these lineup leagues, everything I run on here, your draft record's based on max points for,
sure.
Which your taxi squad counts towards that. So go ahead, stash him in your taxi squad. You're still going to fuck yourself on the pick. I just mean with Genty and Ward, we talked about best outcomes, Adam, right? But this just talk realistic ones. Like if they both are within a few spots of a startup pick of each other, right? Like they both end up in that same spot. If I go to try to trade Ashton Genty on a rebuilder, I'm down to 5, 6, maybe 7 teams in my league that are willing to negotiate with like, yes, I'd love to have Genty on my roster. If Cam Ward's like valued very similarly, all the teams in my league are looking for a super flex quarterback, a young super flex quarterback that's getting drafted highly, right? Not everyone's going to be looking for a young running back that's getting drafted highly because they don't want to invest in their team building into the running back position when they're not competing.
Yeah, I mean, I think like with at least the WoRP line like this, obviously the inherent things you're talking about where the quarterback at 101, as long as he doesn't, phase plant, is going to have the longer shelf life and, probably be a value accrual the more he plays even just somewhat well. I wouldn't want to get stuck with Cam Ward here, even if because I think the problem with this league for me would be like if he hits, right? Bo Nix you use. Like Bo Nix is honestly like the tail end of he's pretty replaceable. My biggest problem would be even if in the scenario of I feel like I have to trade him because Cam Ward to be in this tier, it could happen for sure, but like year in and year out replacing that production, I would struggle with because it gets to literally it's below. Look how it's below the tight end line at 12. That's crazy. I don't know what the scoring is, but you don't typically see that very often. I agree with all the inherent just generic points of the quarterback and the running back though. So let's pull up a different league. Give me another one you want to run just for I think people will see how widely variance it is with 2 or 3 leagues, honestly.
Oh yeah. Go to,
because look for, it doesn't have to be crazy different, but just, maybe not the same settings, lineup 12, start 12, whatever.
Go to South America's game.
South America's game. Tariffs on
like
this one
America's
for sure.
Game. Just
tariffs
more
on this one for sure.
Definitely getting tariffed. But you saw those lines, and those are in a 12 team. And I got to say vanilla, but fairly standard league for what I play in now. This one ends up being a 14 team league, best ball league, and you'll see the difference in the graphs. Like how much they change.
This is 14 team? Okay, so that quarterback scarcity gets much different from 12 to 14 to 16 in a hurry.
Gets a lot worse. Worse at the bottom end.
And actually, too, curious, whoever's with us, like the leagues you play in, 10 team, 12 team, Superflex, 14 team. I always find this stuff interesting. All right. So what do you got, Mike?
Look at that one.
14 team, and this is best ball?
Yep.
Okay. So we got multi-year graph looks like this, right? We got single year graph looks like. Now, granted, their colors are always going to be the same. Hopefully, you're not colorblind because.
Hopefully, you can see red.
But it's red. Blue, it's red
green,
quarterback, blue wide receiver, green running back, and the tight end is gold, which is, I don't know, a little controversial. The gold for the tight end, but okay. So this is last year's data. All right, go ahead, Mike. Run it.
Well, the first thing that you'll show here is the difference between the last 2 leagues. We knew how good running backs had it last year. You saw that green line on top. Now you go to a 14-team league, Superflex league, where quarterback scarcity really, really means a lot. And Adam, this would be a clear definition, right? As much as you've been on the other side of this Genty thing, if we're in this league and you're on the clock at the 101, who are you taking?
I mean, this one, the Cam Ward conversation is totally different here from a standpoint of 100% of a couple things. One, like look at the multi-year data, right? To the point, this is like the 24th quarterback is over 1 WoRP. pretty healthily over one WoRP, right? So even Cam Ward's downside here that I was talking about priorly doesn't exist from the production standpoint. It's not the same. It's not the same issue, and also the scarcity thing, like having a quarterback in a 14-team league versus a 12-team league, just is. Again, 28 quarterbacks is going to be what everybody basically should be trying to start on a weekly basis versus 24. Right. It changes the dynamic drastically. So this one, I mean, not only would Cam Ward be easily a conversation, I mean, I could definitely see taking Genty at 101 here, but I mean, just generically without team build, all that, Cam Ward, I think, would be just the one you would take in this league specifically because of the settings drastically different, right? 14 team. So if you have excess of quarterback, like for example, if I had 2 or 3 in a 12-team league, I wouldn't necessarily want to hoard Cam Ward. But I would love to do that here because now I can sell whatever quarterback someone else feels is most valuable, and I could use Cam Ward on my team if I wanted to, right? It's a totally different scenario of like my options, I think, in a league like this easily. And WoRP tells you that for sure.
For the production standpoint of this league too, what is it? QB 19 is the first time it even crosses over on the RB line.
Well, multi-year doesn't single year was
Just go for last year.
18 is 18 is essentially even, but a little bit more to the quarterback. It doesn't cross until 19. To your point, Tua versus Breece Hall.
Tua versus Breece Hall. Yep, there's your crossover.
But honestly, I wish I had the other one up still. I want to point to this point specifically, right? Even if you say the crossover's there, that's fine. The reason I think it's so different. Look at the WoRP on Dak Prescott, which was horrible. 31. Basically, having a quarterback in the top 30 is almost one WoRP.
Have a starter. That's all you need. Have a guy who starts.
This is in the range of like people you want to have. The other line was under the tight end line. The other line was like the quarterbacks are invaluable from a production standpoint, right? So that's why these are very different WoRP lines.
Now, the next thing I'd look at for this one too, if you're just looking at the single year data.
Yeah.
We all love the shiny wide receivers, like they all do.
Oh, so
but
flat.
It's some of the worst draft capital to invest in, right? Just because it's a best ball league. Just find wide receivers who are on the 3 deep. That's what you want. Just give me dudes who get me 40 yards and maybe a touchdown. That's all I'm asking for.
So check this out, right? You have this top 8 or 1.4, but like Jameson Williams, right? 1.3 versus. I mean, Devontae Adams, the names aren't there, but like there's not even a difference at Khalil Shakir. Rashad Bateman. It's crazy.
So flat. Such a flat one.
Right. Yeah. And that's best ball. So in best ball, because you just are trying to build a deep roster. How many roster spots are on this, Mike? Actually, it probably tells you somewhere.
Probably a lot. But
the roster construction is very different because of the best ball thing. What about actually, Mikey? Let's pull your league up. Except for my league. What league is it? Does anyone know his username? Probably not. Actually, I'm in the league with him. What is it? Mikey. If you're here, tell us. I can pull a different one for now.
There we go. That's a good running mate for Chase Brown.
What'd you get?
Taj Brooks to the Bengals.
Okay. They did take a running back, but this is late. So Chase Brown owners, I'm sure, are feeling safe-ish.
Yep.
I don't know if they should.
They dodged a lot. They dodged a lot of bullets, but
big time.
What's the crazy thing is, when we had the conversations in season or especially late season about Chase Brown, the fucking running back I always use as an example that they could take in the draft that could kill Chase Brown was Taj Brooks every fucking time.
Yeah.
That was always the first name I went to. I don't know why. And lo and behold, here we are.
Okay, M1. What do you think of that, Josh? What do you think of that pick, man?
I mean, I like it. We had on our running back show, our Stars of Tomorrow, when we were talking about the running back class, we had player profilers John Laub on, and one of the questions I asked them, I was like, who is from this running back class, who would be discount Ashton Genty? Like somebody that has, that kind of upside to be, the best of the best that you weren't going to have to pay elite prices for. And the first name he came up with was Taj Brooks. So that immediately put me on to Brooks and somebody that I've been kind of targeting like late in drafts anyway. So him obviously going in the draft is big, but then of course landing in a spot where, I mean, to beat out for the second RB spot here is Zach Moss, like, yeah, that's a great landing spot for Tosh Books.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, say what you want about the draft capital, but the person in front of him that you're worried about has not much different draft capital. So,
yeah, exactly.
Not.
Hey, I'm gonna bounce off of here, guys. Appreciate all the love and obviously this great tutorial on the WoRP tool. So definitely gonna have to dive into this one. But appreciate y'all. Happy drafting.
Thanks, man.
Go Bird.
Peace, bro.
See you, Josh.
All right, Mikey. Well, all right. So here we go. We got a Blood, Sweat, and Tears with another heavy. Let's look at multi-year 2. Another heavy red line. I'm going to pull it up on the lab, but Mikey, you're here with us, so talk to me about the settings here. Talk to us about the settings.
Tell us what's going on.
Give us the deets, the dirty deets. So what I'm looking at right now is, wow, that's a hell of a red line, my friends.
Good Lord.
So he has, well, I'll tell you his team, but it's quarterback.
Shit, that one I'm taking Shedeur Sanders before Genty.
What Tyler Shuck?
So you got
Chuck too.
2 running backs, 2 receivers.
Maybe Dwayne Haskins as well.
You got 3 flexes and a super flex and a tight end. This one's super interesting from, like, what is going on in this league here?
What is happening with the scoring?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Tell us, give us what you got. And also, can I tell you one thing he does have? You see this line? Can I tell you his quarterback room? Dak Prescott, J.J. McCarthy, Justin Herbert, and, if that's not enough, Jalen Hurts.
Nice.
This is
quarterback boarding going on.
Whether you knew it or not, this is where you'd like to be with these assets, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know why. Hold on, let me get E blown up here. A little bit out of the way of the WoRP. There we go. All right. So he says it's a Superflex tight end premium 1 point start 10. You get dinged for incompletions. Oh, so that's why that makes a lot of sense why the line's here, because if you're a accurate passer, you probably get it's a boost versus no one cares about that normal scoring. I got it.
He says, but quarterbacks seem juiced. Yeah, I would say.
I'd say you could remove seamed for the record.
Yeah, remove the seamed part.
So this is where I think like WoRP tells you a lot. These 2 leagues that we're looking at, I think by and large would be more exceptions to the rule. But dude, just for what we have here, right? You're Mike. I mean, Jackson Dart also. It's not just Cam Ward goes up. Jackson Dart goes up significantly. I mean, you talked about Shedeur Sanders going up. I think that's true, but like Jackson Dart especially would be like a target of mine in this league, where Caleb Williams, as horrible as he was last year, was 1 WoRP, man. That's insane.
That's pretty good. Pretty good.
What's also crazy about it, though, is how close all these positions are. Even last year where the running back position was good, look at this. They're all like jumbled.
Yeah, wide receivers still kind of holding serve.
Is this a lineup league, Mikey, or is this a best ball league? Very weird.
It's fucking nuts. That's what it is.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this one would be a Cam Ward 101 pretty easily because, again, right, this is last year, but just look at multi-year, right? Multi-year says that if Genty hits his ceiling in just production, not to mention all the things we talked about with dynasty value, he gets over 2 potentially. I mean, Cam Ward could be quarterback 18, and he's at 1 point. Like, it's not. This is a no-brainer one lineup.
It's nuts.
That really is nuts. Is it 12 teams? Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like 12 teams. Okay.
I just realized we didn't get a lot of player trades tonight, or this draft cycle.
They are just kind of making their picks. Hey, E, do you have any leagues you want me to run? You can think of? Be good for showing.
I gotta look at it. Let me look at my teams real quick.
Okay, yeah, do that, and I'll answer your question here, Mikey. So we got yours up still. He says, tell me how this data helps me draft. These dudes aren't shitheads, so they play Dynasty like redraft. Well, good for you, because this one is pretty easy to clean up, right? What I'm doing with this, and Mikey, tell me what I miss or what you do differently. One, the wide receiver values, even though it's a lineup league, which is kind of crazy, this might be one of the flattest lineup leagues I've seen for the wide receiver position, Mike, ever.
Yep.
So the reason that's important to note, the wide receiver values in Dynasty are immense. They're crazy. So realistically, outside of maybe, if you did have Justin Jefferson or Chase as a luxury, keeping them, like there's no reason to really try to target guys in a, Drake London range, Nico Collins range, right? That's inefficient use of your dynasty value, frankly. So I'd be building my team where I think you start 2 wide receivers here. Whoops, sorry guys. 2 wide receivers we're starting. So you're starting only 2 receivers, man. I think you have a lot of value tied up in CD and AJ Brown, especially. DK Metcalf, that's not as much of a problem, but you can exploit that type of a market inefficiency with this type of WoRP, I think, is the primary thing I'm doing.
Yeah, and the other thing on this league I'm doing is those elite quarterbacks are just such fucking hammers. Like, such hammers. Look with them, damn near being 3.5 WoRP on their own.
Well, and let's just see last year. I was going to say with Mike, here's the thing. This is crazy. The Konami code isn't as big a deal. I'm not saying it isn't, but Baker Mayfield was number 1 because of the incompletion things, right? So look at Baker and Joe Burrow were the number 1 and 2. How many times you see that? Probably not very many at all.
No. Who is 4? Goff's got to be up here now.
Lamar, Jared Goff,
yep.
Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, Mahomes, Sam Darnold, Bo Nix. He has Herbert. Where was Herbert? Wow. Am I tripping? 18. Holy shit.
Bad.
So I don't know if that's a commonality that we should expect still with the scoring or not. Honestly, it's so off.
Well, I'd imagine, I don't know exactly what it is, but if they're getting punished for incompletions and that's what makes this WoRP difference maker, then you should be targeting all the accurate quarterbacks that people
for sure.
don't really value. Right?
Well, I was going to say that, and then also if you can't get that, I imagine you got to be able to because there's too many that are going to be weird here. I'd be fine too here, Mike, where you have Hurts. Like you have Herbert, you have McCarthy, and you have Dak. I think you could make a luxury pick to go, or a luxury trade up in this scenario with this WoRP. What's this good? Go get another one with Hurts. Could I get Lamar? Yeah. Right?
Yeah. Try that. Try the up tier and see if you can't hit that double ding. Listen, they're gonna have the nice floor of the rushing, but they're also mobile and they have high completion percentage. That's not gonna fuck me. Like you hit the whole total package. Yeah, I'd be doing a lot to the up tier in that lineup league to have 2 just superstars at the quarterback spot.
And actually, this is where what's really nice too about this tool. Okay, so this is where. A lot of times I'll do stuff as I'm thinking about it, like talking through it. You can run single year, okay, where it's 2023 now. What I would do is also I'd look at the last 3-4 years and see, like, are there basically quarterbacks that are always higher they're a lot higher in WoRP than their market, and it's because their completion percentage and they're not throwing a lot of incompletions. Man, I'm targeting that with the fact that you have all these crazy quarterbacks on your team, so. Those are 2 things I'm thinking. Anything E that we didn't cover there?
You can go to my America's Game Auction League, so that's got point per carry, point per first downs, and see how that affects things if you want.
What is it America's Game? Is it what's your username on Sleeper? Actually, I don't know off top.
You could do that or use Mike's because Mike's in it too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And which league was it?
America's Game Auction League.
W. Let's pull it. Let's run it.
Yeah, so then they could see what point per carry does, what point per first downs do, what'll tight end premium.
I like it. I'll pull up the lab here too. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna pull it up so you guys can see what I'm doing on there too.
At least it wasn't a porn tab, so we're good.
Well, it always could be. I have a lot of tabs open. They're all Cam Ward, so it's the same thing.
Hey.
The vibrations. Okay. Talk to me, E.
Yeah, so, you got your top tier quarterbacks for rushing are all going to be at the very top. So you got your top 5 or 6 quarterbacks, probably Lamar, Josh Allen, Jaden.
Lamar, Baker Allen,
Jaden.
Yeah,
he had a great year.
Burrow, Hurts, right? But you got 4 of your 6 here are Konami reason.
Yeah. Running backs are going to be a little bit higher too, just because it's point per carry, point per first down for rushing. So running back, other than quarterback, is usually pretty king. Wide receiver is definitely below the running backs there, especially the top ones. They're still important, like towards the back end, because the running backs kind of flatten or go down there.
Best ball or lineup, Eric? Sorry, I don't know.
Best ball.
So and again, this is what in best ball especially, you can kind of roster construct your team with volume at receiver, and this is why you still will pay. It will pay off for maybe Jamar Chase and Jefferson. But literally, it's very few and far between in leagues where Garrett Wilson, like any of these guys, are really going to pay off. Because I can hit you with, Allen was hard. Rashid Shaheed, Alec Pierce. I could roster spot 5 of those shitters and give you fits every single week versus rostering one massive wide receiver value. So yeah, I'm a good call you.
And it's also 2-point premium for tight ends, and you have to start 2. So that's why the tight ends are a little juiced up too.
Sure. And one thing I noticed, at least, Mike, on this one is 12 tight ends ahead of the 1-point WoRP, but also the top 6 actually do, maybe not 6 here, but these guys get into the elite territory. I imagine the problem here, though, is that they're going to cost a ton, and people are chasing those guys and often will miss the actual ones that produce.
And we're generally terrible about predicting top 6 fantasy tight end seasons.
Right. So Brock Bowers was one, which, by the way, in redraft, he was sometimes not going even in the top 10 or 12. McBride, Kittle, Kelsey, Jonnu Smith, for those that had that picked last year, and Njoku, with all the quarterback uncertainty last year.
Which Jonnu Smith went for $1 in this league.
How much did Kate Otten go? You probably blew a load on Kate Otten here, no?
Oh yeah, massive.
Hunter Henry. Zach Ertz? Dude, you're talking 6 names in the top 10 you probably were not sure of.
It was a real Bukaki.
So anyway, Mike, let me ask you then. Same question, right, in this league?
Mm-hmm.
Early part of the drafts, you have top 4, whatever, 5. But Cam Ward and Genty at this point. What are you doing with this type of WoRP?
Cam Ward.
Okay. Why is that? Obviously you've talked about it a lot, but when you see this WoRP, what makes it different here?
Well, this one's going to be a little different too, because this one is, at least my only rookie auction too. So this is going to be spending money to buy these guys. So if is
this after the NFL draft?
Yes,
starting tomorrow
morning.
Oh wow. Okay, now, for the auction, explain this to people that, they may be in some, they may not be. Are you trading dollars, or you can just trade it at whatever point? How does it work?
So each draft pick value, there's 4 rounds. Each draft pick had a dollar value attached to it. So you would just get that amount of money if you had those picks. And then I inputted it in the MFL because it's just going to be easier to run the auction on MFL. And then you're going to bid off of that. So I think I haven't really played with it, but I think trading for auction dollars while it's going on is going to be hard. So I kind of just limited it. So whatever you come into the auction with is what you're going to have. And then you can just, spend as much as you want to get whoever you want. If you, you have $1,000 and you want to spend $1,000 on Cam Ward, then you can do that.
I'm running the multi-year here just to take a look at that too, because obviously it was the 1 year.
So I thought this was a cool idea. I don't have any leagues where the rookies were auctioned either, because I wanted a league like that. So that's why I made this league. Holy shit, Graham Mertz.
Oh wow,
he's fucking. He went before Quinn Ewers. Holy fuck!
Wait, what do you mean went before? I don't think Ewers is gonna go.
Good Lord.
Graham Mertz is fucking awful. He's like Dorian Thompson-Robinson level horrible.
Well, hold on. Let's take a peek here. They got him as a candidate for bottom of roster or practice squad. So, not terrible.
Nice.
Look at that production. That's just crazy. I love looking at that shit. But Graham Mertz, did not expect him going round. Wow.
This is the Who's the guy? Oh, is it Sean Murphy or somebody the Packers took, the Penn State quarterback? It's like that bad.
Sean Clifford.
Sean Clifford. There you go, Mike. Okay, so here's multi-year to give you, right, the window of last year was a good running back year, and this is 5 years of data. So go ahead. I just wanted to hear whatever your thoughts were, Mike, on this for everyone listening.
I was just going to say this league came up, Eric, and I did an America's Game pod last year. We talked about it. It's always something we thought about with doing a rookie auction, right? I think Eric would agree after doing our first one, we'd definitely readjust the values.
Yeah.
So Matty Gomes has got the most amount of money, and it's because it's all built off of fucking 4th and 3rd rounders that he traded or fleeced from people.
You mean there was probably an inefficiency in the way that the money was towards the top and the bottom?
Definitely.
Yeah, I think they did like $10 in between each pick or something like that.
Guy must be like a T-Rock. He figured out in the spreadsheets like, oh, dude, these late picks is where it's at.
Yeah, we need like the bigger gap between the rounds.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because essentially, like, if you think about it in auction dollars, you want to talk about it just a regular dynasty. I think the math was something like, was it 4 or 5 3rd rounders was worth the same as having the 101.
Well, and yeah, that's a good point, because especially with best ball, right? Like in best ball, the difference, even though you'd like to have a slew of picks, you can't take those 3rd and 4th even there and just package them up and go into the first round, right?
Go. Yeah, into the 101 of all things.
Well, and then not just that, now you have a hammer of money to go pick and choose at the top. That's kind of crazy. Okay.
Yeah. So there's a little bit of inefficiency there, but those are the learning.
You got to learn.
We'll see how it goes tomorrow, but I always thought it was a good concept. If we're gonna do the startup as an auction, why don't we have rookie picks as auctions? And each pick gets assigned a dollar amount, and then at the end, you get to do that however you want. Because we get so pissed about doing snake drafts and like you're locked into like certain choices. Like these are the only guys that can take care.
Well, it makes
you up a little bit more on your team building. Now you get into a live auction with rookie dollars, Adam, and it's like, do I really want to spend all this on like the top guys, or would I rather have like 3 shots or 4 shots at all these other guys and have that budget for it? You can build your team however the fuck you want.
It's layered too. It's layered too, because you could do that, and it makes the conversation we're having right now a lot more interesting too, because you don't necessarily have just the 101. Like you can play up. If you believe in Cam Ward, you could pay up for it, or if you're close, you could decide maybe I'm going to see what happens here. It's definitely an interesting concept. So basically, every single pick you have in Sleeper just has a dollar amount attached to it, and that's your total budget you get to use at the end. Okay.
Yep. Which I think I finished dead last in that league with the 101. Like, earned that baby too. I got like 4 players on my roster worth of shit. That's it. In a best ball league, Adam. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, God damn it. Matty Gomes has got like way more dollar amount than I do, and I'm the worst fucking team in the league.
Well, you know what I'm really actually interested in. So, Mike, you and I, at least, I know the market has changed a lot. We did a bunch of auction startups in the 2023 off seasons, right? So it was right after the 22 season, going into 2023, and I think it was 90% of the time, if not more, the quarterbacks in the auction budget would end up going for the most, because people were worried about not having their super flex filled out, and it almost like spoke to an inefficiency of the startup data. Now, I would be really curious to see what happens here with the quarterbacks, and if that stays true in the rookie draft, because I feel like it might not, because teams already have potentially what they want. Doesn't mean someone won't go pay up for a quarterback if they need one.
They already have guys on their roster.
Exactly. Right. Yep.
Though we know every year there's always 1 or 2 teams who are just ridiculously quarterback needy, and they have no quarterbacks on their roster. So if you get 2 or 3 teams in a bidding war, even in a rookie draft, you might see those quarterback prices go stupid high too.
Yeah, I'd imagine too. Then in a league like this, you might actually get some like real bidding war on like the Shucks and the Shedeurs and everybody, right? Like
they're going for far too much. So, yeah, that would be the inefficiency between any auction format, I think, and any traditional snake startup is that the dollar amounts don't necessarily match the ADPs of what you see when everything's laid out.
So, I'm trying to see here. Like, Mike, give me a 12-team league whatever, anything. Just give me a 12-team league, because I think when we go to 10-team and 14-team, we've already shown 14, and we go to 16, obviously the scarcity will destroy going down and press up the quarterback.
Here's one.
position.
We talk about the off-the-ball league. Go to one of those IDP leagues and pull the WoRP up for that.
Oh, God. This one 101 or 202?
Doesn't matter.
All right, I'm not into 202, so let me just peek this. I've seen 101 a handful.
This is going to highlight the fact that the WoRP tool pulls off of any sleeper league, and it's built in enough where it can adapt to whatever the league it is, and this is why you see the wild variances. So if you happen to get in a league that's not your traditional, you don't really know what's going on or how to value players, which I can tell you in both of these leagues, no one has an idea on how to actually value the fucking players. Like, people who play in it don't even fucking know. We're all kind of guessing and feeling it out. There's no blueprint of how these guys are worth or what they're worth. But you can use this WoRP tool to kind of figure it out and make your own player values. Like, these are the positions that are worth the most. These are the players that I should be looking to get into. This is what I should be drafted in my rookie draft. So if you've got no starting point and it's all, color by number, it's not all color by numbers like you think, this is what the WoRP tool can actually help you with quite a bit.
This one here, especially if you haven't used the WoRP tool much, or you have it and you don't run it often, it's going to be data overload. But the point of this is really to highlight, I think for the more novice user, is that, like, what I thought about it and still do, even if you don't know what you're looking at right now, right? You have the ability, and you can see in your different leagues where the more weird scoring takes place, the more different settings, how many roster spots you have, how many starters you have. That's basically, the more odd it gets, the more the WoRP tool can actually show you things that you won't have any idea to find out through league settings and league scorings and sleeper, for example, right, Mike? Like, this league, you could look at the scoring, you're going to have no fucking clue about what to do with it. And you definitely can look at this and not know. But one thing I can tell you, and this is where you can click the lines to kind of separate it out and think about it more individually. So you click the D line, gone. Linebacker, gone. Quarterback, gone. Running back, gone. Tight end, gone. Now you're looking at two lines, but this is one line. And I can tell you right now, without looking at anything else, the best scenario of DB here literally doesn't get you to one WoRP. This position is not worth.
Does not matter.
This position is the one you should actually click off of, and just don't. That's how you treat it in your league, right? So basically, you can start comparing position by position and simplify it versus looking at this clusterfuck and, like, what am I looking at? So,
if you want to look at the guest chat, I posted one of my MFL ones. If you want to show them, like, how to do an MFL one.
Sure, yeah, and so one thing to keep in mind, right? MFL, because of all the customization there, you can't really replicate it to a lot of times in a sleeper league because of the customized excess you have. Most leagues you're going to be in, let's say it's a Yahoo or ESPN, if you're not in sleeper, I go to sleeper. But if you need something else, you can normally create a sleeper league for free that has the exact same scoring settings, and you can get the WoRP on any league, essentially. MFL, though, you need to run it through this MFL, where I'll show you up here. You have platform, MFL, and sleeper. So is that private with that one, E? Or is it public?
It should be public.
I was just asking. Okay. Yeah, I was just asking. Okay, cool. MFL login. And cool. And we'll run the WoRP on it. So basically, you just need to tell it. I did not mean to do that. 2023. 2024, right?
Yeah, so this is a league with crazy scoring and IDP and all that, so it might take a minute.
That's okay. I also let me refresh this.
Like, I think defensive tackles are like the number one scoring fucking thing.
Nice. I unfortunately ran it the wrong year there, so let me redo this here. So NFL login. Mike, are you still with us? I imagine you are, but the camera's just off.
Yeah, I had to pee terribly.
Atta boy. You know what? Coop will be proud, though. No one saw it.
Yeah. No one knows.
All right, so.
At least I made it almost to the 7th round. I feel good.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Man, Damian Martinez, they're just not what you want to see.
They don't like him at all.
Mike, Dylan Sampson, hell exposure. Damian Martinez, I didn't get in every league, but taking it on the chin, man.
I got a lot of him and Rocket Sanders.
Dude, I did a video talking about my pre-draft leagues on a BDG video, and the glazing I was getting for Damian Martinez when I got him at 303, all for it still to be a bad value now. Like, fuck, we're cooked.
Here's my favorite part, though. People will look at that, right? And that'll be their argument against
That's why I don't want to do it. Right.
Right. Look at that. But they'll completely ignore the fact that
my RJ Harvey's, two of my RJ Harvey's probably outdoes my 4 of my Damian Martinez, right?
My Kyle Williams, 5th round Kyle Williams now.
Yeah.
Feels pretty fucking good. All those Jaden Higgins ones that you had.
In a best ball league especially. Well, lineup too. Mason Taylor, right? Like getting him 3rd, 4th round. Elijah
Arroyo getting that draft capital. Yeah. There's a lot of good ones. The convictions on Jackson Dart paying off too. You're going to miss on the Shedeur, but anybody who took Dart at the 112 or early part of the 2nd round, they love that one.
Oh, for sure. I basically faded both. I think I still win because the Shedeur one lost so much, but he actually still, by going to Cleveland in round 5, secured enough value I wouldn't have expected at all. He's probably going to be from a late first to like 108 to a 306. That's bad, but it's not dead in the water, actually.
Won't end up being fantasy relevant either, but LeJontay Wester, one of my super down the board wide receivers that I really liked, came off the board to Baltimore.
Oh, nice. So actually, Mike, here, this is one of the things I like doing too. I'll show you guys. So I love using this lab tool. It's free. The WoRP tool is $6.90 a month. 10 of you. I think there's still a couple of free ones out there if you want to check it out. I think we had maybe one left.
Let me refresh this too. It's a good point.
But so right, you have so much different stuff you can do in the lab for free, and some of it feels overwhelming. But I was just going to show you, like, one of the things I love checking is the actual trade finder and price check. So, Mike,
while you pull that up, there is 4
left
WoRP giveaways left.
Okay.
That code was NFLDRAFTSH. NFLDRAFTSH, all one word.
Yeah, I'm gonna type it in here.
There's one rookie. There's one rookie left. One rookie guide left to give away. And that code was ball knower. One word. I just made that shit up, I think. But we would need to get that in the dictionary, Adam. Ball knower. Absolutely. And we need that t-shirt Eric wants. With the nuts.
So
nuts.
You can search it by, player 1, like say Aston Genty, and you can just look at price check on that. Now, one of the things that's that you might have to filter through is sometimes with these trades, which are so big, this is kind of crazy, Mike. You see this one? Look at this.
Which one? Oh, Jesus.
Lineup start 9, 1 quarterback, 1 super flex.
Superflex league.
Now, keep in mind the date, right? Keep in mind the date. This literally happened as the draft's taking place. But, Mike, you're trading Lamar for him straight up.
In a Superflex start 9.
Start 9, 1 tight end, half tight end premium. So, basically, nothing matters probably as much as quarterback. And now, granted, that's where the WoRP tool comes in. And we could run that, too. That'd be fun to check, actually. It'd be really fun to check that.
Is it a Superflex or a 12-team or a 10-team league?
It doesn't actually say here. It'd be really fun to check that. If it's a 10-team, it's a steal. If it's 12-team,
it's a steal either way. It just matters a steal on which side for which league.
I was going to say, yeah. I mean, WoRP might surprise you, but in a standard start 9 lineup, you're talking crazy stuff. Yep. What do you think here? Bucky Irving and Jonathan Taylor, Mike, or Genty here? In a start 11 lineup.
Oh, give me the 2.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't matter. It's only a 1 quarterback league because they're players. But you taking the 2 guys, both of you?
Yeah, I'm taking the 2.
Start 11, I think, especially if you could make that case for sure.
Pre-draft trade. You
check
love
this.
It too.
Hold on, check this one out. All right, we got a Cam Ward, and you know what? Actually, Mike, this is a great idea. I just thought of this. I don't even know that I could take credit for this. It's because I just saw it in front of my face. But what kind of deals do we got with these guys going traded for each other, right? So Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, Scatabo, Arroyo, Jalen Royals, or Ashton Genty, Shedeur, and Devin Neal. God, if you traded this after the Shedeur thing, that's tough.
Think about the guy on the one side. I wish that was my trade. It's like everything
that's
that you
tough.
want. That's a tough look, ain't it?
You probably thought you got Genty for a steal, and then you realize, I didn't get a quarterback at all, and that's the only trade in here? You got to be shitting me.
I didn't get shit.
Well, you know what? They're trading. That doesn't make sense because they're no one's trading the players until later anyway. Okay. Genty, let's see what else we got.
That's fucking phenomenal.
All right, Genty and Justice Hill or Amon-Ra and a couple thirds and fourths.
Amon-Ra.
I don't really even care about the picks that much here, honestly. I think if you like, I still think Amon-Ra is legit, so I would have no problem trading for Amon-Ra just for the stability. I don't know that the picks do that much for me, but if you want to get them, sure, hell yeah, throw them in.
It's one of those things, Adam, just generically, I mean, there's going to be specific leagues you're competing or trying to do something different, but just holistically for Dynasty, if I told you it's a top-tier wide receiver or a top-tier running back, which position do you want? Just blind picking it.
Yeah, I mean, in just a lineup league that we're talking pretty regular scoring, I would say I would prefer the elite wide receiver. So, and to this point, right, if this was Malik Neighbors, it's not close or even, or pick a different one. The only reason you might think it's close is if you start to give Amon-Ra the age thing prematurely, but I wouldn't do that personally.
Right.
I mean, I could make this scenario, but it would have to be pretty team specific, I think, especially if I'm throwing in picks.
Mm-hmm. Here you
Genty,
go.
Whoa. Genty, Tyreek Hill, Tank, and a first for Marv, Omarion Hampton, and Braylon Allen.
You can go either way on this one, to be honest.
I think I go with a Marv, Hampton, Allen side.
The 26 first is so interesting here because if you're taking on Marv and Hampton, like there's a scenario where this year they don't actually smash. So what does the team look like? Am I betting against the team that's worth it? Because Genty's awesome, but Tyreek Hill's getting sketchy. Tank Bigsby I give a fuck about. So that first is like a huge needle mover to me. If it's not something I want to bet against that team, I probably want Hampton and Marv for sure.
Right. I mean, this one was Mari and Hampton and Genty is close enough for me. This is just me talking here. Close enough for me where I go, would I pay Tyreek in a first for Marv? Right. And that's how I break down the trade. And I say right now, April 22nd, no. Like I don't know if I would. That's why I kind of go both ways, right, on this one. Clearly, I want the Marvin Harrison value, but I got to attach my first to it. Like, I got to attach my first to get off Tyreek being a little bit sketchy. Like, I better be super fucking confident in my team.
Right.
I better be like,
and that's why I talk about that.
Let's do the 105 next year. Fuck.
That's why I think the first is interesting in this specific trade because Tyreek Hill getting, like, I wouldn't bet on this for anything. However, what would you guys say the percentage is that Tyreek Hill scores as much or more than Marv again this year?
Oh, probable.
Like, I mean, yeah, and if you have that, now you're house money, right? Just for contender side, not for dynasty. There's a lot of different angles of that trade. That's a pretty crazy one. I like the idea of that. What is this? This is fake.
Tyreek for Genty straight up?
That's no one should take that fucking serious. That's stupid.
Holy shit. Santa Claus.
Someone did get a gift.
How the fuck does this one ever come close to getting done?
I feel like this is a fake, like a league with a bunch of dummies or a fake league like stupid.
European 3-quarterback superflex.
Mike, what are we doing here? Jaden Daniels and Genty? How do I get the better asset in both times?
That's why I asked, like, how's that happen?
Bro, you know what's crazy? This 3-quarterback. So it's like, you know what? All this means is that Jaden Daniels should be untouchable, even more so than he is.
Oh, that was crazy.
Now we're packaging shit for Genty here. Come on.
Eagles just got another good pick.
Now, you know what? These are pre-draft, but some
Cam
of these
Williams.
are bad. Cam Williams? Okay. Oh, wow. This is spicy, y'all. Bijan Robinson. Not Brian Robinson. I'm so sorry. Bijan Robinson, Puka, Montgomery, Algier for BTJ, Genty, Tank, and I don't know how Michael Mayer gets in this deal, but he's there.
Spicy, really stupid for Sammy.
Yep. I mean, I want Bijan over Genty, even though he's already played 2 years.
Correct.
I can understand the thought process if you're like, you know, wanting to get younger and you're rebuilding, but then even then, like, I don't know why I'm just giving it to you for that. Brian Thomas versus Puka is pretty. They're pretty tiered, same tier, right?
Right. So David Montgomery.
So Montgomery versus Tank Bigsby is just dumb. Yeah.
Yeah, and Algier. I'll take Algier over Mayer.
Yeah, dude, Mayer's fucking dead. Yes, agreed. Okay. Okay. What about this? It's Gibbs versus Genty straight up, but the Bigsby and Pat Fryer. Did they do anything here? Lineup start 11.
I think where Genty's at now, like down tiering off of Gibbs would be awesome to do this. Not necessarily for the Tank Bigsby part, but for just a tight end. I just get a tight end.
It's a full tight end premium too.
Yeah, I was gonna say 1 tight end, 1 point premium. Does that mean it's 2 then, right?
It means it's 2 point per catch, and you only start 1.
Yeah,
right?
I'd probably take this Genty side, honestly. You get Freiermuth as a 2 point tight end, and Bigsby's the.
What's crazy is I'm kind of curious, and I obviously you have no idea. Like, if we're in this trade talks where I'm going to take Genty and Gibbs, and this is what I'm getting back, I still probably like this. But I feel like this trade speaks to this person's actually more bullish on Genty than we want to believe. Like, I know we're saying from the process, but these pieces feel so out of the equation for most people. Like, that's crazy to think about those as the tier downs. I'm with you, though, because the way I would like the roster construct here, Pat Freiermuth actually matters to me, right? So I like it for that side. Okay, Brian Thomas Jr. or no way, fam. Now, dude, not just that. Look at the settings of this real quick. Look at the settings. We're starting 17 people. You just traded 4 above average starters in this league.
That's fucking crazy.
No, stop it. All right, let's go to a real trade. Maybe look at 1 or 2 more just for the hell of it. And look at Cam Ward next here. But you know what? Hold on. I wanted to see. Okay, finally ran. Holy shit, Eric. What are we looking at with this? Were you just trying to show us your big monster cock here? What is this? Oh my god! I've actually never seen enough of the colors. I've never seen this amount here where we get this crazy neon color. Wow.
Yeah, that's a new color for just about any league I've been in.
Yeah. What in the fuck is happening, guys?
I didn't even know Koopa coded it that deep.
Dude, I hope everyone watching this at this point is like kind of high like Mike, because like you're like, oh, this is, I want the WoRP tool.
My man got drafted. Let's fucking go.
Who?
Jimmy Horn Jr., man. I
love
that
nice.
fucking kid.
Is him and JC brothers, right?
Still.
Oh no.
Call me old, call me whatever. But one of my favorites, still probably my favorite celebration is the when it's Pops with the cell phone. It's just the flip phone, so awesome.
So, different dude, Jimmy Horn, different Pops.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought that was the same.
No, I don't think Jimmy Horn Sr., the NFL player, and his dad. I'm pretty sure.
Oh no, it's not. Oh, okay.
Oh no.
I 100% could have made that up for the record. So yeah, it's okay.
Different Jimmy Horn.
Not blood related, but name related.
Yeah.
Damn, his name is Jimmy. His name is Jimmy Horn Jr. and it's not his pops. That's wild,
dude. I could be all.
I was gonna say, are you that? Maybe hold on, wait a minute. Now I'm questioning myself too.
No way.
I thought for sure.
Well, the NFL receiver's Joe Horn,
right?
First.
Oh, that's a good point. Good point. I'm definitely tweaking now. Nice.
Yeah.
I thought they were related for some reason, but I'm
how many Skittles
wrong.
You have?
Not as many as you, I don't think, but I have had some. All right. Wait, what was I doing? Now I'm fucking lost. JC Horn is there. You go. DB's the sober one of us. We're all in trouble.
No shit. Holy fuck. Yeah. Anyways.
Time to wake up. Oh, here. Can I? Speaking of crazy, can I show you guys this now? I don't have to ask because I have control. But this is
getting fucking delirious. I think
it's getting a little weird here. I want to show you this. I want you to look at this. All right.
It's freaky hours.
Let's see if this will work here. Oh yeah, here. Y'all ready? This is gonna be awesome.
You know, the performance comes when, your back is against the wall. It comes better because you kind of got to really lock in. You don't have anything pretty much to lose. And I feel like that's where I'm at right now. Everyone's doubting me. Everyone don't believe in me. Everyone don't think that I can get back to where I was. But I know and I believe the work that I put in, what I believe in myself, the peace that I've been, channeling these last couple months. I know I'm gonna be way better than before.
He's wearing the boot this time, guys.
I'm prepared, and I think before I wasn't prepared because I was kind of going with the flow of how the world was seeing me. But when you kind of get knocked down to the ground and you got to stand back up, and walk through the rain. That brings out another fire, another challenge, another grit that you have inside. And the biggest thing is really just mental. My mentality, the things that I got to deal with the outside and not taking everything personal, like I mentioned before. Taking everything and just bringing it full force and really just standing in front of it, face to face. The challenges, the adversity, whatever comes with it, gonna come with it. But as long as I'm doing it my way, I'm cool. I can live with that.
Well, Mike,
Okay.
you know what's crazy? He put that out.
Eric looks like he's going.
Eric, are you frozen? What was your takeaway from that?
Eric's look was just this blank of what the fuck.
Like, what the fuck am I watching? Yes. Like, I almost just ranked Graham Mertz above him in dynasty rankings.
Well,
and we're
here,
fucking playing videos.
let me just ask you. Honestly, he's a little ahead of his time because I don't think he had any idea if he thought he was up for the challenge then. He's got 2 incoming rookies coming in while he's not going to be able to play all year. One of my favorite parts, actually, is he's wearing the boot there because he retore his Achilles because he wasn't wearing his fucking boot. And, that's why he had to have a surgery on it again.
That was so fucking terrible.
Fucking awful.
But what I'll say,
How much do you think the production crew spent on that too to get all those film shots? And two, also the
he's
whole
probably being a little
flex
tight with his money at this point because I don't think he thinks another contract's coming, right?
Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. But I love the fact he's putting on wide receiver gloves to lift weights with.
Well, yeah, he doesn't need the weightlifting gloves. Yeah, oh yeah. Well, you got to keep those hands, baby soft, right?
Putting on wide receiver gloves to do some curls.
So he looks cool.
Well, Mike, the thing about that to me, actually,
35s, man, what a fucking animal.
It's like the kid in middle
35.
school who's got all the wristbands and headbands on for basketball and shit.
You know what that reminds me of, actually, now that I'm thinking about it even more? Oh, that's so bad. That's such a bad omen. When Cam Newton did the same shit when he went to New England, like you know what it is? It's the feeling for those guys that they can't stop what's happening because they've always been in control of life, right? That is like they're trying to be vocals because they need to be heard by other people because they can feel it slipping away.
I think my favorite video. Do you remember the one Antonio Brown put out when he was with the Raiders?
Oh man,
and it had
that's
like
a different level.
He had like the John Gruden phone call on it that was like
Grandma.
John Gruden and he was being recorded.
Grandma, I'm free. That one?
He's running in the backyard.
That was awesome. Is that the one you're talking about or a different one?
No, I think
when the Raiders cut him. Okay, the one I'm talking about when the Raiders cut him.
Like when he was going through all his helmet stuff and then he got burned in the cryo chamber.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know that one. Yep.
He had a couple of them. That's the problem.
Yeah, he put out the video and like it had a phone call with John Gruden and obviously John Gruden probably didn't approve of him being on a phone call.
No, I think they touched on that in Hard Knocks too.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah, because they had Hard Knocks there that season. AB showed up.
Yeah,
in like
that
a
was
blimp
wild.
Or some shit.
Yeah,
he showed up in like a fucking blimp.
I gotta find this Cam Newton one. You'll love it, I think.
I remember the Cam Newton one. I got sucked into the Cam Newton one. I'm like, oh yeah, he's back.
We're going north. I gotta find this because he was like, they say ain't the same player. All right, he's talking hella tough, and you're like, okay, maybe he's locked in. No.
So would you rather, just on the scale of Cam Newton, since we're talking about this, would you rather that? Like, is that your favorite? Or is the favorite when he scored that touchdown and he goes to the fucking camera and screams at it, I'm back, just to not do anything for the rest of the season?
That honestly, for the hype vibes, similar. And I think it's an all-timer. I mean, Mike, remember when after I had Aubrey, I came back and repped that? That was just hilarious.
I'm back.
Here, hold on. Here, random. Can I tell you something? I feel like a lot of people maybe weren't sure, so I'm gonna help you out here. Give you a second chance.
No one wants to see it again.
Dude, I'm telling you, you have to. If we endured Mike, I endured that draft. Come on.
I was also gonna say Eric had that look on his face. Like I've seen that.
You know,
look
the performance comes
staring
when,
at this.
You know,
like the first time I watched Two Girls, One Cup.
It comes better because you kind of got to really lock in. You know, you don't have anything pretty much to lose, and I feel like that's where I'm at right now. everyone's doubting.
Wait, the chicks are gonna eat this shit? What
don't believe in me. Everyone don't think that.
But you don't find out that until way later, and you're like, oh no.
The work that I put in, what I believe in myself, the peace that I've been, channeling these last couple months, I know I'm gonna be way better than before.
My chain got BBS, I got red on the seaside side of the vet.
I'm prepared, and I think before I wasn't prepared because I was kind of going with the flow of how the world was seeing me. But when you kind of get knocked down to the ground and you got to stand back up and walk through the rain, that brings out another fire, another challenge, another grit that you have inside.
I'm the biggest.
And the biggest thing is really just mental. My mentality, the things that I got to deal with the outside, and not taking everything personal like I mentioned before.
Yeah, I go hard, I'm probably the best.
I was
taking everything
too soon. I was going to go there, but Mike got me.
And
that's why he's got the gloves on.
Face to face, challenges, the adversity, whatever comes with it, gonna come with it. But
see if you can spot the little towel.
I'm cool. I can live with that.
That's wrong.
I wonder if he's using the Texans massage table that they gave him.
Take this
crazy.
I sent you the guest in the guest chat. I put the AB one in there.
Oh, okay. I'll find this. All right, cool. Wait, is this the one you were talking about, or?
Yeah, when I was talking about.
All right, I'm gonna be honest. While I'm looking for that cam one, because it's hard to find, I need to find this AB. I'm free, bro. I'm telling you, it was that part. At least for me, is hilarious.
This is fucking great, man. That's a great hype video, man.
Dude, I mean, I when I saw that, I had the same feeling as you guys did, but I thought I was really out of it. There's no way this is real. What is this?
This could be the next great Philadelphia Eagle reclamation project.
Mike, imagine too. Think about this. That guy is the only guy in the NFL that has a fully guaranteed contract at quarterback.
Yeah, I found the I'm free video. I'll post that one up too.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, I got it right here. Let's go.
Oh, you got it. All right.
I'm putting the one thing about this a little tricky because it's a YouTube joint, so we have to.
I want a highlight video.
Oh yeah. All right. What do you want?
I want a hype video. You know.
Oh,
what I mean?
Dude, we can make one.
Yeah,
we should. I wanted to make one at the kind of just playing around at the expo, right? That'd be so funny.
I hate my feelings, and now I don't care what people think about me. That's why I'm working on this bod.
Did anyone? I'm actually kind of serious though. I think I've watched it now 3 times, 2 with you. Was there a key takeaway there? Honestly, did anyone pick up on it?
I'm gonna go trade for Deshaun Watson everywhere. Can't doubt that comeback.
I mean, I will say, Mike, I think I heard that from you before. Unfortunately, it was not a joke.
In all seriousness, since they drafted Shedeur and Gabriel, would you just fucking cut them? Or are you still gonna hold on?
Well, I think here's the thing. I think at this point, they're only saving grace to not having to make decisions. They can put them on IR all year.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I think if they had to, for sure, dude. Are you serious?
No, I mean, our dynasty rosters, do you just
yeah, I think he's getting to that point. I mean,
I think he's reached that point where you do him, you treat him just like we used to treat Andrew Luck and now Tom Brady. Is you cut him in the season and then you pick him up at the end of the season just in case.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
But I think
he's Andrew Luck now. He retired. He didn't tell nobody though.
I mean, because the reality is, if he best ball, for example, there's the roster spot is for another year of I don't know. It's kind of tough. If I was, you know what, I can tell you, E, he's the best asset you could possibly have on a rebuild in the best ball league. Just keep him parked, buddy. Use a roster spot and just holding that dude for no reason. You ain't gonna score points. Actually, that part, Mike, to me was funny. Everything on the video kind of looked delayed, but the lip synced 100%. You could tell he really put a lot of effort into that with the music. It was crazy.
Ricky asked a question in the chat, and the answer is yes. I would definitely be taking 104, but he ain't gonna be there at 104. If he is,
I think depending on the WoRP, you might see him at 104, but that should be the absolute last spot. And yes, he's 100%. If he's at 104, I think I don't know.
Don't even think twice.
Yeah,
he was in that mock draft we just did.
Right. I think 104 could make sense in the certain WoRP scenario, but he's probably not there most times, dude. No way. No chance.
That's fucking nuts. 104. Speaking of which, I think I'm on the clock somewhere. Maybe.
Are you actually? Well, that would be a nice screen share. Tell me what it is. I'll pull it up.
I could be on the clock, or I was on the clock. I don't even remember. Everything's merging together.
Dude, ever since the whole horn thing, I feel like a horn got put in our ears. We don't know what we're thinking.
Let me check. Shit Wars 2. I am on the clock, boys.
Oh my God. That's actually diabolical, y'all.
I think I've been on the clock since we started this stream.
Fam, that's actually diabolical. How many hours is left?
7.
Okay, so 8-hour clock, I'm assuming, right?
No, 12.
Wow. You have been on the clock for a grip. Holy crap.
Been chilling.
Well, here, as soon as you make that, you'll be able to feel like this, all right?
Like Cam Newton?
Hey, Lawson, let me see it.
Look up Adam Schefter.
The Raiders. Free!
Bro,
Oh, 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 let's go!
oh, fucking nigga.
Oh! The freedom bell ring got me flying like a free. Fly like an eagle. Let's go!
Bro, mind you, this dude just got cut.
Let's go! Oh, I'm free. Oh. Oh. Grandma, they freed me! They freed me, Grandma! I told you gonna work out. Ah, God is the greatest.
Grandma, I'm free. Bro. Oh, that's all right. I'll try to get the other one up for you now. Oh my God.
So good.
That's great. Got that Raiders picture in the background. It's awesome.
You imagine like showing someone on draft day that's just trying to get drafted, like they're begging to get themselves in the NFL. Hey, this is what happened when Antonio Brown got cut.
Oh, here's the Tommy Mellett pick.
Tommy Mellett? Who took him?
The
Here, let me
Raiders
give you guys a little.
to destroy Aiden O'Connell.
Hey, how pumped are you, Eric? I don't want to speak for you. You can go ahead and pump for yourself. Speaking of the whole.
Depends on what we're being pumped for.
Oh,
I don't know who the hell I'm taking here.
all right. Yeah. By the way, come on. We did the whole. I'm free. You're free to make this pick. What do we got? What's the pick number?
203.
Oh, they're listing them at wide receiver.
Hey, Mike. You know what we could do? I know you're high. I think, right? Is that what it is?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you're high on life. I'm talking about trying to show the WoRP tool, though.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but I figured we could do the WoRP exercise live on the clock, right?
Yeah, now you're thinking.
Trying to, anyway. 203, huh? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, all right, let me try to get back to this whole crazy thing. All right, so
You know, the performance comes
whoops.
when
We don't need to see that again. Sorry, guys.
Sure we do.
I mean, you can watch it on your own accord. They might actually take our stream down if we run it again.
I believe they would.
Where's the screen share? So there we go. All right. And Mike, what league is it?
Shit Wars 2.
Nice. Shit Wars 2. Oh, by the way, I haven't gotten a response. I think he must have dipped. Damn. Anyway, Mike, to get in touch with someone that is a subscriber for us? Our boy that trying to get his address to send him the hoodie. Guy that missed on the helmet.
Oh, Cameron Myers?
Cameron Myers, yep.
Oh, just keep reaching out to him, I guess.
I mean, it's the second time we try to give him something, we can't even do it, you know?
That mother-in-law's.
It's in-laws, yeah.
All right, Shit Wars 2. Make noted. Okay. Shit Wars 2. And let's run it. All right, Mike.
Run it.
So what's your team looking like while we're waiting on the WoRP?
Probably dog shit, I think.
Okay. Is it your pick?
Yeah.
All right. We can live with it.
Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels.
You want to talk about a decision. Look at them two lines that stand out. Looking like Christmas.
Roma Dunze, Xavier Worthy, Marv, C.D. Lamb, T. Higgins, Drake London, No
well, I can
tight
tell you
ends.
your problem. Look at this WoRP line and look at all them damn receivers. Holy crap.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, really?
Mm-hmm.
No pun intended.
And so far this draft, I've already taken Amarian Hampton and Caleb Johnson.
Nice, okay. So, what's, man, I feel like with this WoRP line, there's no way I'm taking receiver here, no? E, where are you at?
With this WoRP line, I'm just pounding the fuck out of running back and quarterbacks.
So what's
unless there's a top
obviously
six tight end
Harvey's
like a Loveland or a Warren or
Harvey's. I imagine Harvey's gone, and I imagine Loveland and Warren are gone, and
Yep.
yeah.
You said Caleb's gone, so
Both quarterbacks. So your running back choices then are down to 4th round guys over 2nd round receivers.
So yeah, like basically right, the early 4 Tootin and scattered over. Yep. But here's the thing, right? This is it's a good conversation. This is where the WoRP tool is useful, and obviously you can interpret it however you want to and use it how you will, right? But you talk about those receivers, dude. Look at Puka Nacua right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is the case to be made, I guess, for the upside even of a round 2 receiver, realistically in this league? You're only different. Yet that's true. That's obviously relative to the league, so the market you have to know.
Right. Like, so if you take, for example, let's say it's Luther Burden, right? Not the production, right? Because clearly the production can be replaced, but go to like one of these back end RBs, right?
Okay.
And ask yourself how much more you could get on top of one of these dudes for a Luther Burden.
You know what? That's actually, dude, that's where one of the things I love doing is, again, going to the lab and then here, I'll just show you real quick the exercise. We won't do this probably ad nauseum, but this is where I would also go to you could do this in your league because you already have the access, but if I was helping somebody out, I would go to trades and I'd go to that specific league and I'd look at all the trades in that league, right? So, and basically see, you can kind of, sometimes you'll see that you can actually trade at market, and you're 100% right then, Mike, right? You take Luther Burden because you can trade him for probably DeAndre Swift and a pick in next year's class that you could use to buy a running back later, or draft one next year if you don't make it into the.
Because you're not taking them for production, but if you're trying to solidify it, you just go to the back end there.
Dynasty Barry rejoice! Our guy just got picked.
Who's?
Cam Miller to the Raiders.
Cam Miller. Fuck yeah! Taking Aiden O'Connell's spot.
Yikes.
He was your guy. What are you so salty about? The only reason I own any of O'Connell is because
I was going to say, listen, if you think, everyone, I just want you to mental note, right? Aiden O'Connell, he stamped Aiden O'Connell into, I would say, any type of person's heart because he just fought for him. He's not giving up on him already. Like, how quickly are you going to give up on both Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur for us?
I mean, Aiden O'Connell's still the backup there. Cam Miller's going to be the third. That's a pretty solid quarterback room.
So, Mike, what are you leaning towards doing? What are the receivers available? Is actually Luther Burden on the board?
Yeah, Luther Burden, Trey Harris, Jaden Higgins, and Jalen Milroe. I have in.
How many receivers are gone at this point?
Hunter, McMillan, Ibuka, and Matthew Golden.
So I mean, here's my question too. With that, like that says to me that's kind of similar to what a rookie draft goes. Nothing's too crazy there. So if they're drafting that way, the market probably is similarly reflecting that people still trade for receivers like they're crazy.
Yep, they still got the name value and the name cachet, right? So my thinking there, if we want to warp this into contending, right, and producing,
right,
sooner rather than later, is you take one of these rookie receivers that's kind of similar to how we would have valued a good one last year in the 2nd round, right? Or even those back end guys like Ricky Pearsall had some trade value, even after getting shot or whatever. Like you can buy one of these shittier running backs here that don't have any dynasty value that are producing and get pluses on for future years.
Well, so here's my question actually, Mike, to this, because if it's for the market play, Luther Burden, the prospect, I think obviously had the 5-star thing going, but him being potentially third on the pecking order, is that going to matter into the play? Are you better off to shoot for a different target? I guess what I'm saying at receiver.
I think I'd be better off to go to a different target.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Okay.
Somebody who has got an opportunity to increase in value sooner rather than later.
Well, and just be visualized for someone as the wide receiver 2 or 1 in their offense.
The other one to play on it is there's only one pick in between my next one too. So I picked and one of these other guys is coming off. So I don't know if there's anything with sequencing you would do different than.
Yeah, well, let's narrow it down then. That's a great thing to start. What are the real considerations right now for us?
The real ones? If it was going to be at this spot, it's Jaden Higgins, Jalen Milroe, or Trey Harris.
Okay. Another thing to consider here. I feel it's early or not. Maybe you feel like you can get him next pick, but I mean, for how replaceable receiver isn't it worth a shot at Milroe here?
That's why he's in the queue, right? Like you take the Milroe now, and I'm comfortable with whatever one of those receivers.
Because regardless of if it's quarterback 18 to here, it's who gives a fuck. But if he actually starts, Justin Fields like last year. This is another thing to do with the WoRP. I'll give you an example, right? Where we'll go for a single year, and you can search it by weeks.
First 5 weeks of the season with Fields?
Yeah, exactly. And you can see how you can run WoRP at real time and be like, okay, for that time, he was. You want to talk about cheat code? Let's see. So, Justin Fields, right here, right?
Give me 8.
Dude, so just to give you context, that puts him. He's more valuable than Amon-Ra St. Brown at that time. DK Metcalf,
That's wild.
Chris Godwin, who was unreal.
So, I think that's the shot. Then you take the one that's got the bigger upside play, right? Already on production, it's a bigger swing. But if you got multiple same tier wide receivers afterwards that you don't give a shit which one you wear, you just sequence it the other way.
Right. You think about it either way. You get there the same. However you get there, the same result. But if you had different, it's got to be, because what's the difference realistically in this league? Trey Harris, Luther Burden. I mean, hell, even Kyle Williams.
Yeah, on that graph you got there, like who are some of those wide receiver 42s and stuff, like the name difference in dynasty value versus their actual production is going to be ridiculous.
Well, this is where also I think what you just have and what you have at your disposal. You mentioned your team, Mike. Those guys, I'm trying to that's one of these leagues where when I find that, I'm probably trying to have a couple week little hiatus in this league. Like, let's fucking figure this out. Let's get rid of Drake London. Let's get rid of some of these guys if I can.
When you're ready to contend,
yeah, right. Oh, I'm exactly. If here, look, Jacoby Myers is my favorite in this type of a league.
Right. No one
they
cares.
They didn't even put him on the team graphic, bro. How disrespectful. Look,
Khalil
Shakir.
Xavier Worthy is George Pickens in the dynasty value he holds versus what Alec Pierce is actually.
This is Antoine Pierce right here, y'all. Antoine Pierce.
Yep.
Antoine Pierce and Stephon Diggs, Mike, last year, same.
Crazy.
Alan Lazard.
Tank Dell.
You know what's crazy when I'm actually looking at these, though? These guys, their WoRP for the season held up here, Mike, even though they only did it for like maybe a few weeks.
Because they just gave you those spike weeks. That was all you need.
But old man Thielen, Rashid Shaheed, yeah. But, tight ends would probably not be there unless Eric's point, I got a steal on Loveland or, one of the guys that you think can actually get there. Interesting. Shit wars too. All right, so let us know when the pick comes back up. We could look at it again, but.
And plus note, I got fuck me, man. I got 6 third-round picks. So.
Perfect.
Yeah, Shedeur Sanders would be one of those picks in those rounds.
Ooh, well, I mean,
the same thing. You just hope you hit on the quarterback. That's all you need.
Tyler Shuck.
No, but you probably at that point too, like depending on what the running backs are, you just shoot the shot. Their green line was so high too, like just fuck it. We'll see.
Can I want to bring up a pick from earlier that we didn't really get to talk about because I think you guys were all talking about something. But what do you guys think of Ollie Gordon to the Dolphins?
Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. The way they used Achane this last year was insane, bro.
But they used him as a receiver more than anything.
For sure, but they also, just think about this for Achane. I think it was so interesting about him specifically, and we'll talk about Ollie Gordon on it. Achane last year, his rookie season, right? he was a just home run waiting to happen. You just begged that he would get 10 to 12 touches, and you figured he's going to run 1 or 2 of them long. If you told us going into the last offseason he's going to get 15 to 20 touches, you know what? He would have went to the moon. Mm-hmm. But the whole offense changed to the point where they weren't blocking the same. Robert Hunt being gone, huge part, and he had nowhere near the explosive plays, but he got there with volume, and to Mike's point, a ton of receiving work too. So I don't know, as late as that was, I don't know that they end up that really takes Achan's usage away. I don't know if I think they're probably still planning to use him as a bell cow. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think they want to conserve him a little bit more and start to work him into that, at very worst, Gibbs-like usage.
Sure.
Right? Because he's most effective in there when he can hit the home run, right? Third downs, you're going to get the work, right? But they needed a grinder. They really did. They didn't run the ball a whole lot last year because their offensive line was fucking piss poor, and they couldn't.
They also had that. Remember, they had that wave in time where their team was just, oh my god, fucking terrible.
You had Tyler Huntley starting there, and you had Skylar Thompson starting games. It was pretty piss poor. So, I think what they wanted was more of that grinder, that punch, which is a good spot for basically what their Jeff Wilson role was from a couple years ago. So I do enjoy that pick. I thought Ollie Gordon with the Dolphins would be pretty fun. And obviously McDaniel doesn't have enough concerns. I thought he would struggle in that wide zone scheme. I don't know if he's got.
Yeah, we talked about that actually when we were hoping to draft him way earlier.
But I guess they must have done their homework and think he can actually play in it, or they saw enough on film when he ran that scheme to say yeah, this guy can do it for us. So I don't know. I kind of like it. I think he's going to have some real nice standalone value. Nobody else in that backfield scares me outside of Achan, right? Like we've seen these other guys just flounder and never fucking be able to capitalize on anything. So bring somebody with Ollie Gordon's talent in and fucking find out.
Well, I'd be curious to see too how if that is into play. I'm sure with a guy like Achan, you would always try to be somewhat mindful of his carries. But just to give you context here, last year, Achan. He missed maybe one game. Oh, he didn't miss any games. Is that right? Damn. That was another thing. He played every game. Wow. But think about this. Although he had 87 catches, which is insane, 78 targets, he still was 14th in the NFL in carries, Mike.
Yeah. I mean,
that's
but
crazy.
It's only 200 at the end of the day. Well, I mean, which sounds like a lot, but they only gave 85 to Mostert. It was like the second most attempts on that team. He had some split in there. Man, just looking at it as a team, their team total rush attempts aren't very good though.
Right.
So they didn't try to run very. I mean,
they were super. I think the offensive line also for anybody to care about the running back being a grinder. I think we have to get the offensive line to be improved this coming up year. They were so much worse this last year, dude. It was horrible.
Man, some of these carry totals for teams are just nuts. Eagles over 600.
Right. Well,
total team.
To your point, you have Saquon and Henry both at 345 and 325. And mind you, Achan at 200, that's 1.5x of a top 14 running back carry load,
So even if he maintains some of that, right, and they increase their team rush attempts, which I'm sure McDaniel wants to do, he establishes the run first. That's what he likes to do. If they increase that back up to top half of the league, just being conservative, they were at 448 last year as a team, Adam. Say that gets closer to 500. Let's call it 480. They're top 12-ish.
So you said pass or rush attempts? I was
rush attempts, right?
Okay.
They increase the rush attempts back up, and then you factor in what's missing from the backfield if they don't touch Achan and they leave him at that workload that he had.
Yeah,
you're looking at 100, probably 180, 190 carries that Ollie Gordon could get, which isn't a bad, right? You're looking at 10 rush attempts per game, which would be a good, nice change of pace role for Achan.
Yeah. One thing actually really interesting to note is that 2023, when they were better, they were bottom towards the bottom of the league as total plays per game. Last year, actually, because I'm assuming with them losing a lot more, they were actually 7th in the league and 64 plays a game. So it's not a huge difference, but I think they would like to be ahead more, so they don't have to have as many plays to run more. I think that's going to be a script thing for Martinez. I think it could definitely work. Obviously, your point, Mike, it could. In a perfect vacuum world, like if McDaniel had it his way, I think it definitely could work. To your point, like they use him in a earlier down grinder role, keep Achane fresh. And I think the one thing that'd be interesting is, do they Achane got a lot of red zone rushes. I don't know that would still be the case as well.
Right, if that had come down a little bit.
Yeah.
Between Mostert, Jalen Wright, and Jeff Wilson, they gave about 160 carries total to those.
Yeah, that's who we're Ricky. That's who we're talking about. Ollie Gordon went to Miami.
Yeah, I mean that's between Mostert, Jalen Wright, and Jeff Wilson. This is 160 carries just from last year. If everything were to stay the same, which it won't, but
right.
Just trying to spit it out. Like what could be in line for like an Ollie Gordon workload? Not the worst thing, right? Like I'm like, damn, At the very least, he's probably getting close to 100 carries on the season. That's enough opportunity where if he does something with those carries, he's going to get a bigger and bigger role. And if you see in 100 carries he ain't doing shit with where we got to draft him in our rookie drafts, okay, well, I was probably missing on some wide receiver anyways or some fucking tight end that's not going to do anything. So
right,
Ollie Gordon kind of became pretty fucking interesting, even though it's a 6th-round draft pick.
And to your point, I mean, his cost, I think, is still going to be really. Are we 3rd or 4th round here? You thinking?
I think he could move into the 3rd round for a lot of people.
I mean,
at the very least, he's probably going to start in this Kamani Vidal range from last year, right? And you saw how that hype kept fucking going up. So we could say,
well, the one thing there,
at
least,
in the 3rd round now, and then
sure.
in fucking 2 months, we're drafting him at the 212.
I just want to put that as a great point to talk about where Kamani Vidal became the guy that was going to get all the work. Never ever, even if Achane's not there, right? Do not buy this shit that a 6th round, 5th round guy is going to be for sure the starter day one. Like, I don't care if there's no one there. That's like a completely fool's gold. So
here's my advice to portfolio players, like as we think about this, because people are going to have rookie drafts at different times. But if you like Ollie Gordon or you wanna fuck around and find out on Ollie Gordon, the time to do it now is in these early rookie drafts. Like, get your shares now, because kind of like Kamani Vidal from last year, Adam. Like, I don't mind that I missed on Kamani Vidal when I was paying the 4th round price tag for him, or I was paying like the 312 for Kamani Vidal. But you and I were both in later rookie drafts that went on through it. It's like Kamani Vidal at the 212.
So,
like, I mind missing a lot more there than I do.
Because his value rose because he was the potential starter by a round. Okay, so let's have a discussion here. This is a good one. All right, Taj Brooks then to Cincinnati, or Ollie Gordon to Miami. Both right, round 6 here.
Yeah, I like both of those spots. I'm gonna go with the talent evaluation I had pre-draft. Like, that'll be my tiebreaker. Ollie Gordon with the Dolphins.
Okay.
I like both spots. I think they're both good running backs, but I had Ollie higher than Taj rated. Okay. I thought he was a better prospect. So
another guy you got. What about in New Orleans, Devin Neal?
Same kind of thing. I mean,
because these guys all went within 6-8 picks of each other.
Yep. I think if I had to rank those 3, it'd be Ollie, Devin Neal, then Taj Brooks.
That's exactly how the NFL drafted him, just barely, but yep. Okay, now let me see, just cover my bases. So then how would that compare, Mike? This is WoRP. This is independent of WoRP, just overall conversations. San Fran, Jordan James. Let's have this conversation. Is that round 4, right? Or 5, sorry.
I think it was 5.
5, yeah, 5. 147 pick.
I'm probably it's going to be tough for me, right? Because I really don't like Jordan James, but that 5th round thing just... We'll go with the draft capital as the tiebreaker on that one and take Jordan James first out of that group.
Smart, and I'll tell you the other thing, Mike. San Francisco, what do we have here, right? We have Garendo, who was I'm not going to say he didn't have big plays at times, but he was forced into that workload because of the McCaffrey injury. And we've seen tons of people get hurt in this offense where Jordan James, whether you like him or not, could end up being... How did Jordan Mason happen, y'all? I mean...
Injury.
Right? Yeah, I'm with you.
Injury.
Jaden Blue, Fizz, if you're still here, I don't think you are, but if you are, we're talking about your running back you guys did draft.
And again, another running back I'm not very high on in Jaden Blue.
They went 2 picks away from each other.
Right, didn't like one. I think with that one, though, I'm going to lean I'm gonna lean. I'm gonna go Jaden Blue, number 1 out of that group, though, over Jordan James, just slightly, but still ahead of Ollie and the rest.
Is it because of the path is a little bit less clouded, obviously, with no
because you can see the path, right? Like his best attributes is his work in the passing game, right? He's got the athleticism for the passing game. He's a good pass catching back. So even if they got a Javonte Williams, a grinder, or whatever the fuck they're gonna do in that backfield of Miles Sanders, you can see Jaden Blue stepping into a meaningful role from the jump.
Bruh, if we could just got Jerry on the phone, listen, don't let Indy get Giddens. You take him now because Giddens going to Colts. If Giddens would have gotten that landing spot to Dallas, I'd have been doing stupid things.
Yeah. Any of these guys, right? If Ollie Gordon went to Dallas in the 5th round.
Yeah. Guy that
whatever one
is Damian Martinez still not drafted, by the way?
Still not drafted.
Brother.
Kyle Mullings came off the board.
You know how many people glaze me about Damian Martinez in the late 2nd, early 3rd? This guy goes undrafted. I'm going to be sick.
My bad, man.
No, it wasn't. I mean, it's not. Mike, I also drafted Dylan Sampson in every league, okay?
I had him at RB6 in the pre-draft process.
Damian?
Yeah, everything I loved about Quinshon Judkins, I saw in Damian Martinez, just a different one, right? Just a little bit less athletic, just a little bit less hyped up. I thought Damian Martinez was fucking phenomenal, man.
So did I. I mean, and the thing is, Mike, so I had him and Sampson, the tiebreaker for me, and now granted, it doesn't matter now, but a lot of the leagues that when I would go Sampson, 1, Martinez went ahead of Sampson plenty, but 2, if I was faced with that decision, sometimes I got both, but I would go with the yards per carry. If it was there, I would go Martinez. If it was like big play bonuses, I might take Sampson, but it didn't matter. They both screwed me. All right, anyway, that's it for that round.
I just know in all my post-NFL rookie drafts, I might get Damian Martinez as a UDFA now, which is going to be awesome.
So let's talk about then, obviously, the much different story, at least on paper, right? Cam, Scatterbo, and Tootin going top of 4. So especially with the deep draft class, it's not day 2, right? But it's 2 picks into day 3. What are you doing here with these guys? How much different are we talking?
I think they're in the same tier, but I prefer Tootin over Cam Scatterbo. But it's not by a lot, right? Like kind of what I talked about, and what I talked about in the reverse.
Yeah, Chris, you can beat the guest. That's actually really bad. I have this blank screen up here. That's awesome.
What I talked about in the reverse, right? Like you see Cam Scatterbo, and he can step into a role right away as a grinder. Like he can definitely just help in there. Tootin's path is a little bit more murky. It's just I believe in that fucking talent so much. So the process isn't the exact same. It's one of the few times that I'm like, fuck it, I'm just going with my heart on this one. And it's just a gut feel. But they're in the same fucking tier because there's going to be plenty of people who rightfully so by their good process is taking Cam Scatterbo because he's stepping into the grinder role right away.
Yeah. Do you think Scatterbo is a good enough player? Not obviously he doesn't have the home run upside. It's not going to be his. Do you think he's a good enough player and draft capital wise though to where he phases out like Tracy being a fantasy touch relevant to him, like where he becomes. That's what I'm asking.
He could do it. He's got that talent to do it.
He's off the board. He made it. He got drafted.
Damian. Let's go. Where are we at?
God
what team?
damn it, the fucking Seattle.
To a running back spot.
Remember I played around about that? I think it was actually in like round 3. I said, what if they took like Martinez here?
This is such bullshit. At least he got drafted, but fuck this.
This wedding is horseshit.
This is bullshit.
I specifically asked for no salmon.
Well, at least we can bury Kenny McIntosh now. For sure.
Dude, we can bury Damian Martinez. It's like the same thing. They did. Oh, no. Why?
Kenny McIntosh throw some dirt. He's with those Quint Allen, Dejon Edwards now.
I was actually going to ask. They drafted him. I was going to ask, is it better to just let him get undrafted at this point and maybe get to pick a spot? But now it's too late.
Yeah, too late. I'll say this: he's not completely dead, at least for me. Like I'm gonna take him with 5th rounders, and I'm gonna fucking pick him up off free agency if that's a thing, right? In these post drafts.
What about pre-drafts? 209 to 303.
I don't want to sound fucking crazy, all right? I am on adult stuff.
Speaking of too late.
Sound like, but there's a world where he's a better running back than Zach Charbonnet and can beat him out. There's a world where that does exist.
I wouldn't worry about
I like
crazy.
him as a running back better than I like Zach Charbonnet coming
Here
out.
it is. Chris was. I think there might be a slight delay because he was on the ball, but you don't think you sound crazy, but I think you're going to get the crazy coming out of the Charbonnet lovers right now. I mean, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's some sharp truthers out there, but there's a pretty realistic world where he beats out Zach Charbonnet and Charbonnet because
here's my thing though with the current situation change in the offense. What if you don't want to have a running back on this team any longer and there's 3 of them? Fuck.
You could. At least he got drafted, Eric.
All right, so
last pick of the 6. What was it?
And I just one from earlier. When we were
Yeah.
talking about the Miami guys, I forgot they signed fucking Alexander Madison too.
Who?
I think we all did, and we all can forget about it again.
we all forgot.
Rumors that Charbonnet and or Walker is available. Is that in your league, or you mean like what a?
That was pre-draft.
You talking dynasty? Put him on the block.
There's a tight end that went off the board too, Thomas Fidone. That kind of got a little
from Nebraska.
So
got a little
couple
buzz late in the process.
A couple ones I wanted to highlight here that I took some shots on. Brashard Smith, Rocket Sanders, LaQuinn Allen, all still on the board, y'all.
Yeah, Brashard is surprising.
That's one. I said Debro can't miss. This motherfucker don't miss. That was the one person he
Eric's
talked about.
prediction that Donovan Edwards might not even get fucking drafted is slowly coming true.
He ain't getting drafted.
The crazy
How about
part was
this? Fucking
Knoxville
Quinn
Green.
Ewers still hasn't been drafted.
Why is that crazy? He should have just went out. He should have just come out as soon as he could. It's brutal.
I tried to defend Quinn Ewers for a while, Adam, like I really did. And then now 2 years of having to watch Texas wide receiver tape and watch Quinn Ewers throw the football, I came away from that film session just fucking hating him with a passion.
Can I make a point actually that think what you want. Everyone has different evaluation processes, right? Just using NFL.com to try to track these right now. The grade on Shedeur Sanders is a 6.3. The grade on Quinn Ewers is a 6.19. What in which there? Why are we not having an outcry for Quinn Ewers right now? Honestly,
right.
I think he's entitled to a much higher draft pick than none.
He's heading for none pretty quick.
It's just I don't know. I don't want to get too crazy on that thing, but it's like none of these prospects, grade wise, are like, oh my gosh, if you don't take them by round 1, it's insane.
Well, the quarterbacks that have gone before,
other than
Quinn
Cam
Ewers,
Ward,
Dylan Gabriel went, obviously. Kyle McCord, Will Howard, Riley Leonard came off the board. We didn't even talk about that one. Future Colts starting quarterback Riley Leonard. Can't wait.
Somebody out here actually put on here. This is what they said. They believe he's a good backup with the potential to develop into a starter. Well, he's got to get on the roster first.
Graham Mertz got drafted, and Cam
that's
Miller.
crazy. Dude, Graham Mertz actually, bro, he is on
the same fucking state as fucking Houston.
So it says, bro, literally it says candidate for bottom of roster or practice squad.
He
went to Houston, right?
The Houston Texans looked at the fucking Texas Longhorn, Texas-born player and said, "We good."
Hey, you know what's also awesome?
We want Graham Mertz instead.
I want to talk about this. We did too much of this talking, but remember we did the whole AMA based on the Jerry Jones and Haslam call for this Dak Prescott and Shedeur trade. There was a source that put this whole thing out there, right? And these guys both. Now one took Shedeur actually, but how many times they both pass? Nobody was trading fucking for Shedeur or anything like this. It's insane.
That was a great rumor.
Give me the source on this.
It's about as good as the AJ Brown to the New England Patriots rumor. Love that one.
All right. Any wide receivers that we didn't really hit on that we should talk about? I'm trying to think. Well, obviously Bond not being drafted at this point, right?
We kind of that one's cooked.
Tez Johnson. People were talking Tez up, man.
Yeah, well, they were idiots.
I would think that Denver's got to have a pick here coming up. Let's see.
We got
Denver pick 241. Pencil in Tez Johnson there.
Man, you know what's crazy? Ricky White. I'm looking at a lot of these.
Nick Nash, yeah.
Yeah, Nick Nash. Yep.
Couple good guys.
I feel vindicated in my Jimmy Horn Jr. love, though.
W.
Bontez.
With how many of these wide receivers you guys just named
Restrepo.
that haven't got
He went?
Kurt sleeper.
Someone's getting a steal UDFA.
There was another guy I was actually going to bring up. Hold on.
There you go. DB, don't ask me where I'm slotting Jalen Royals because it's somewhere stupid.
How dumb?
I'm willing to do stupid things in the third round for Jalen Royals.
Oh, I was going to say third. I thought you said Jalen Milroe in third round. I'm like, I don't know what draft this is. You playing one quarterback now?
That'd be nice.
That would be sweet. So, man. You know what I actually want to do, Mike? We talked about this. I want to compare 2023's actual final landing spots with the depth of the draft capital and like what we thought. Because I remember we both agreed like 2025 probably looks a little deeper, but is it going to actually be any different? We were just discussing it. Let's see.
I wonder if this is Quinn Ewers since they're sending this fucking guy out.
Might be just a different quarterback, you know?
He'd be the most talented quarterback on that Pittsburgh roster.
Ugh.
Oh, it's because the Pat Tillman Foundation. Okay. It could be anybody.
Could be anybody. How many more animals do you think he killed while he's waiting?
Good
You
night.
saw that, huh?
Yeah, that's a good one. We did miss that the Steelers did already take a quarterback too, by the way.
Yeah, well, I didn't miss it. I just didn't talk about it. You want to...
Well,
Quinn
Howard
Ewers still
State,
might be the most talented quarterback on that team. Huh?
All right, so you want a little side by side? Let's do this. This will be the great hype of 2025 and the great hype of 2023.
Fucking
All right.
nuts.
So we the five that we expected to go day 2 did, and then we had Harvey, right? So 2023, we had Bijan Gibbs, obviously 8 and 12, Sharp 21, round 2 pick 21. So then you had Kendre, Tajay, HN, and Bigsby all round 3. So we actually had 7 in day 2 versus 6.
Had higher numbers. Yep.
Plus, obviously,
The Steelers get another legacy pick.
who?
Carson Bruner, Mark Bruner's kid, former tight end for the Steelers.
So here we go. Then we get round 4. We had only round 4 was Roshan. Izzy went round 5. That's so sad. Chase Brown went round 5. Eric Gray went round 5. Hall went round 5. So we're talking round 5. We had 5 picks in the first. Round 4 was way different here, Mike. This is where the draft class depth we talked about in 2025. Tootin, Scatabo, ETN, Woody Marks, Hunter, Dylan Sampson all went round 4. Then round 5 we had James, Blue, Giddens. Yeah, so you were all right. We were right on the depth being more to 25 for sure.
Ooh, sneaky pick.
What?
49ers take a quarterback.
Dude.
Quinn Ewers.
Purdy problems? Purdy backup? Like,
Quinn Ewers.
no, come on, stop it.
No, they took the Kirk Cousins doppelganger, Curtis Rourke.
Oof. Man, look, dude, Mike, I want to. These picks, look at back at 2023, these round 4 and round 5 and 6 and 7 guys. Oh my God, it's bad.
Yeah.
Izzy, Chase Brown, Eric Gray, Evan Hall, Chris Rodriguez, Deuce Vaughn, Zach Evans, Dwayne McBride, Lou Nichols, Kenny McIntosh. R.I.P. the field.
You got Chase Brown. Yay. That's all you got.
That's actually crazy. That's so bad. Like two drafts later, like outside of Chase Brown, obviously the exception, they're all dead.
All dead. Fucking A.
Wow. Any Mike, post NFL drafts, any other running backs that you're gonna actually target that you weren't really at all in pre-NFL?
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of them. I didn't even rank Jordan James. I didn't give a shit. Didn't rank Jaden Blue. Didn't give a shit about him. Right?
Okay. Yeah, those two. Yep.
I never really was in
Woody
it.
Marks would go undrafted a lot.
I think Mike and I took some Woody Mark shots late, though, right?
Couple
round
of them,
5.
they're like 5th round, yeah.
Yeah.
So Woody Marks is going to move up. I wasn't big on Jarquez Hunter, Dylan Sampson.
Hey, Chiefs going running back.
Jarquez, I was getting in around 5. I wish it wasn't LA, but I don't hate it. And yeah, I took Dylan Sampson early. What?
Perfect spot for him too if he wasn't going to be completely dead at this point.
Oh, nice.
Rashard Smith.
I had that mocked in the 3rd round when I did my 3rd round mocks.
Love that one. Yeah, those are probably the most obvious, right? Like Woody Marks, Jarquez Hunter, Dylan Sampson, Jordan James, Jaden Blue are the ones who are gonna, like, all of a sudden they went from irrelevant to me, don't need to rank them, to now like real solid picks in your 3rd and 4th rounds.
Yeah, and then I feel like the 3rd and 4th round felt a lot more appealing 3 days ago.
I know one for me I had no interest in because I thought he was complete dog shit, and I think he went in round 5 was Khalil Mullings.
Yeah, we hadn't talked about him.
I'm still not taking him. I think he's complete dog shit.
Actually,
another big slow Michigan running back going to Tennessee.
Yeah, if this was like 1999, he'd probably go in the 2nd round.
This is Hassan Haskins 2.0.
He went round 6 to Tennessee.
Yeah, this is like T.J. Duckett, like shit, like no thanks.
Come on, man, T.J. Duckett was the truth.
Yeah, Warwick Dunn and T.J. Duckett together, they were a beef.
Yeah, T.J. Duckett was like a dude.
Well, Mike, I asked after yesterday. I said, like, how far will R.J. Harvey separate himself from this pack? I think it's
quite a bit,
monumentally different.
I would say R.J. Harvey and Caleb Johnson. You're broken. Like, after that, it's like, okay, now I got to go to a 4th round guy. Holy shit!
What would you? Okay, let me ask you. You're on the you're at the spot. You're thinking about running back. You're taking Tootin. Like, forget the pick number for a second, right? What would you pay to go to the spot where you have to get Harvey? What's that worth to you? E, what do you think?
Where I gotta draft him, or what I'm trading for him?
Yeah, so let's say you're on the clock and you're like, I'm probably gonna take a running back with my pick, right? And you're thinking Tootin, whoever it would be, whatever your pick is, Tootin or Scatterville, let's say. And someone had taken a Harvey. Forget what the pick difference is, right? Like, what would you trade to go make that jump up?
It's interesting. Because I don't think a 3rd gets it done, and I don't want to give up a 2nd either.
I was just gonna ask, would you give up on a contender what you felt was a late 26 second?
Allen just took Tootin at the 202 in our mock draft, and Harvey is the 111. If that becomes anywhere close to that, you may not have to give up that much, but you should, because that's a massive fucking tier break.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean? Like, when you say, I don't want to give up a 2nd. But at the end of the day, if you told me, like, whatever, I'm not saying Tootin would be the 202, but let's move him back to, like, the 206. And Harvey may or may not go in the 1st round, but let's say he's the 112. What would you pay to go from the 206 to the 112?
Exactly.
And knowing the size of that chasm between those two players at their position, it's like, fuck yeah, you can have the 208 too, buddy. Take it. Go for it. Like, I'll throw it in immediately. Comes a lot more on what you pay when you put it in that context than
that's true.
What you're doing.
For sure. Well, that's
put Cam Scatterbo. DB took him at 208. Right?
Okay.
Difference between Harvey and Scatterbo, where they took him 208 to 111. Like, what would you pay anywhere else for that jump?
I mean,
a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, let me ask you this: would you trade right now? Would you lose your flexibility for RJ Harvey if you could just give him a future next year? Let's say you're getting a 111, 112, 201 type thing.
Yeah, so I'm sitting here. Let's put myself in. I'm sitting 208. I know I'm gonna get a Tootin or a Scatterbo at best to fall to me.
Hey, yo.
RJ Harvey's RB5 off.
We're the Heatles, bro.
Yeah, I think I say I'll trade you the 208 and I'll trade you my 26 second next year so I can take RJ Harvey at the 111, 112.
Would you trade your 26 first for RJ Harvey there?
No,
Okay.
I'm not trading my 26 first for him.
Would you? Let's even say just to clarify, if you were really well built, you still would say no, right?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Let me, because I think what I also want to get to here is here, listen, while Mike's away, Harvey will play. I did a little jersey swap for y'all. Okay, got fancy. So, Mike, range of outcomes: RJ Harvey versus Travion versus Quinshon Judkins. What are we talking about realistically here? Production wise,
I don't really know. I honestly, I don't know what to give you on that one, right?
no, it's open.
I like
discussion.
RJ Harvey, and it's a great landing spot. But the other guys all got great landing spots, and I thought they had more talent. So production wise, I mean, it could be nothing, right? You could see RJ Harvey have a Bucky Irving type season, like really. I mean, he's got the kind of profile like that. You could also see him just being more of a scat back as they get some shitbird in there just to be the grinder, and they actually do use Audric Estime or whatever it is. And their idea was to use him as a weapon. I'm not just going to go and plug him in like this Alvin Kamara in Sean Payton's offense all over again. Because there's a lot more questions, I think, on his usage and on his talent than I have with Travion or Quinshon. So
sure, and the draft capital it's notable, right?
Yeah. I think at the end of the day for me, it would be Travion and Quinshon in a tier of their own above RJ Harvey.
Okay, and then I guess the same because I wanted your answer just so we could have the same conversation as before. What's the jump from RJ Harvey to Quinshon and Travion, and is it worth really what the juice would be?
I think it'd be worth what the juice is going to be. I can see realistic best case outcomes for RJ Harvey that are really good, but if I do the same thing on what the best case outcome is for
those
somebody of Travion or Quinshon, it's lap in the field, right? Like RJ Harvey would never carry that weight that Quinshon or Travion would if they smash. You know what I mean? Just because they're starting from such different
I guess
parking lots.
To your point though, like now I would definitely agree with 100%. I'm betting on, like, if you just give me the equal playing field, I'm betting Travion and Quinshon. I believed in their profile, both of them, right? They just happened to end up on Ohio State together, but I like Quinshon at Ole Miss too. The Kamara thing, I'm sure we're gonna keep hearing, right? Like, if he was more of a Kamara, where it's like, oh shit, this kid actually could play, and he gets, maybe not even the whole bell cow usage, but that Kamara type thing where it's enough, 70%, right? Like and he gets a lot of passing work. He might have a high range of outcomes similar or something to what they have, right?
The best case comparison, then we just talked about the draft from 2 years ago, right? Think of the difference between like Jahmyr Gibbs and Achane, right? Gibbs got first round draft capital, but Achane was no slouch in the draft capital department himself. But when they start from such vastly different places, you see that in the dynasty value, that no matter how good Achane's been, who's been objectively really fucking good over the last 2 years, compared to where Jahmyr Gibbs is, you're never quite going to reach that. Like, it takes a little bit longer to get there. So
I would agree.
That's the upside play on both. Like, Jahmyr Gibbs is out of this world, and Achane is very, very good, and people want him on their team. But everybody here universally would take Jahmyr Gibbs straight up for any Achane share that you have.
Sure. Well, I think, because to your point, the community view might be that, but doesn't 12 versus round 3 make a lot more of that versus these guys that both could be just viewed at round 2 at the end of the day?
Could be. I'm just trying to spitball with something.
No, I'm with you. I'm honestly don't know either. I'm just thinking, because at the end of the day, I think the problem with Harvey, right, is going to come back to the community perception. They haven't felt strong enough for him. So they need to see it more for that value installation to actually keep steady, Mike. Your point with Achane, essentially, right? Like, even if you saw him for 2 years do better than you thought he could, you're probably looking like T-Rock is to get rid of him. Sell him to Adam, Can I move him for Travis Hunter? How many people are itching to get rid of Gibbs right now? People probably aren't itching to get rid of Quinshon or Travion Henderson early on.
All right, how about this one then? How about this for a better?
What do you got, E? Go ahead,
a better better represent 2022. Two guys both taken at running back in the second round.
Brees Hall.
One towards the top, one towards the bottom part of it.
Walker.
Right? One dynamic prospect that everybody loved. The other one, late riser to the thing and like, oh shit, the NFL really does like him. So this is a perfect one for me then.
Okay.
Brees Hall versus James Cook.
Community value, right? Would
community
be
valued Brees Hall,
Hall
a lot more
even
than
still,
they valued James Cook.
even still after a down year, right?
Even still after a down year, and James Cook being really, really good, right? So if you want to talk about the difference for me then in the tier, that's my point to it is
okay.
The Judkins, the Travions are starting from, they get to run the 100, but they're starting from the 40 yards deep. RJ Harvey's got to start from the fucking starting blocks.
You know what?
No matter how good he does relative to those guys, unless they suck and he smashes them, if they're both similarly good, the community's always going to want the Judkins and the Trevs until RJ Harvey just surpasses them, and he's got to blow them out of the water in order to do it.
Man, great points here because, Mike, I think that's a great example. I think James Cook especially, it was a slow start, man. It was a slow burn. He didn't get any work. If RJ Harvey comes out and pretty early, gets that bell cow usage, I think that would be beneficial to him. But to your point, if it's a slow start, yeah, they're going to always be thinking time to move on if I can when the value bump comes. I think that's a good call.
I'll give you one more, 2020, and we got a couple of them we can use here. DeAndre Swift, Jonathan Taylor, they were earlier picks, right? Cam Akers.
Well, Akers and Dobbins were probably similar ranges as Harvey, I bet, pick-wise.
Right. But there was another running back in that class who ended up doing stuff early that people kind of liked, but they just didn't like him as much as the rest of the guys. A.J. Dillon.
Yeah,
right?
So gross.
And you see no matter how worried we were about, ACL injuries, Dobbins being injured, Akers being injured, DeAndre Swift being banged up and underproducing at times. Like, doesn't matter if we got concerns on them. We're going to give them passes because they were already favorites within the community. They were already guys that we like more. And if they got the draft capital that was above them, they always stay above no matter really what the guy below them does. It's just so much harder to get passed up. So
yeah, I mean, there's absolutely no arguing or denying that the community view on Quinshon and Trevion has already been elite. So 100% there.
Yeah, we had a couple picks. Quinn Ewers went to Miami, and Kyle Moganai went to the Bears. So the Bears finally did get a running back.
Kyle Mononganai? What?
Yeah,
DeAndre Swift. Hold on, man, y'all. We got to get it. Bruh.
And Roshan, both of them.
Roshan. Well, I guess he survived.
Until they signed J.K. Dobbins off the free agents.
But the narrative, though, was so strong that when Ben Johnson went there, like, Ben Johnson obviously did not want DeAndre Swift. They went and got Gibbs. Like, this is not – that's about as strong as you could possibly think of. Nah, that shit ain't true, right?
And it could be your diet Monty role, too. Like, Mononganai fell for me because of the athletic testing was so piss poor for him. Like, it was really bad. He liked his game on tape, but it's like, damn, you're a shitty fucking Raz guy at the running back spot. Where you get into that territory, you just kind of fall off my board. You could have your little diet or your jump start, David Montgomery to Swift.
I mean, Swift is like, especially we were looking at some of those WoRP leagues, Mike. I mean, I don't know. I think that window probably will close as far as like really cheap buy, but even still at the moment, you probably can get him reasonable. And if you know it's running back WoRP league, at this point, what's the risk other than the injury, which we already kind of known has been there?
Right. Even the guys that were in heavy danger of getting tanked, most of them survived, right? Like Tyrone Tracy didn't get completely nuked.
Right. They didn't. None of them got blown out of the water. Right.
Right. Some of the other guys, I know there's not a lot of Pacheco fans out there anymore, but that guy survived for the most part. He's got Brashad Smith.
I'm not a Sam, but I'm quiet about it,
Yep. Chase Brown, it was like, well, they drafted a guy, but damn, that's perfect because he does what Chase Brown doesn't really want to do and how we don't want to use Chase Brown anyways. That's a nice compliment. So a lot of these fucking running backs out here dodging bullets left and right, or if they did get one drafted to their team, it's somebody who's not like super, super, super good, ready to take their fucking job, or or they do something that complements them anyway. So that actually makes the situation slightly more palatable where you can see that role. So,
well, because here's my
RV's dodging shit left and right here.
Here's my question, right? Because I think the feel in this class was going to be all right. Not just those 6 with RJ Harvey, but you're going to have so many running backs you're going to want to shoot your shot on. Right now, DeAndre Swift versus this field right now, just right straight up. Would you rather have out after Harvey, so Tootin or Swift for you guys right now?
Swift. I know he's getting work.
I have Swift 1 spot ahead of Tootin, so Swift. And there goes Tez. Tez finally got picked.
No.
Boo.
Yeah.
Boo.
Okay.
He's
So
fucking buried.
do you have Scatabo or Tootin first?
Yeah, perfect. Send him to Tampa Bay where he's gonna get cut.
He's like wide receiver 6.
Slemma wants to know Scatabo or Kyle Williams.
Kyle Williams for me personally, but
comes down to the league settings, I think.
Yeah, I think I'm Kyle as well.
At the end of the day, it's still a wide receiver with 3rd round draft capital, which isn't top 50 like Adam and I like to hang around. So, I mean, it's still, you're going against process here for it. You just love the fact that it's Drake May. I like him as a player. It's a wide open ability for him to earn targets. Though we've seen guys fumble that shit before, and Scatabo would have a more clear role right out the gate. Like, I kind of see him playing sooner and putting up fantasy points. So, if you want to stick to your process, you can take Scatabo. I just prefer to take Kyle Williams instead. Barry's typing in all caps. He really wants to know about this Kansas City situation.
I'm so sorry, Barry. Thank you for sticking to this question. The stick-to-itiveness from Dynasty Barry. All right, Jalen Royals or Brashard Smith? The tough decisions and questions we have to deal with. This is what the Heatles are here for, though, you know?
Kind of just like I said the last one. Like, a little bit different, right? Draft capital a little bit worse for each fucking spot, but you could see Brashard Smith stepping into a 3rd down role pretty easily for them.
I think the biggest difference is, like, to your point, the draft capital range is where if you believe in Kyle Williams, it's enough on the teetering fence where he could still realistically be a bet worth. Yep. Like Jalen Royals, even if I love him, it's hard to make the bet and feel good about it, you know?
Yep, and I get you, and that's probably where you're going to land. You'd end up taking Smith more times than not there.
Right.
And that's
Jack.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say Jacksonville just double dipped on running back.
Uh-oh.
Took another one, eh?
Who?
LaQuint Allen.
Oh, and a guy we like, too. That's tough.
Tough luck. Yeah, so anyways, what I was going to say is that's probably the correct process play for you, Adam, is take Brashard Smith. But DB, completely honest with you, I'm taking Jalen Royals.
And that's fine. I mean, listen, there's if you play this game strictly process-based, you're going to not end up wanting to play it over the long haul. Sometimes you got to make your bet, you know?
Quinn Ewers is done, hunting now. He's off the board. He went to the Dolphins.
Look at DeAndre Swift looking at y'all like, y'all really tried me like that, huh?
Yeah, someone in the chat asked if he's quarterback too. No, they signed Zach Wilson in the offseason.
He could be. He's got a little bit of a jump to make, though.
I mean, Zach Wilson in Miami, the amount of girls that he could meet there.
Amount of milfs he can fuck.
Well, I mean, age is just a number there, but yeah, absolutely. Come on.
Real Housewives of Miami is going to be filled with nothing but Zach Wilson sneaking out the back door.
It's still daylight. We can't talk about Miami.
Literally.
Is Yarns going to be a UDFA? I hate to say it, but obviously looking that way.
You'd like to see the kid get drafted.
Of course, absolutely.
Delaware Blue Hens.
The Blue Hens, man. Come on. Speaking of Joe Flacco, right? Come on.
They got YouTubers fucking making picks now. We got a shot one year.
We're the Heatles. Why aren't we over there? Who gave us that love, by the way? That was hilarious. Someone said y'all are really... Who's Chris Bosch, by the way?
Me. I'm the ugly one.
Oh, I was gonna say you got it.
I would say the best basketball player here would be Adam, so he's D Wade, and then Mike's LeBron.
Whoa. I love that. I love what you just did, and I also love that the last time Mike got comped to LeBron, he didn't know how to take it.
You motherfucker.
Well, I do know this. Mike would certainly do a lot of flopping.
Whoa. Come on.
No, I just can't with the some of the stuff when you watch some of the LeBron flaps. Obviously, they have everything on video so crazy now, but it's like
Probably because
brother.
I'm an unstoppable fucking freight train going down the lane. You know what I mean?
That's true. But you're like the new LeBron. LeBron used to run around 270 just bullying people. Now he kind of has to, still
Slim
strong.
down. Take care of yourself.
Strong like bull,
The fucking crazy thing is, I know how I feel. LeBron's out here playing in playoff games, and I'm like, this motherfucker older than me, and I feel like
Dude,
shit.
Mike, I'm 36.
He's out here just scoring 30 in a playoff game. But what the fuck? How's this fair?
I could make it up and down the court twice before I'm gasping, right? And I'm talking not a full NBA court. This guy's playing at his best ball at 40, so it's
Dropping
different.
38 fucking minutes.
He also has that what's the cryo? It's all different now. He's got the cryo chamber. He puts $1 million in his body.
The only thing LeBron and I share is the hairline.
Well, now not anymore. He's got a lot of ways to doctor it up,
Well, he can do magic marker. I can't.
Actually, it was in Miami. When he went to Miami, he started getting real sensitive about it. All of a sudden, it grew back.
Started growing back. Who knew?
Yeah, he came back like a boomerang.
But that is the only thing we have in common is just the hairline.
Mike, imagine though if you put $1 million a year into your body, how great you'd feel. Can you imagine?
Who says I don't put $1 million? It's just a matter of what you're putting in your body for that $1 million.
Well, Fizz would charge you 10 for the shave.
I don't think it's the amount of money that matters. I think it's what you put in there because I put a shit ton of nicotine. Skittles.
That's fair. Sorry,
Donald.
E, you were trying to be like Chris Bosh and keep us on the rails, mid-range, reel us in. What do you got?
Ricky White just went to the Seahawks, so decent pick there.
Hey, Michael, I was meaning to talk to you about this.
And then I wanted a Red Bull update from Adam. Did he kill the whole case yet through the draft?
Oh, Eric, you're gonna make me do this. I have 2 left, and I've been like, I feel bad about it. Speaking of $1 million into your body.
When did you give him that
the whole case in fucking 3
Dude,
days.
by the way, these are all expired. Expired. There's no way you can tell me a Red Bull that's expired is any worse for me than a regular one that's brand new off the shelves. No, absolutely not.
I'm sure you're fine.
No, I'm not worried about that. More so, I'm just saying, drinking a whole case, Mike, in 3 days is. I'm 2 away, and I'm starting.
Your heart, on the other hand, is probably not.
I feel fine, but it feels different knowing, like, oh, dude, a case. The visual of taking it down is kind of gross. So, you know what, Eric, for you, I'll do it, man.
To Dallas, another running back to Dallas just to piss Fizz off.
I want Adam to shotgun a fucking Red Bull.
By the way, because Mike, you want to know how it doubled down? All right, Mike's out here besmirching the name of Roma Dunze. I did. I went back to sign for certified shit. Multiple. We are so locked in.
He's in.
As soon as I get that burnt orange, it's coming my way.
If you guys know anything about Adam's jersey history,
that means that you should all those jerseys plus just putting a video out. This would be a good time to bet the opposite side.
He's so fucking cooked. I don't know why you would do this.
Oh my god. Dallas doubling up on running back.
Well, Mike, I just don't.
Where's Fizz at? He lost
Mike,
his bet twice.
Here's my thing, right? I just don't know how a year ago you were as vehemently fighting for Roma Dunze in the tier of Marv as you are with Cam Ward. And look how quickly he left. Come on.
I'm a realist.
I think the Roma Dunze love went back quicker than both of our airlines.
That's a C2C name if there ever was one, Eric, that just went to the Bills.
What's that?
Once upon a time, we
Caden Prather went, and then Phil Maffa went to the Cowboys, and I hated Phil Maffa just as much as I hated Khalil Moling. So,
hey, Mike, it's true. Spitters ain't a quitter. It's actually not true. Yes, I'm glad you called it.
The other Mike, that Mike.
Holy shit, Restrepo still hasn't got picked.
I told you a long time ago.
Eric,
shit, Eric,
I would bet right now you and Restrepo like even money, 40. Honest to God,
I'm betting on Eric. I'm going with my heart.
Well, I'm saying I'm taking the even money. I'm taking Eric. I'm just saying that's what the odds would say.
Oh man.
Do you guys think Quinshon's 4.38? I know I could train Eric to run that fucking thing past his Restrepo. 100%.
You could probably get Eric a 4.82.
It's actually kind of crazy when you think about it, right? Go watch that play. I should pull it up. He got caught in that Notre Dame game, Mike. And he was going to get caught by at least 2 more people. He ran a 4.38.
Got caught by a mascot in that one.
They were all Irishmen.
All of them fighting Irish.
I mean, Quinshon's awesome. 4.38 was crazy, dude.
Mark my words, though. Dallas is not drafting a running back in all 7 rounds. They won't do it.
All right, let's talk the ugly truth. Let's talk the ugly truth, because that was a layup. I honestly kind of feel bad for you. Everyone likes to make fun of me, and I don't even take any pride of this.
I've been on the edge of some doozies from Fizz, right? Like, none of our predictions all come true, right? We acknowledge that one, but I love when he says it with his chest, like he's not fucking around. Like,
listen,
last year when
he goes, I'm gonna be honest with you. Listen, they don't draft running back.
He says it with his chest, man.
I'm gonna tell you one thing I've learned. I've learned is volume. Right? Volume does not equal validity, y'all. You can say it louder and louder. Sometimes it can be true, but
he almost gave me a heart attack last year when he said Josh Allen won't be a top 12 quarterback.
Holy fuck.
God damn.
I got scared just now hearing that.
Right. What do you know?
I'm like, maybe Cam Ward is the 101 for easy. I mean, we got to replace Josh Allen? Shit.
Son of a bitch.
Oh, my God. That would be pretty devastating.
No. At least they took 2 running backs that I have a fuck ton of questions on. So.
Okay. Let's talk the ugly truth, all right? Because somehow Jaden Blue ended up being great because he went to Dallas. And Fizz, this is the first time they drafted running back ever, so this will probably work out. For the running backs that went early, we all think, which one do you think actually has a little more bust potential than we want to admit?
A little more bust potential. Ooh, I like this one.
Scatterbo.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm talking the top 5, the big 5. We'll call it the big five.
Ooh.
5 guys. Which one of the 5 guys in Fries is not going to work out?
I'm going to start it off real spicy.
Trevion? I think I know where you're going, right?
Omarion.
Oh, I got to finish that graphic because I think you're gonna, Mike. I don't think the Omarion liked that one.
You came to my house, shut my camera off.
I think Harbaugh has something to say too. Holy shit!
I love the kid, and he's everything that you want. At least for me, everything I want from a running back on the size, speed aspect of it, like hits all those. But we also saw last year, there's another running back, Trey Benson, that kind of hit that. Now, I don't think he's as bad as Trey Benson. I got a way better grade on him. But sometimes these guys, you get to the NFL and it was like, oh, you played in this certain scheme. You can't do anything else. Like, you need to be in a gap scheme and a gap scheme only, and you need a fullback in front of you or whatever. Because sometimes these guys have terrible NFL vision problems. And Hampton's was loose enough where it was like, okay, it looks like he's got pretty decent vision. It wasn't something that I was just marveling over. So if we get a running back who hits everything that I want but could be a massive, like, he's a bust? Fuck. Like, you could see it would be shocking to me, but I think Omarion Hampton could be the first one where I was like, God damn it, I should have worried more about, the flaws that I did see.
Yeah, let me ask you, because I think you're talking, everything you're saying right now is on the talent and the prospect of the kid. Because I think, I like Hampton a lot, but I don't know that he's, to your point, bulletproof. I liked a lot of his traits, but there's, I've seen running backs that I've cared for a lot more as a prospect than him. Let's call it like that. Not to be dismissive of him, but E, what about you? Do you see it with Omarion Hampton? Same concerns or no?
Yeah, I mean, I can see some of that too. I mean, I can see it with Harvey for sure. Like,
yeah,
that's another guy I thought.
Harvey for sure has that. Let's acknowledge that. But how about just Travion, Quinshon, Omarion Hampton, and Genty. Thank you.
Ooh,
I'm gonna tell you right now. Odds are at least one actually won't pan out.
Very likely.
Hate to be that guy.
Yeah, man, the Chargers just have such a good offensive line. I just don't see. I'll go Judkins with the Browns.
Okay. Well, with
like
Samson too, right? The way they use him.
Yeah, and then they drafted Samson too, like you said. Yeah, so I'll go Judkins.
Yeah, you know what the thing. So the thing with Hampton, like if you look at the situation, right? I mean, what Harbaugh came in and did is honestly nuts. They gutted all the skill players. They were getting older for sure, right? But to do that type of a transformation, then at 5, right, Mike? What do? You take Joe Alt delete in that crazy draft.
Yeah.
And then the next year, you obviously got Ladd, which ended up being a great pick, but not another receiver. We go Omari and Hampton. Like, we just decided we're going to be a team that obviously they did start throwing the ball more later, but Harbaugh's always going to be, for as long as he's there, I think, a good enough coach to keep him competent for several years with Herbert at the helm, and that it's built to run the football. So he's walking into a great situation. He definitely is not like completely bulletproof. And what do you guys think of a situation where Harbaugh, old school, doesn't love some of the things he does early, and Najee's more of a pain than we want to admit right away?
We've seen that scenario play out too, where he sticks with what he knows sometimes.
Because you know what Najee went, guys? He went first round in almost the exact same spot, 24 versus 22.
I say situation-wise, the most likely to bust, as my camera just keeps overheating. That's fucking great. Situation-wise, the one that's the worst situation is Genty's situation on the Raiders. Historically bad franchise, not a very good offensive line. Lots going to be on his plate. If we want to talk bust, he could have the volume, but he could be the most uninspiring, 1,100-yard season that we've seen. And it's like 3 yards a carry or some shit like that, which everybody be pissed about.
100%.
Talent-wise, out of that big group, like the one that I'd be most worried about busting would be Trev.
Really? Talent-wise? Okay.
Talent-wise, because what he does really well is big explosive plays, and he's good in the passing game. He's a good pass protector. It feels like
that's the thing. You never have to feel like you take him off the field, because that is a great point.
Like, you don't feel like you have to take him off the field, but he may not actually be a very effective inside runner, right? So all of a sudden, then he kind of gets pigeonholed into this change of pace or third down guy, right? It becomes this DeAndre Swift career arc. And another thing with Swift that we were worried about was banged up and injuries, have become a real fucking thing for him, or were a real thing for him. Trev's already dealt with that. That's why, the last 2 years of his career were like, oh my God, like what happened to him? We thought he was this superstar,
sure, and
just can't stay healthy and stay on the field. So you want to talk about like on the talent evaluation level, like most likely, or the one I'd be the most worried about busting would be Trev.
Interesting. I will say I definitely see, and you've made your concerns pretty clear, and honestly, good points. No slight on that at all. I think I'm not concerned about the talent, and even in inside running, I think he's extremely talented. But I do think there's enough concerns relative to where he's going and what his value is, right? Like, is he actually capable of toting the rock at the NFL level in a bell cow role? Is he going to be able to hold up? Is he going to actually be able to earn that? Like, that's at Ohio State, he wasn't even able to do that before it was Quinshon, right? You may forget, but Mayan Williams was a thing, believe it or not.
Yeah.
It was the abominable snowman, but it was a thing,
Oh, once a big Mayan Williams truther too. Those were the days.
Dude, when you knew, here's the thing: you didn't necessarily know certain years who was back there. You knew if it was Mayan Williams or Trevion Henderson before the snap.
You did.
Totally different looking cats.
Mayan was so bad he didn't even get a fucking UDFA signing.
I mean, we even got Trey Sermon to be a first-round dynasty pick. That's how Ohio State. Mayan nothing.
Who was the one Ohio State back that I loved?
What do you mean one? You loved them all.
He got cut like first fucking day of Steelers camp.
Steelers camp.
How long ago?
I was gonna say, how long are we talking about?
Oh, it's had to be back in the DD days, so like 2020.
I thought you were gonna go way back to that 2020. Is this? Was there actually time between Dobbins and Henderson? Oh, I know who you're talking about. Oh, damn. I can't think, and I don't want to look. I'm trying to find. What's the guy's name?
I'm looking it up right now.
All right, you look it up. I can't.
Master Teague.
Master Teague. So here's the thing. My little cousin had a class with Master Teague. He basically didn't do anything. He got work. He just got like the answers from her. Pretty funny. Master Teague.
So this other guy who just got drafted, he's my first guy in our shit rankings database that I didn't have in here.
He was your first guy? Pause.
Yep. Caden Loner, tight end, Utah. So he goes before Brant Kuthi, who's the even better guy. And then somebody in chat wrote this guy had 4 career catches, 4 touchdowns.
Dude,
Nice.
that's 100. That's batting 100%.
Can he long snap?
Supposedly, I don't know.
So you actually here. So check this out, right? One of the things, Mike, you talked about with Omari and Hampton. I wanted to bring up this point. Okay, so when I went through, I had the graphic right, and I was surprised by quite how wild the difference was here with Genty as far as being a top 10 guy versus a first round pick. I haven't finished the graphic for the first round, but I'll just read it to you what I have. Okay, so check this out. This is the same thing, but first round now instead of just top 10. 2015, Melvin Gordon was pick 15. Now, obviously, up and down, but we saw a smash at points. But listen to when you get to the later part of the first round here. Rashad Penny, Sony Michel, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Najee Harris, Travis Etienne. Like, the late first round, obviously you may or may not have liked those prospects, but I think there's a totally different level, realistically, of value insulation and how long they're going to have staying power than what we're seeing in those top 10 type ranges, just from the team level investment. Even though first round's crazy investment, they are willing to give up on it a lot quicker than us. You take someone at 6, you take someone at 8, dude, like, they almost can't fail. They're going to get the ball every fucking time they get it. Even if they're bad, they're just going to keep force feeding them.
Trent Richardson.
Well, he was first round, but he wasn't. Oh, he was 3. That was 2012. Yeah, the guy, I only ran it to 2014. But think about, like, Mike, the crazy part to me, Christian McCaffrey, those Panthers teams were horrible. Let's see. Saquon was also on some pretty mid at best Giants teams.
Oh, yeah. Most of the Giants teams over the last couple decades.
Yeah, mid if I'm being nice, like.
If you're being rosy.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember some.
Jacksonville's teams were pretty shitty fucking too. Leonard Fournette, right?
Like D'Angelo Williams, when he was with the Panthers, he didn't start out very well, but then he had some bigger years when he got drafted.
Mike, you know what's crazy? I was actually thinking about this with Trent Richardson as a Browns fan. Eric, I'm curious your opinion and take on this too. People here were pissed when they traded Trent Richardson after his rookie season for a first round pick to the Colts. Hindsight, you're like, oh my God, thank God they did that.
Yeah, thank God they did
but he
that.
In his rookie season, he was actually just like, he got an unbelievable amount of work.
He got a ton of work, and he only had like 3.8 yards per carry. But
it was super gross. Actually, let's pull up the stats. Let's look back at how ugly it was.
Where's Lovett?
Who? Lovett?
Lions just took Dominic Lovett, a receiver from Georgia.
Mike, do you think he's Trent Richardson level bad?
I didn't say he was Trent Richardson.
No, I didn't say you did. I was just asking. Like, do you think that's in the range of outcomes?
I didn't think Trent Richardson would be in the range of Trent Richardson's outcomes.
He went 3, true. Yeah. But in 15 games, 267 carries, 950 yards, 11 touchdowns. What is that, like 3.6?
Rip.
And you know what's crazy? That 3.6, his best yards per attempt in his career.
Somehow convinced the Colts to trade a first for him.
Dude, imagine like having that type of a scenario where like we just took him at 3. You know what we need? Good enough season. We need to shop this guy for just any first now, right?
They knew something at least. Cleveland was smart on that one.
Dude, you know what? That's the one thing, Mikey. You know what we got in common? We send those stepchildren over to the Colts. The Carson Wentz deal.
Well, yeah, it's Colts. The Vikings over the years, right? I think about Sam Bradford trade. Sorry, you just lost Teddy. T's and P's. How about Sam Bradford for a first?
Oh no, that's so bad, dude. But you know what's crazy? That Frank Wright, the Carson Wentz thing is actually so insane when you think about it. Like how much he leveraged on his future for that.
Well, it's just payback, right? Like it's payback because the Eagles also had the one where we had the lockout going on, and everything was frozen. And the Eagles had an agreement in place to send Kevin Cobb to the Cardinals for what would have been the pick that was Patrick Peterson.
Yeah.
But because of the lockout, they couldn't finalize the deal before the draft. They had to have the draft before. So they couldn't complete the deal until after, and then it became like seconds and some other shit. Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie thrown back. It was like that one always fucked us, man. We could have sent Kevin Cobb for Patrick Peterson.
Damn.
That would have been nice. We could have missed out on the Nnamdi Asomugha bust.
That's one you'll never be able to forget, right? It's just etched into your skull. There's no amount of Skittles can get rid of that, you know?
Nope.
I know that feeling. Unfortunately,
we had a running back to Washington. Let's go.
Okay, who?
Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. A lot of people.
You know what's crazy?
Real sleeper running back.
Dude, I was kind of surprised of late, the last couple weeks, how there were some people that were really high on him relative to the backs. Like put him as anywhere from like running back 5 to 7. I saw.
Yep. He's got ridiculously fast speed. Like some of the little HN comps have been thrown around with him. Like very very diet. But
sure.
That was kind of what people were comping his game to. Ruled him ineligible last season, so couldn't go to the combine.
You know what? Actually, Mike, it's funny. I was thinking about this with content and with the AB thing. You know what? People may not be realize this or not, but Mike, we were early on the whole rapper wide receiver thing. I want to pull up an old graphic here for us. Take a look at
rapper wide receiver.
See if you see if you're hip to what I'm talking about here. Think the early days of content, me and you first starting to do our individual videos.
Yeah.
Do you remember this?
No,
I'm gonna pull it up
my
in a
brain's
second.
not functioning.
Yeah, it's fair. You will.
Is it B. Lloyd? Brandon Lloyd?
It's better. It's actually better. It's better than B. Lloyd.
Right. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt finally got picked.
Really? Oh, we just talked about that. Damn, I thought my brain was screwed for a second too there.
Eric tuned us out, man. It was all the Shedeur Sanders talk last night.
Oh no, I was. You guys were talking about fucked up trade, so I went and looked up the Kellen Winslow fucking trade.
Dude, thank goodness for studio. I just found this. Oh, I have this thumbnail, buddy. This is ancient. I tried to tell you guys a long time ago that on the thumbnail, even this is what you need to think of this player as. This is pretty awesome. Did you see he officially retired and is pursuing a career in rap?
Young Joker.
The Young Joker.
How's that going for him, you think?
Well, I mean, this has a better chance than the other. It didn't work out in the NFL. He's officially announced retirement, and he's going to pursue his rap career.
Is he going to be the Jello Ball of the NFL?
I mean, Jello, though, see, the thing with Jello is, like, you can kind of root for that scenario where it's like he, just you feel bad about the whole stealing situation overseas and just he ruined his shot. Dude, Kadarius Toney had a first-round pick, man. He blew it,
Completely blew it. Yeah.
Right.
On multiple teams.
The Young Joker, buddy.
Young Joker. Those are good times.
Dude, 2022. Try to tell you guys. That's what his career is going to be, Actually, unfortunately, I did hype him up somehow, but
yeah.
Crazy. I saw that on X that he's going to pursue his career in rap now, the Young Joker.
I hope Dallas takes.
So I didn't want to bring this up to you guys, but I got to announce my retirement from South Harmon.
Well, okay.
I'm going into porn.
Well,
nice.
Well, here's the thing. Man. Before you make any rash decisions, what can we do to keep you on part time? Because we'd love to just still have you, around and the benefits of keeping you.
Oh man.
Yeah, we don't
show up maybe once a draft.
Either, so.
Right.
HR's not going to care. We don't have.
Yeah, just pay for my hooker every month. Fuck it.
The Hendon hooker? We talked about how bad that was.
What a terrible pick.
You told Alan you get one every year. That was awesome.
It is Super Bowl champion Young Joker.
Dude, no way. Check this out, y'all. Bro. On X, I just typed in Young Joker to see the tweet I was looking for. Look what just came up. Somebody tweeted out my fucking thing.
No shit.
Nice.
Where the fuck did he get that?
Tell them that's copyright. They got to pay royalties.
Listen, at least you're gonna steal my shit. At least tag me for God's sakes, right?
Oh,
Does it still got the South Harmon logo on it too?
I didn't put a South Harmon logo on it.
I can watermark.
I can promise you that I somewhere I have the actual PSD and timestamp on it, so I'm not worried about having to use it. But I don't think I've ever seen that before. Where
that
did
wasn't
you get
one
that?
of those that you had turned into a canvas either, was it? Because that'd suck.
No.
Okay, we're good.
Nobody wanted that canvas. You imagine printing $40 on that?
You had the Slim Reaper one. Which
Slim
is
Reaper
still
was
dope.
Yeah, that was maybe one of my. I put way too much time into that. That was pretty sweet to experience.
No shit, you did.
But Slim Reaper in the chat, he has the canvas and still fucking sends me a picture every now and again. How he loves it.
And Mello's got the Josh Allen one that you made.
That one was pretty cool. Back in the day, those were the OG days.
And then you surprised me with the Tight End University.
You still have? Yeah, it's right behind you. You can see it.
Still right behind me, man.
And you know what? Luke Lachey might have just ruined it, man. Like Noah Fant obviously dropped the bag, but what's going on with Lachey, buddy? Come on, talk to me.
I don't know, man. Don't know.
I can't believe that's what I just found. I don't think I'm gonna find the tweet that I was looking for either. So, oh no, here it is. NFL rumors trending. Former Chiefs receiver Kadarius Toney went on IG Live. We might have to find this video. Said he's retiring from the NFL and wants to pursue and be considered a rapper now instead of a football player. Young Joker is the name he prefers to be called.
There we go, man. And that's gonna be New Music Friday with me and Fizz on the Vibes channel. Young Joker.
You remember that video? We should. You know what that video we watched with Watson? I feel like the person that actually typed this out, what they had to go through to get to write that, probably was tough. You know.
Oh man, Dallas didn't take another running back. I was really hoping they'd take one more.
New Music Friday, that Young Joker. Who? Oh,
we're
Dallas?
down. We're down to the last handful of picks here.
Yeah, how many we got left? A few?
I don't know, but I am spent. My stomach is growling.
Buddy, I'm talking about I'm pulling a thumbnail from 2022. We're getting weird here. We're getting really weird.
Oh, Barry gets his tight end drafted.
Hey Barry, I gotta be honest with you, buddy. I've been here this whole time too. You being here this entire time, like, I don't know if I should be more worried about me or you. I love you, buddy. Just so you know, Barry is a fucking animal. He is. He's my spirit animal.
I had so many tabs open from this draft.
Mike, I have different browsers open because I had the one set to screen share. I don't know where anything is at this point. This is a complete disaster of a mess.
I was trying to add it up. So what'd we go? We're almost at 7 hours, right? Is that right? My math's right?
It always
for today.
I look this up every Saturday, and it always says like it'll be 6 to 7:30. Mike, it's gonna be 7 o'clock again every time.
Yeah, consistent. But we are coming up on 7 hours. Adam, we did 5 last night.
That's 12.
4.5 on night 1.
16.
And then I did a 2-hour show with Fizz on Friday. I was like, me behind this. No wonder this camera's tired. It keeps cutting out. It's like, fuck this.
Dude, listen.
I'm tired of looking at your fat ass.
This camera, I don't know what's got into it. It cut off, I don't know, 30 times.
Hey, Connor
7
Colby.
hours. Who?
Connor Colby.
Connor Colby.
They've got an Iowa.
Dude, I think at this point, you guys, it could be someone that I know or don't know. I just say the name in that type of tone and just pretend like we're all right. We're one more pick away. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Holy shit! I forgot
8 picks in eternity. The Patriots have 2 of them. Maddie. Hey, Maddie.
Well, of course, they're going to make a big deal out of Mr. Irrelevant, too, so that's going to take an hour.
They should have left that for Quinn. New England has Mr. Irrelevant. They take a quarterback. What type of chaos? Joe Milton? Come on.
You got to take another quarterback?
I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's always after this day I have a long look at life. Like, what the hell is going on here?
Yep. I do this out of pure love.
I know. And then I ask myself, are you sure? And you know what's great?
Every year.
By the next day, I'm like, holy fuck, that was awesome. I can't wait.
I missed the draft. Can't wait to do it again.
Always, buddy.
Oh, let me check on those codes too, just since.
Hey, next year we'll have 2 Browns first-round picks. Adam.
You know what? Eric, don't speak it into existence this early. We're going to trade it away, okay? Come on. What would you rather do? Trade it away or bust on a draft pick? Would you rather see us try or get rid of it?
We're going to try.
Yeah, show your tits. Woo!
Jesus God.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, one of my buddies, we were in Put-in Bay for this is the wee hours joint right here at the end. Go ahead, sorry.
Put it Put it in the chat here, just so we know. We got 3 more codes to be claimed for WoRP. If you
We
want a
can't give
free
stuff
month of
away
WoRP.
here, can we? This.
No, nuts. The WoRP
that's
code
awesome.
is NFLDRAFTSH. NFL.
I'll be honest with you guys. At this point, I have typed it into the chat for them twice, and I'll tell you this: out of pure spite, I'm going to do it again. Not because I want to.
One completely free rookie guide, which will be updated here within the next week, I would imagine. We will get that baby out and updated.
You know what? Instead of doing this, I'm going to put it in the comments, the actual video comment.
There you go. The last code for that free rookie draft guide, Ball Knower, BALLKNOWER.
One word. If you know,
One
now
word.
you know. Ball Knower. Okay.
One more of those up.
Okay, hold on.
Hopefully you guys will gobble them all up before.
I'm in studio. I went back to 2022, so I should be able to just go right here. Mike, I gotta be high. There's no way that video, that thumbnail is what I saw on Twitter. It's insane.
It's fucking awesome, though.
That's crazy.
Minus the fact that they stole it.
You know what else though? Like, it's like those type of things. Like Dylan Sampson, when I invest in something that matters, he's right in my face pie. Something that's irrelevant as hell, sure.
So I've done
a lot of things.
18 hours of streaming, and my shirt stayed on the entire time. So I'd like to take this time to congratulate me.
I would like to take this time to also let the animal out, man. Let it out. Come on.
Oh.
Mike, it's a perfect time to finish the story. So, Put-in-Bay, day drinking, and go ahead. Well, let's do it. Show your tits. Show your tits. Come on. Wait, you turn it off? It defeats the whole purpose. Oh, he wants to get all dolled up first, and then he's going to turn the camera on. It's like a big reveal. Okay. All right, fine. I'll allow it.
He's got to get tassels on. Pasties.
Oh, dude, do you have to do that in Iowa over there, Mike? You got to get the pink X with the tape and all that? Be careful. You want to shave before you rip those off.
Hey, Patriots, first long snapper of the draft. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, we back.
Wow. Oh, my. You know what, though? Dude. Did you shave for this? Look at that. It's looking good.
No, I'm just naturally hairless.
Fizz, just be careful if you screenshot this. You could turn some things on, you know?
There we go. But my man titties
with the 2 chains. No, come on. With the 2 chains right now?
I got
2 chains.
Definitely way past dad bod titties.
I mean,
I give a great tit job right now, I imagine.
I was going to say
push some things together. Little.
Absolutely. I think it's a different word. The titty, I don't know what the final is. 4 letters, I think.
Let's go. This looks like a bad episode of Duck Dynasty.
Bro, the best part, too, why are the fucking player graphics up here to see this? Get them out of here. They don't need to see this.
Duck Dynasty does the draft. It's the new OnlyFans porn.
Oh, jeez.
The delirium is here. I'm going to go upstairs just looking like this.
No, Mike,
hey,
listen. Just let it happen, all right? Here.
How you doing?
Oh, my gosh, dude. How did I not already use this? Here. Speaking of the young Joka, do y'all remember this image? Come on.
We got one?
Yeah, this is actually, well, now he prefers to be called the young Joka. You prefer your shirt off, so we'll kind of let it happen.
That's how Fizz is screenshotting this right now.
Hey, yo!
As soon as I said man titty fuck, he was like, ah!
The young Joka!
Oh, what a way to end it. Might as well. Gotta give the people what they want.
Yeah, it was, we're in this pool, and it's like 1 o'clock, and they're booty shaking contest. My buddy just starts screaming, "Show your tits!" And one of them actually did it. They ruined the whole thing, but it was awesome. They stopped having it.
Eric just yelled, "Show your tits!"
I know. When he said that, I'm like, that literally triggers one thing in my brain when I hear that phrase.
Is this what you wanted, Eric? You happy now?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
What do you mean? Is he happy? Listen. Are you happy? Is like me when they drafted Dylan Gabriel, and I'm not actually happy and trying to like show off the Fizz, and then they get Shedeur. Like, are you happy? Eric's elated. He couldn't be any happier.
I'm trying to think of what the hell I'm gonna eat after this thing. Like, I am so fucking hungry. Holy hell!
Who the fuck is Junior Bergen?
Hey, Tom.
Out of Montana, don't you know?
Listen, the Rails have been out of existence for a little while here. I love you, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Tom's always looking out for us, you know. Like he's like, hey guys, maybe reel it in here, you know.
Gotcha.
I got nothing left, to be honest with you.
Just like the father I never had.
You know what, Tom? Daddy.
Daddy Tom. Daddy Tom. Oh. Wait, 253. Here we go. We're down to the last 5.
The amount of these guys that I actually ended up watching and they're just not going to get fucking drafted.
Hold on. The fact that we have 50 people in here, and there is some laughing going on, but like no super chats, no just going crazy. The normalcy at this point, to me, feels abnormal. Like, what's happening right now?
Just accept it.
Accept it.
That's
what we built this whole thing on.
I was just going to ask if I have to do this like once a week now in Spage. Like, I just get on there on video chat just with my shirt off and talk.
Mike, here. Speaking of getting it back on the rails, here's how you play this whole thing up, right? It's your accountability session, right? I got to make sure they are seeing the results. They got to hold me accountable.
Okay.
That's how you play it off.
Hold me accountable.
I'm telling you, man, a lot of life is perspective. You know, you got to just find a way.
It's never going to get there, but hypothetically in this weight loss journey, if I ended up looking like Channing Tatum with his shirt off, or
what do you mean?
Zac Efron before the car accident.
Listen,
like,
anything's
just
possible.
saying. I'm just saying, if I ever had a body like that, I'm with them, boy. I never wear a shirt. I just go to Walmart looking like this.
Mike, if Brock Purdy can go to Iowa State and become a $50 million quarterback, I refuse to believe that you can't become. I mean, listen, I'll be honest. You guys have to look at the path. You don't have to look at the final result. The path. Fizz is already. You have a rapper screenshotting you and showing to your what? You're already on the path. You're already there. Success is in order.
I'll call my mom. We made it. We did it finally. Took 38 years.
Bro, I have no idea. This image right there is amazing.
It is. It's a little creepy, but I'll take it.
Well, I'm trying to give you a little creep that's not directly solely on you. It's like a little diversion thing, you know.
Hey, Kadarius, eyes up here.
Eyes up here, buddy. This ain't a free show, all right?
Eyes up here.
Hey, young Joker, you ain't throwing money, then get off the stage.
Down to the last 3 picks.
Speaking of which, you know what, Mike? I'll be honest. I know what's wrong. I got to pull in my basement, you know?
Yeah. Oh, they jiggle a lot when I bounce. Good for you, boys. Shake them for me.
Shake that ass.
I do got to say, though, before we get these last couple picks, everybody who's hung with us, if you're a fucking animal and you've been here all day, I know who you are. If you've been here for all 20 hours of content I've been on, 16 for these boys, we can't thank you enough, man. What makes South Harmon different is, we may not have the 10,000 views concurrently at the same time. We may not have all the...
We may not be regulated.
Quality. We may not be the smartest, and I have terrible takes.
Well, that for sure. Guys, I can confirm myself there. I got a lot of bad ones.
I was being nice. I was being real nice. You people. Yes, I said you people. What do you mean by you people? I mean you people are the ones who make South Harmon. You guys are the lifeblood.
You are South Harmon.
You are South Harmon.
You know what, Mike? They used to do this thing like Division 2. I chose Division 2. You guys chose shit, Oh wow, Lee.
No.
Hey Lee, listen, it's too early. You beat me in the shit league. I'm not ready yet. Okay.
I love this, man. I got +7. All right, Mike going from bro nicks to ho nicks.
That's actually kind of gas.
That's a bar.
That's actually gas, brother.
That's Fizz's next single right there.
Fizz, I'm gonna need you to get back to putting some music together, my boy. Like, we got to do it all.
Oh, let's go.
He went.
Who?
Yes.
Jose!
Nix went?
Yes! Let's go!
Hold on, who?
Eat shit, Dalton Schultz. You're fucking cooked. It's over.
I'm so...
Stuck behind Cade Stover.
Who?
And Brevin Jordan.
Who?
Don't. Mike just talked about how much we lose it. He killed me on the Brevin Jordan thing. Don't. Bad.
Look at this. Take my shirt off and good energy karma goes
Dude,
out
Marcus
your
Brandt.
way.
All right, sorry. Let me try to reel this in. Do you prefer 101 and Jamar Chase or Amon-Ra St. Brown, Malik Neighbors, and 109?
Ooh.
So 101, Genty. Mike, you just talked about the 109 being a big tier break. You were just on the clock. Let me remind you.
Okay. Chase or Malik Neighbors, what's the difference between those two for you?
I'll tell you, you guys aren't going to like where I just ranked the things at BDGE.
You got Neighbors ahead, don't you?
I sure do.
Yeah. Okay.
If you go to the one quarterback, which Mike's favorite, the top of the list is Malik.
They're close enough for me. Amon-Ra over the 101 personally for me. Free 109.
Well, the crazy part here is like I don't have enough context, but I don't need it because
it's me personally.
I get the Genty and the Chase side, but I feel like there's a lot of discounting of Neighbors and Amon-Ra somehow for 109 to be here, unless someone just hates 109.
The Amon-Ra Neighbors 109 side.
To speak to this though, Mike, it's $10 super chat. You got no clothes on. At least give them the real. Tell them the truth. Like 109. What were you? What was your decision? Right? What were you thinking about? What did you go with?
It just feels like it's the start of the new tier, right? Jackson Dart had gone, and it's are you the guy who's going to pull the trigger on the tight ends or what? So I ended up going with Caleb Johnson over RJ Harvey, who went right afterwards. But it kind of sucks to start that next tier, have that realization that, oh shit, like at the 109, it's all the guys that I'd clearly take them over. Now I'm talking myself into a third round running back in the first round that was like, oh shit, it kind of sucks. That's not a good feeling.
I mean, sometimes you get used to good feelings, become good feelings.
Man, this is that Shit Wars league that we were looking at. I'll pull the draft up so everybody knows what I'm talking about when they went. Genty 101, Cam Ward 2. I took Amari and Hampton at 3. Hunter went 4. Judkins 5. Tet 6. Then Travion Henderson and Jackson Dart. And as soon as those guys go off the board, it's that question. Do you want to be that guy who takes the tight end? Which for me, the answer is always no. Like, I don't want to take the tight end. Or then I'm betting on an Ibuka or a Matthew Golden, the other first-round wide receivers. And to have that conversation about, I got to figure out if I want one of these first-round receivers that I don't really like, or I want to go with a running back with third-round draft capital, which feels pretty low down to be making that decision already. 109 just feels like a really shitty spot to pick in this draft, unless somebody does something stupid in front of you.
I mean, but let me ask you then, right? So you already talked about it though. With that, it's 109 is freaking. It's your choice. You go Harvey if you want to. It's like free.
Or Colson Loveland or one of those receivers if that's your guy. Yeah.
The exception would be there's still I think a free WoRP tool out. I put it in the studio. Go check it out. The comments. There's a free WoRP subscription. Go check it out. If WoRP was really heavy at running back, Mike, would it change you there? Because you're getting Genty on one side and no right. Like that would be maybe one scenario potentially.
Potentially, yeah. If the WoRP was really stupid to running back, yeah.
I mean, obviously, we're both all three here agreeing that we're taking the one side, but that would be the scenario where WoRP might come in handy.
Who do we got from Mr.
WoRP is life.
It's always somebody out of the know. It's not going to be Isaiah Bond. I can throw that one out.
I was thinking the same thing. The movement on those, right? Like the ability to control them, right? It's like the. Oh, come on. Now they want to censor it? Stop it.
So here's some of the top UDFAs. So receiver, you have Isaiah Bond.
Let me show you the WoRP tool, Marcus.
Nick Nash.
Mike's showing you one thing. I'll show you something different, all right?
I say Zy Alexander. And Liebert cashes his bet.
I want you to see mine, too.
I'm just guessing. I have no fucking idea.
Wait, say that again?
Who Mr. Irrelevant's going to be?
I'm going to go Rocket Sanders.
How about
Come on,
Xavier
baby.
Repo?
Dude, you want to talk about finding a way to get me a rocket? That'd be the way right there. Rocket Sanders, man.
Fucking Red Rocket Sanders.
Actually, Marcus, what's your sleeper username? Be a little easier. Come on, Marcus. I know you're with me. Stay with me, Marcus.
Stay with me. We're almost at the end.
AODB.
Hello there.
Mike, where are you? You're not at a hundo, are you?
Me? Today?
Yeah.
About 30.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
Dude.
I took a hole.
The whole Jimmy Horn thing makes a lot more sense now.
You like that?
I'm on zero sleep and kind of delirious on a lot of different stuff happening. So yeah, we were both clueless at that point of life. Like we just died.
I'm gonna sleep like a baby after this stream. With
hey
my
T-Rock,
shirt off.
we're trying to get to Morocco. Mike's on his way.
Hi, what's up, T-Rock?
Well, T-Rock, do you see that Mike's got the new gear on? He's repping it.
It's a great shirt. It's a great shirt. Skin colored.
Yo, is that your green screen, isn't it?
It is my green. I got that fizz problem. It's my green screen in the background.
Jake,
I got a green shirt on.
Jake, you sly son of a bitch. You, how are you doing, buddy? Give me the Panthers' whole breakdown. Should we be in on Ted or not? Talk to us, man.
Can I draft the one on the right?
I won't get in your way. I won't stop you.
All right, that's my guy.
Kobe Minor. DB, hey. Lieber
Marcus.
hit his bet. Plus 700 for Mr. Irrelevant to be a DB.
Nice.
Marcus.
Go, Lieber.
Sleeper username.
Marcus logged off. He's like, I'm out of here.
Hey, Tarek.
There we go.
I need you to keep it together. Oh, here it is. King MJB. Let's go. What's up, King? The tear down King.
All right. Answer this question and we'll be bouncing. I am going to eat this mouse.
Dude, every time you talk about them bouncing again, every time you talk about them bouncing, it cuts off. Literally at the time.
I made it way hotter in here, I think. I think that's the problem.
All right. I need to ask questions in a better fashion. Now I have one more, Marcus. Which league is it? I'll find out. I can do the back end work. Mike's in there trying to hide it. I'll show you.
I'm rubbing my nipples right now. I don't know why.
I'll show you my work. Yes, you do know why. Stop lying to us.
I'm dead serious. I was like, wait, why am I just sitting here rubbing
the actual amazing part of this camera malfunction is hysterical because it gives this like no one knows what's happening back there. Oh my god.
I'm dead ass. I was literally just sitting here rubbing my. I was like, oh shit.
It's like if someone's in the change room. Everything okay back there?
Yeah, we're good.
Can you come in?
Reminds me of that old Aries Spears joke about LL Cool J. Aries is talking. He goes, LL just seems like that guy that could be alone in his room in front of a beer and turn himself on as long as he was chest naked. Apparently, that's what I was doing. For nothing. It's like a peep show.
What about no landing strip, just completely clean, or what are we talking, Shimi?
What? Who shaved? I didn't shave.
I was talking to Shimi. Sorry. No. I thought that it's a side thing. I think at this point, I'm not sure if I'm involved, but
just a weird dude. Like I only grow hair like here. Obviously, I lose it up here.
Oh, dude.
I
listen,
get
if
some
you think you got a
hair.
problem, Mike, I'm basically at this point where I want hair to grow. It's on its way out. Everywhere else, it's getting thick. Bad. Not good.
Hairy butthole. I can't show that on YouTube.
You know what's crazy? I need Manscaped now more than ever. It's been a while, you know?
You go to OnlyFans, type in Only Stands. You'll find me. And then you want to see that butthole.
Do you remember when DJU was the promised one? The
Sophie
2023
Rain
class?
got shit on me.
The 2023 class.
Eric, you got a problem, man. I love
With what?
Stop liking them thirst trap fucking videos on IG, man. Shit pops up.
Good.
You got
all I do. A million of them.
Yeah, Eric, I've been meaning to talk to you about this.
Yeah. When I'm at work and I'm bored, I'm like, oh yeah, like that. Yeah.
If you need that OnlyFans login, I got you.
I'm sure Mike, by having that information, he doesn't have a problem with it at all.
I'm just saying, like I pop up my.
I'm just saying, I don't want you to. You don't want to do the same things I've done mistakes. Okay, don't do it.
Every time I see some thought on there, it's some fucking thirst trap just bouncing her big voluptuous melons. There's just that little icon down at the bottom, and it's Eric's fucking face. like
My mind's telling me no.
Eric's been here first.
But my body.
I can't even sneak like it.
My body's telling me. Oh, speaking of body, can we get?
help it.
I think we need to get Mike a little primo action here. You know, boom. This is how you sell WoRP, guys. You can't give it away. You gotta show it.
Look at those things,
dude. That is actually all right. I don't know how I can concentrate at this. E, I need you to. I don't know what. I don't even know what to do with you. I don't know what to do with my hands. Look at this WoRP though, huh?
Good Lord.
If you guys are looking at WoRP, I don't know how you do it.
Wide receivers. Yeah. I couldn't take Genty over that package now.
Multi-year. And here's the thing. Right? Talk about package, Mike. Come on. I'm looking at the only package I can think of. I mean, it's not enough. It's not enough to warrant the 109, I don't think. Because here's the thing, right? Tell me RJ Harvey can't be Aaron Jones, David Montgomery, Bucky Irving, Jonathan Taylor, or Caleb Johnson, whatever your flavor is.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, DB, you might do well on the stream here because you have the amount of times I have your full take. We deserve to have it in the audio of DB, man. You know, he's off my fucking board, dude. Come on.
I'm just like a black circle, and just his voice. That's it.
I'd be fine with it, buddy. Like DB, you would be one person that during a video stream I'd let you just come on audio only. You know, just tell us how it is, buddy. Most of our 5 rounds on me.
The Savage chat is just ridiculous.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I can only imagine.
Yeah. Answer the question though. You got the WoRP up for the guy. Nice super chat. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you take that.
Appreciate it.
Malik
Listen,
Neighbors.
You always gotta do your due diligence. Sometimes you might look at something crazy.
Yep.
And that's what the WoRP tool's for, all right? But it keeps you honest. Keeps you on your toes.
Gotcha, Marcus. All right, boys. Let's close this baby out. Everybody needs to go home. Turn off the lights. Party's over.
Wait a minute. Are we all not home?
Well, I am home. I am at my house. But you know what I mean.
No, I'm sorry. You're right.
I'm like starving Marvin over here from South Park.
Wait a minute. I have something that I'd like to try. If you guys would just allow me the moment. All right, ready?
I feel like I'm being held hostage now.
Oh, Mike. Don't be dramatic. You can give me one more minute. I've been buying dances from you all night. You can't give me one extra minute? You're going to hold me to the letter of the law?
Let's go, man. Like Cameron Myers. We put a clock on this thing.
Oh, all right. Hey, Cameron. One day you're going to take my things I'm trying to give to you, okay? That sounded a lot worse than it was meant to sound. But this is for Mike, if you don't like this, you can return to sender, all right?
Was this like one shining moment? At the end of the NCAA
honestly, it's like ours. Yeah, you ready? All right, here we go.
Yeah, go for it.
And of course, no
music.
video.
Nice.
Of course, no video. But honestly, would it be anything else?
That was third. Wouldn't be a shit show without it. Hey, I love you boys. Eric, thank you for being a fucking trooper every goddamn night. Appreciate you, Adam, hosting, running this thing. We did it, fellas. 3 amigos made it start to finish. Everybody else is quit. I'm so disappointed. I gotta move to my new house. Who cares?
I watched Eric kill a guy with a trident.
I watched Eric watch 2 Girls 1 Cup for the first time.
Hey guys, I want you to know that the draft with the Browns, I called the Browns and the Jags as the teams that would trade at 1 and 5. They traded away Hunter for Mike. Think about how that is so normal compared to them taking 2 quarterbacks in round 3 and round 5. It was Shedeur. What the hell's going on here? I need sleep. I need to get away.
That
Want to get away?
fucked me on $255 that trade.
All right, you beautiful, beautiful people. You never know how much I love you and how much for Mike's sake and all of our sake, I got to get the poor guy out of here. So let's make it rain for him one last time. We love you. We'll see you back here, same time, same place, a full 365 days from now. The Browns will need another quarterback. Certainly not have a good pick as far as later in the draft. And
be holding up the fucking Lombardi.
in case you missed it, go back and watch Watson. Super motivated right now. It's going to be great things coming for us. We love you. I don't know what I'm doing other than just adding an end. Bye-bye.
Bye.